To the Friday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is to the Friday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9, and they say Friday nights for fighting, and that's just what we'll do, because one of these days, these UEL boots are gonna walk all over you. I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say we get down to that UEL beatdown?
Hey, login and games, we lit the squadron. Here we go. Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their college view. But
another person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, disrespect.
Ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. The Grand Rapids Sent out overseas, you don't got a clue, come and get up to speed. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Week 8 of the UEL, where gamers go pro. I'm sitting down right now with La Bamba from the Bots, my personal favorite player from last week's action. First thing I want to ask you, man, is obviously you excelled last week. That's why you sort of stood out to me. Is there a specific game kind of moving into today that you see yourself improving at?
Hopefully Roller Champions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been trying to get better at that one.
Okay. I like that.
And I mean, all the shooters, we've been working hard as a team, trying to get better at communication and all that. Fighters might be a little rough today. They got New York Chris G.
Okay. Of course. That's a good point.
Yeah,
That's a really good point.
Hopefully
All
we
right.
can clutch those up.
Okay. I like that. I like that. Now, one of the things I also wanted to ask you was I'm noticing like certain synergy between teammates sometimes. Casting yesterday's game, I got to get a good look at the X-Ray twins, right?
Mhm.
Them being brothers, clearly they have a lot of chemistry
they
between
got
them.
telepathy or something.
Right, exactly. Is there a specific teammate on your team that you find yourself just sort of gelling with?
I mean, probably Billy, because he's my brother.
Okay.
But me and Mordecai have pretty good synergy too, so
I like that.
it'll
Okay. Very,
Make sure
very
you
cool.
tune in.
Okay, cool. And then the last thing I want to ask you, man, is there a specific player in the league that you sort of deem as like an arch nemesis that every time you sort of play against him, you find yourself not necessarily struggling, but getting frustrated?
Probably Ricky Rockham.
Really?
I don't know if he's still in the league anymore, but yeah, he was definitely one of them. I mean, the Cat Hollywood, they're both pretty good too.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Bunch of dogs.
Yep.
Well, listen, man, thank you so much for sitting down with us. I'm
Yep.
excited to watch you perform throughout
Thank
today.
you.
Best of luck against Shogun.
Thank you.
If he loses this now, I don't even know.
You
All right,
lost
calm
to
down,
him.
TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
Again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, yes, this could be a runaway.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volari Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volari. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And welcome back over here to the UEL. Today I got my man Kara Kazik over here from the Shogun to tell me how you're feeling a little bit about this game.
We need a win.
Uh-huh.
Is the number one answer out there. The bots are not a team to sleep on.
Mhm.
I would like to say I feel optimistic, but we got to see how the wheel rolls, things like that. I mean, there are definite categories that the bots have full control over.
Mhm.
That I think almost any team in the league knows that. But we'll get there. We'll have some fun. See what we can do.
Mhm. And so you mentioned that you need a win.
Yes.
What do you want to win the most if you need this win for this game?
So I think playing the bots, if we can stay away from strategy games and Billy, some of the racing games, I think Dictator Chicken has a lock on a good chunk of them, but I think there's some that we could pull out. I want us to play fighting games, obviously. I want Chris G to play Street Fighter. Billy's
course.
probably not going to let us play it, but it'd be fun.
course.
I think shooters, if we're all locked in and good to go, would be. I mean, fighters and shooters are where we have to win.
Mhm.
We have to pull some games out of strategy. We have to, even if it's because Billy's not in the lineup at the time. And then we'll go from there. I think sports games will be interesting depending on who's available in both lineups.
Okay.
So that would be my answer. I think I covered all of them.
I think you did. But now I want to talk about you a little bit. You're making your return after a 2-3 game absence.
Yes.
You're currently 9-23.
Yes, sir.
What kind of value do you think you can add from being back in the Shogun's lineup?
So, the biggest thing is a team game.
Okay.
Yes, box scores are box scores. Everybody looks at it, but at the end of the day, there's what 2 1v1 games in the entire wheel, and at F1 I lost to Jury, and I think that's it.
Okay.
So really, I bring a lot of our setup knowledge, a lot of our getting ready to get into games, focusing, staying together. I IGL most shooters.
Okay.
So yeah, my box score is horrid. I'm not gonna lie and say it's not, but there's a lot of that comes with the Shoguns as a team are basically brand new. We have, I mean, the only veteran on our lineup today is B.
Okay.
So we are learning UEL as much as we're learning games.
I got you.
And some of that just, carries over. And at the end of the day, it is W's and L's. That's how the world works. But I think there's a lot of potential that might just take more than a season to actually get to a point that we actually feel good about it.
Okay. And going to outside of playing the games, you said your value in setups. Are there any setups or outside team-wise you are concerned about?
If we get Forza after a forfeit, I think I can set it up in like 2 minutes now, but it's gonna be close. With 5-man rosters, what I'm really concerned about is a PC shooter into a console sports game.
I got you. Okay.
Or into a fighter, because that's gonna either rely on one of us dying in the PC shooter and going and setting up a game, or we're just gonna have to be fast. But I spent all of last night looking over all of my setups, so hopefully, my hope is we don't burn timeouts on setups, and we don't have to forfeit a game because we have no timeouts left.
All right. And one last question before you get to go out and do your setup thing. What one game are you looking to steal away from the bots today?
I want to beat Billy in StarCraft so bad. Nobody thinks I can do it, and I understand it. But I have just about as many hours as Billy does in the game.
Okay.
I think Infinite Resources gives it a more level playing field. And I think if I can even look half as decent as Billy, I'll be happy. Overall in strategy, we have to take like Checkmate Showdown.
Okay.
Some of those less strategy-y games and more, strategy built-in games.
All right. That is definitely a bold claim. I wish you the best of luck in you playing the bots today, and just go out there, have a good time, and we'll see how it goes.
Sounds good.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits. Oh, and there again, and that one goes in. They're taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you said.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Week 8 of the UEL, where gamers go pro. We have a really interesting matchup today between the bots and Shogun. Now, one of the things you're probably going to notice right off the back as we start talking about the game and the matchup today, the bots are 5-1. I had the pleasure of commentating over one of their games last week, my first week here at the UEL, and I had an absolute ton of fun. The Shogun, though, on the other hand, are 0-4. They're looking to have today sort of be their moment. The bots are definitely one of our best teams within the league. And if Shogun is able to pull off an upset today, it's going to be absolutely massive for their morale, the energy amongst them, and really just the momentum that they need to sort of carry forward throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, I absolutely agree on that. The Shoguns really need a win, especially since their last game was against the Click, where they lost by around 8 points. So I'm thinking, I don't know if a win is entirely possible for them today, but even if they could come close to matching that number, I think it'll be fine. What's really interesting to me is everyone's dropping to a 5-man today.
Yeah, it's true.
The bots are making their return to a 5-man, where they traditionally run their 7-man lineup for this season. They're dropping back to a 5-man. How do you think that's going to impact this game?
You know, it's interesting. One of the things I really liked during our matchup yesterday was the fact that we are running a 5-man right now. Creates a little bit of complexity with regards to sort of our baseball lineup mechanic, if you will. So anybody watching at home, you're going to notice the players that are right at the bottom of your screen here. That's going to be our Tier 1 players through Tier 5, meaning that there are players on both of these teams that are sort of regarded as the most well-rounded, right? Because here at the UEL, we have 33 different games that we play, and if you happen to excel in the vast majority of those, you're a valuable player, right? So every time that they play, they're making that much a little bit more money, as well as just being having a little bit more prestige every time that they show up. Now, the thing that's really interesting about this baseball lineup that I just mentioned, when we play a game, if it happens to be a 2v2, a 1v1, a 3v3, like in Roller Champions, for instance, the teams get to select what specific players get to jump into that game. However, in the game following that matchup, those 3 players that just played, they can no longer play in that next game, except when there's a 5v5. After a 5v5, when a 5v5 game is selected, the entire lineup gets put into that game, and that baseball lineup, that bracket, if you will, is sort of reset, and it allows what I think it actually showcases the higher tier players a little bit more, because you're able to utilize them more often because of that baseball lineup being reset. That's the thing I like about it.
All right. And do you think this more 5-man revolving lineup that both teams have going on right here is going to help with setups or hinder setups, or is it going to help them get through their games?
Right. So I actually think it hurts some of the struggling teams, I would say, like Shogun. I actually think it hurts them because it adds an additional tool into the kit of the better teams by being able to utilize their Tier 1 players a little bit more often. The fact that you can sort of throw your Tier 1 player into a game, and then the next game selected on the wheel may be a 5v5 game. That bracket gets reset, and then you get to use that Tier 1 player again.
Just gets to go right back into more games.
Yep, and I think teams like Shogun, teams like the Wolves, neither of which have been able to rack up a win this season, when you're constantly having to go against such talent like Billy, per se, on the bots, it's going to be a big struggle, because he excels in a lot of different games, strategy obviously being one of his best ones, but he's a Tier 1 player because he's so well-rounded. You don't want to face that as often as they probably are going to have to now that we're running this 5-man lineup.
Yep, and there's that's one of the reasons he is called Billy the GOAT for us. Like, he has been so consistent, so dominant for this bots team for seasons on end.
Yep.
And then some of the new additions to his team, they were able to acquire Dictator Chicken over in free agency, who, coming over from your defending champs, the Reapers, being able to bolster up an already strong bots lineup.
Yeah.
You got your returning Mordecai and La Bamba, and then we see Ceviche coming in. How do you think all these new players on the bots make an impact to support Billy?
Well, I think they kind of have a level of trust within him, because I'll be the first one to admit, as I started broadcasting and just, relatively new to the UEL, so just like so many of you guys that are watching right now, I was sort of taken back a little bit by how many games were actually on the wheel. And I think some of the newer players that are jumping into our league perhaps are intimidated by some of those games, but when you have a veteran that's so good at all of those games the way Billy is, I think it allows a little bit of sort of a data download for the rest of your team, if you will.
I got
because
you.
he can sort of give them little tricks of the trade. Interesting things like yesterday, actually. We have a very young player that was competing yesterday that made the mistake of not doing a button check, right? And because he didn't do a button check, it ended up affecting the way his team was managing their timeouts and their forfeits and so many other things down the line. And just little tiny mistakes like that can make a huge difference as we get later on into the night, because we have 4 hours of in-game time that tends to usually run about 5.5, 6 hours in real time,
something
right?
like that,
So
yeah.
we go pretty deep into the night, and that's where you start seeing fatigue and all sorts of things come in that some of the younger players may be starting to make mistakes within.
And,
You know?
now jumping on to that younger player, you have the Shoguns lineup, which is a bunch of 1 to 2 season, and their most veteran player being Mr. B, who has been in for, I believe, 3 seasons.
Yep.
They're going to face so many of those challenges that a lot of the younger players need to do. They need to figure out how to deal with that mental fatigue. And do you think we're going to see a bunch of setup issues coming out from the Shoguns versus the bots? Or are they going, do you think, since we're at week 8, all of our lineups issues, our setup issues are going to be hammered out?
I actually think Shogun are going to do a pretty good job here. So they have a bit of experience on their team, but they also have a level of skill that I think is sort of paramount amongst all of the tier 1 players throughout this league. Chris G, being a former Evo champion, I think brings a level of confidence to their team.
Absolutely.
You don't become a star of Evo like that without having like a different level of IQ, and I think
that switch.
Exactly. That applies to how things are getting set up here in the arena on the floor. He's not going to let them make any mistakes.
All right, here we go into our rock, paper, scissors before the matchup to decide who has the starting advantage into this game.
It's interesting. So this is both paper.
And
hey, there it is. Looks like the bots win.
RPS. So the important thing about this first RPS is it gets to decide what game they want to play and who is setting it up. So it gives that team winning RPS the first advantage. And it looks like
potentially NCAA.
It looks like NCAA.
NCAA first game.
We have the potential to play NCAA. Bots, they might pull it back.
I just heard from the floor a potential skip going on. Let's see what happens. They're talking to the desk as we speak.
Yep.
We're going to another spin. They didn't want NCAA.
Traditionally, the bots do not like sports games, so I'm not at all surprised on
fascinating. Labamba was talking about starting to learn some sports games during our interview, so I would have liked to see him try that. Die by the blade.
We get a very, very...
Let's see if they take it.
I think they have to take it because they already put their spin in.
Yep.
I think this is a really strong game to start out with, especially if you're the Shogun.
Yes.
Because it's your first 5v5 game, and it kind of gets you into your rhythm of going in, okay, you need to set up this, and then you need to go to your game.
Yeah.
Something the bots are very familiar with.
Very true,
so
true.
I think this is a blessing for the Shogun to be their first game.
Yeah, I would assume that they're throwing... Is this going to be a 5v5?
This is a 5v5.
Okay. This is a 5v5, so we don't have to worry about selecting specific players or what have you. What's going to be absolutely fascinating right here is Chris G being sort of a fighting game veteran. I'm really interested to see whether or not he excels within this game, because it plays a little bit different, per se, than your other fighting games, like 2D fighters, with the example being Mortal Kombat 1 and Street Fighter, to 3D fighters like we have, like Tekken. This is a different type of fighting game. For any of you that are sitting at home, if you've ever heard of, seen gameplay, or actually played the game called For Honor by the developer of Ubisoft, it operates similar to that in the sense of your right joystick being sort of, think of it as the hand that is on the sword, and if you push up on the joystick, you can go for an overhead slash. If you push sideways on the joystick, you're slashing sideways, but you're in that three-dimensional landscape, so you can sidestep to dodge the blade of your opponent.
And
the important thing here being the title, Die by the Blade. As soon as the blade hits you, my friend, you are dead.
You are dead.
You are dead. There's no combos. We're not going for... There is combos within the game.
There
but
are strings.
There's strings,
there
exactly.
There are no traditional combos like you would see in a three-dimensional fighter like Tekken. You have your strings and sequences that lead into a following move.
Yeah, perfect terminology to use. Yeah.
But if you fail to block, because few people don't know this, as you're continuing to swing, you can still block where the opponent's attack
Oh, that's interesting.
So you can continue your sequence while being on the defensive, but I'm really interested to see if either team can pick up on that so they can finish their sequences and get into a guaranteed execute
That's really
unless
interesting.
perfect parried by the opponent.
All right, so that's actually fascinating because what you're going to notice throughout these matches, guys, is there is going to be a sequence that sort of gets thrown out. Now, the important thing to pay attention to while these sequences of attacks are happening is a stamina meter. So both of these fighters are going to have a stamina meter, and if you deplete that stamina too much, you leave yourself vulnerable, especially the recovery frames after you throw out a string. Your character is not recovering and getting back to a defensive position as fast as maybe they would be if you had full stamina. So while that is happening, while they're throwing those strings out, like he said, you can continue to sort of block in the direction of your opponent. So you're going to notice times where a player is, swinging forward, but all of a sudden a block or a parry occurs. That is a perfect explanation of why that's occurring on your screen.
Yes. And so going into this game, we got about a minute left into our setup. It sounds like we might be getting ready to start up a little bit sooner going into it. And the Shoguns did set up this game. The bots had them set it up, so
here we go.
Here we go. Looks like we're going to have a Nakamura.
Wow, Chris G right off the rip.
Chris G right off the rip. Nakamura with a Naginata, and I'm forgetting his name with the Chunko. And it looks like we're getting Forza as our next game.
Okay.
Yep, we got Chris G going in first up against Mordecai.
Chris G going to be on the bottom of your screen, the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Mordecai being on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Shogun going to be player 1.
Yes,
and
the
there we go.
bots and Mordecai are player 2. It's really interesting seeing Chris G come out with the Naginata. It's going to be more of that longer range, slow weapon. And then Mordecai going in with the Ronin. As you can see, his stamina bar is just so much larger than Nakamura's.
Right.
So
Great parrying right there.
Yeah. And that was quite a good aggression coming out from Mordecai going in first. Now they're going back into that fundamentals neutral setup, trying to find their quick opening going in for this game to see who can get the edge in the first round.
That's interesting. One of the things I really, really like watching during this is while they're sort of preparing, playing these footsies with each other. Ooh,
good block.
Very, very good block right there. They're sort of shifting the direction at which they're holding their weapon in order to sort of like bait their opponent into blocking a certain way. And it's kind of like this little mini mind game within Die by the Blade that I love watching because that's what makes this so different compared to some of the other fighters. Now, I'm really surprised that both of them are playing so passively. It's interesting. The bots, I would think, would have like a level of confidence sort of coming into this.
That they would be more aggressive going into this.
Exactly.
But they're giving Chris G, who is first on a defensive weapon set with a character, they're giving him his respect, being ready and being capable, knowing what he could do.
Absolutely.
Even though if it's not one of the games he traditionally plays, he is here and they're respecting it.
Right. And you can see how calm he is on the right side of your screen. I mean, just absolute nerves of steel.
Yep.
Love seeing that.
Yeah. I love how both of these fight, because for those of you who don't know, Mordecai is one of the fighters on the bots. They're just both calm. They've been in this situation. They know what they're doing.
Yep.
And I'm really loving just the fundamental spacing of Mordecai just staying out of range of the Naginata. And then once he gets into range, be ready to parry whatever Chris G is going into. It's going to be that blue flash on the indicator coming up from the Ronin.
Yep. And there's a level of intensity that I love about this game where, there's not necessarily attacks being thrown out on the screen at any given time, but you can see the mind games that both of them are sort of playing. It's going to be interesting, just the level of reach that I would say Chris G has right now. Is he going to utilize that? I don't know, but I'd also like to see the Ronin go for one of those strings you talked about, perhaps to even act as sort of a baiting tactic to cause Chris G to go for an attack. We're going to see if that happens as this game unfolds. I think after this round, we're going to start seeing these players play a little bit more aggressive. This is really just feeling each other out in terms of how they're shifting, how they're dodging, how they're attacking. And you just saw a quick little block right there.
One thing I want to mention is Chris G hasn't really changed up his attack stances yet. He's doing the overhead heavy attack, which is being really easily parried by Mordecai. So I'm wondering to see if he can switch up his style and where he's attacking from going into these next rounds of sequences.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I've definitely picked up on is the vast majority of the attacks that have been occurring have been simply been overhead attacks. So just mixing up the tactic at which you're approaching your opponent can make a huge difference because they've been a little bit too predictable, in my opinion.
Yeah. Mordecai did just have him at the wall, but Chris G was able to maneuver his way out of the corner, give himself a little bit more space to work with, being able to keep that strong defensive front that he's already uphold.
Yep, and Mordecai's definitely sort of pushing him against the wall right here. He goes for a string.
Good block.
Solid.
See, right there, that's one of the things. He was attacking down low, but he blocked up high. That's one of the things you can do that in this game, where as you're attacking, you can block.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to see Mordecai doing is doing a couple feints with his attacks. He hasn't really quite feinted any of them up at close range. He's been just getting his swing out. It's been getting parried, and they're going back to this neutral setting.
Yeah.
So one thing I would like to do is see him swing, cancel his swing by hitting the parry button mid attack, and
then reapproaching.
Reapproach and figure out attack from a different angle.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea.
But so far, Chris G is just playing that. He's playing the range well. He knows that the top attack of the Naginata is the longest portion of it.
Yeah, and one thing I really like about Mordecai is, for any of you that watch MMA to any degree, just picture this as an octagon, and he's sort of playing against the cage right now. He's trying to sort of corner Chris G, in a sense, in order to be able to sort of approach him with that agility, with that stamina, go for some of those strings, maybe cause a parry, and then reapproaching like you suggested.
Yes.
Here we go. They're getting a relatively close. One of them's going to go for an attack.
It
may come down to this.
Corner. Chris G's able to reverse the situation on him, though, putting Mordecai in the corner. However, it looks like they're just backing out, playing the long game. Really interesting seeing. This first round has gone on for 5 minutes of our game.
Yeah, this is fascinating. I've never actually seen this game go on this long, and I think it's a level of patience from Chris G that we definitely didn't expect.
I also think it's a level of patience coming in from Mordecai, trying not to reveal too much. Trying to figure out what he can and can't do, his limits, and how much Chris G actually knows about this game being a fighting game.
Yeah, what would be, potentially something unpredictable that Chris G could do is when he begins getting sort of cornered the way that he has in, a multitude of times throughout this round, I would say, as he begins shifting out of that, sort of playing as if he wants to sort of circle around to his right or circle around to his left to get back to center stage, instead of just constantly backing up, what if he's decided to switch to an aggressive playstyle to catch his opponent off guard and potentially go for a kill?
I think that would be very beneficial, but the Naginata, the pole arm weapon, is not really known for that.
Okay.
The benefits of that weapon is you are able to keep your range and keep your distance because the movement is slow and there is a slight dead spot if you are right up against your opponent. So you have to find that perfect spacing that Chris G is maintaining.
Very interesting.
One thing I do want to point out coming out from both fighters is they are matching side steps, not giving up too much horizontal distance as they are closing the distance between each other.
They're also sort of gauging their distance with just the actual level design of this map. You can see the squares on the bottom of your screen for anyone watching. That three-dimensional stage, I would say each of those squares almost acts as a full shift of the player, like a full sidestep, if not 1.5 sort of sidesteps. So both players are probably using that to gauge whether or not they can sort of shift forward towards their opponent and then what attacks to throw out after that shift occurs. They're really just looking to catch their opponent off guard right now, but I don't know if they're able to. Both of them being just very predictable, but just, I guess, sort of...
All right, now we do see a lot more movement than we have been, but still assembling that close defensive strat. What I am kind of surprised to see is no sequences have been thrown out on being unable to block. So, in case you didn't know, you are able to throw out a sequence even if it doesn't hit a block.
Yes.
And some sequences move your body forward into that quick execute range.
Oh, solid roll forward. Now he's got but he's going to back up. Chris G's constantly backing up. So tell me why Chris G wouldn't necessarily go for an attack after one of those roll-ins.
So Chris G wouldn't necessarily go for an attack. One, either he's not reacting to it because it's just a faster roll than he's anticipating it, whether it be online or on his own setup. But it's also one of the flaws of the Naginata. Because so a roll shifts your hurt box, and if you miss with the Naginata and you don't go into a string, you are open up for a counterattack. And after a roll forward, you can just do a quick swing, and if you let it rock, it will hit them.
It's interesting, like comparatively speaking to other fighter games that we've seen, you would assume that Chris G has a slight advantage given the range of his weapon. But like we talked about earlier, there's a level of precision that's sort of paramount within this game. And there's pros and cons to every weapon that you guys are going to see throughout the evening. And this particular character that Chris G is playing has that con of being a little bit slower, using up a lot more stamina for every given swing that he throws out. So he's really just trying to play an effective mind game here and eventually maybe catch Mordecai lacking a little bit.
He does. As Nakamura, you do use a lot more stamina on your swings, and you are a little bit slower. But the trade-off is you are getting your stamina back faster than your opponent.
That's
so
interesting.
the Ronin, even though he has more stamina, he's getting stamina back slower than what Chris G is. So normally, I would expect to see the Nakamura run something like the Chonko that Mordecai is running, not the Naginata, but they're both playing a real calm, just spacing and footsies game, waiting for someone to whiff.
Yeah. I do think after this round is over, that they're going to be a little bit more comfortable with just going at it. Here we go, right up in front of each other.
That was a good bait that I wanted to see coming out from Mordecai. Unfortunately, unable to get the hit in to secure the first round.
Goodness gracious. So you can see the level of intensity out of both players as soon as they got within arm's reach of one another. The most action that we've seen in the last 10 minutes just unfolded on your screen. Let's see if they start playing a little bit more aggressive now that they've started to feel each other out. Maybe they're going to take a couple more risks here.
I kind of think this is actually a good thing coming out from the Shoguns. The fact that it has been, like you said, a 10-minute round.
Right.
Because what we heard from our interviews earlier, they don't win as many games as the bots do. So even though this round is taking longer, I would call it more of a benefit to the Shogun than I would the bots.
Yeah.
Good parry coming out from Chris G in response to the lunge forward from Mordecai, but
and we definitely have other games within our library of games in the UEL that also could potentially be a pretty long game.
And so we are finally getting a call from the Game Masters saying 30 seconds before they have to make an action to continuously fight.
There we go. Let's see who decides to take the risk first. Mordecai, I'm assuming, is going to shift towards him. Chris G goes for an overhead, but it gets blocked. I think Mordecai's probably going to go for a roll in here just to sort of catch him off guard, throw a slash out. Parries again.
He's low inside him. It sounds like both by Game Master's call, it's a draw.
Wow.
Both characters are dead.
Wow.
Meaning Mordecai and Chris G are both out of Die by the Blade.
Wow.
I think this is the first time we've ever seen that.
I don't think I've never heard of that happening here on the floor.
With no damage taken and no life lost.
Yep. That is fascinating. So here we have La Bamba sitting down. La Bamba's going to be in the top right-hand corner of your screen. And who is this that we're looking at on the bottom right? Is that Mr. B?
This is going to be Mr. B going with the Naginata on Butterfly.
Interesting.
So traditionally speaking, Butterfly is your more faster character.
Okay.
She's your more aggressive character. So taking out a defensive weapon like Naginata is interesting. And then La Bamba, actually, yeah, La Bamba is Butterfly Naginata. Excuse me.
Gotcha. Yep.
Mr. B is going to be Tony Monk, and it looks like he's going to be on the Katana.
Something tells me this is going to be a little bit faster pace.
I definitely feel like the pace is going to be
There's
faster.
a little bit of pressure on the floor already.
We already see
La Bamba coming out swinging.
La Bamba coming out swinging with those execute sequences I was talking about. Mr. B was unready to parry the sequence. And now the bots have the advantage. And La Bamba takes it much faster than that first round we were going for.
Just like that. That's what we wanted to see. That's exactly why I wanted to interview him prior to the events of today unfolding. He's an absolute dog.
This is the action we wanted to see from those two fighters in the first round. But still, incredible showing skill, even just being able to keep that space. They were able to show that defensive strategy more than the offensive strategy, where La Bamba has just shown out his offensive capability with a weapon like the Naginata, coincidentally.
Now, tell me about Ash Whoopin. Is he a very aggressive player?
Ash Whoopin, I would say he is a particularly aggressive player. He's matching with the Butterfly. Looks like he's on the Katana as well.
Oh, I like that.
He primarily plays shooting games, and it looks like he's on the Chonko instead of the Katana.
Okay.
but I would definitely say he's more of an aggressive style player, and being able to just consistently keep up and going in is what I would feel more his style.
Okay. I'm going to go for a prediction here. I think Labamba obviously just went for a string, but I think he's going to sort of reset, get his stamina back. Once Ash Whoopin is within a specific range, I think he's just going to throw out that string repeatedly. Oh, but he gets caught!
He gets caught by the
Oh
execute.
my gosh.
Missing the parry down. Instead, he parried mid. For those of you who don't know, executes can only be blocked if you are blocking the same direction with a parry.
Right. Well, I'm already starting to read Labamba, so I want him to change up his tactics just a little bit. He's consistently going for that 3-hit string. Whether or not it whiffs, he doesn't even care. He just continues to throw it out. Something that he could potentially do is just go for 1 or 2 parts of that string in order to sort of fake out his opponent, cause them to initiate an attack, and then capitalize off.
Now, I do definitely want to see more of these feints coming out from both players, but I do like that Labamba is comfortable with his weapon, taking out another one of the Shoguns.
No.
Labamba is going crazy right now with the Naginata. He's showing exactly why he's here playing at such a high level.
Right, and one of the biggest mistakes I think Shogun probably could have made at the start of this is the fact that Chris G, being probably their best fighting game player, the fact that he was forced to just take a draw during that first matchup, and both of them had to then just sit out. I think that play was a detriment to the rest of this game unfolding here on Die by the Blade. He was single-handedly, he needed to eliminate at least 2 to 3 players.
I would say he just needs to get his 1.
Yeah, that's true.
If you are in Die by the Blade, just win your 1s.
Yes.
You don't need to think about clearing the whole lineup, because 1 hit and you're done. Just win your round and see what you can get after.
Oh, you see Labamba cracking his neck there.
Yep, he's getting resi for Kara.
He's getting comfortable.
And looks like Kara Kazak's going in for a button check. Finally being able to see if, hey, I can get my buttons in now. I know what I'm doing in this game.
Now, if I am Shogun, one of the things I'm just talking to Kazuya, right? Is it Kazi or Kazi?
Kara Kazak.
Kara Kazak. One of the things I'm telling in Kara Kazak's ear right now is Labamba's playstyle and sort of the strings that he's going for. He's going to attempt to maybe throw one attack out of there, stop. He's going to try to mix it up as much as he can, but you can tell he's not super comfortable in this game. I think he's just gauging the distance and getting his range off really effectively. I'm talking to Kara Kazak right now and explaining that to him so he can capitalize on that and potentially take Labamba out of the field right now.
Yes. And it looks like we are having a slight issue trying to get into the next round of Kara Kazak's versus Labamba. But one thing I do want to mention is if this is the setup Kara Kazak's wants to go with, being the butterfly with the Chonko, is the Chonko is also seen as a definitively defensive weapon as well, even though it's in the shorter range.
That's interesting.
But being able to mobilize and use it on the faster character is going to be interesting to see how he does that.
Right.
But
well,
it looks like we're just backing out. We're having some controller issues going into this, so we're going to be figuring this out. Tell me, what is one thing you think in this game that either Mr. B or Ash could have done better other than beat Labamba?
Well, I think right off the rip, Labamba sort of showed his cards immediately, which played to his advantage with going for that 3-hit string and instantly getting a kill. The moment that happened, you have to realize that, okay, this guy's swinging for the fences. You have to be ready for that during the second round. But during that first round when Labamba just jumped in there, you have to be ready for your opponent to start swinging off the rip. I mean, the game is called Die by the Blade because he touches you once, you're going to be dead. Yep, they're going to go ahead and come back to us.
Let's look at our beautiful faces as we figure out our technical problems. So we're going to take a little bit of tech time out, see if we can get those 3 minutes. But we've already burned almost 20 minutes off of this game clock.
It's absolutely wild.
Absolutely. And we've only gone through like 3 people on the Shogun, 1 person on the bots.
Well, I think the fact that we've already burned so much of the in-game time up actually plays into the advantage of the Shogun. For some of the reasons we talked about, I think there's a little bit of nerves. They're trying to get their first win. As the game drags later on into the night, we have watched the bots perform well past midnight. I mean, these guys don't get fatigue. So the Shoguns, I think, are a little bit worried about that. And if they're able to capture this W in a relatively quick fashion, I think they may be able to pull it off, specifically if they start getting more fighting games that Chris G can sort of take advantage of.
And one thing I want to say, the bots are literally bots with their mental fatigue. They are strong with their fatigue. They do not let it affect them.
Yeah.
Where the Shogun in the past have let that fatigue, that long time frame affect them consistently. But it looks like we're going to be getting back into it with you.
Here we go.
Yep,
Right back
we are
into it.
going live. Kara Kazakhs versus La Bamba. I'm seeing a lot more movement coming out of Kara Kazakhs being able to try and put more distance between himself and La Bamba, but being very focused and ready. La Bamba coming out with a good cancel.
1-2, and he goes for the third,
Good
like we
roll
just
coming
talked about.
out from Kara Kazakhs, but La Bamba being able to recover and go on the defensive.
That third string, and he lands it. There's no way he actually just landed that shot again. He's going for a 3-hit string. They need to be telling Kara Kazakhs to pick his window of opportunity.
Yes. So unfortunately, on that last round, Kara Kazakhs tried to roll out of the way, but rolled a little too soon.
Yes,
to avoid it. He's going for another 3-hit string.
There we go. That's what we're talking about.
Finally gets La Bamba into a ragdoll bouncing effect, and we're going into finally the good first matchup.
Here we
Die
go.
by the Blade.
Very, very good matchup. This kill is going to eliminate. Who's it going to be? Oh, La Bamba takes it again.
Beats Kara Kazakhs off of a trading blows. The bots are going insane right now.
Oh my goodness.
And now we have the Shogun's last hope in Kenna trying to take one more life off of La Bamba and then 6 more in total from the bots to secure his team a win.
I think the way to go about La Bamba right now is he's being effective at sort of mixing up his strings. Pretty straightforward, but nonetheless it's actually working. I think the thing that may be able to eliminate him is picking the right window of opportunity. I would specifically go after his second attack of that 3-hit string because the third attack seems to take a little bit of time. I think if you time it perfectly, you may be able to get in there and get a strike off. 2 and 3.
Good dodge back coming out. It looks like we got him. We got Kenna on the Wakazashi.
Oh my gosh!
Unfortunate dodge in, and La Bamba swings and is capable of doing it. One more round, and the bots secure this first win. Oh! He's just walking forward.
Okay.
He has no fear in his heart being down
Wow!
a round.
Wow! The mind game's on display right now.
And this is what I love to see out of the Shoguns with Kenna. He is showing absolutely no fear whatsoever, but unfortunately goes down to La Bamba.
Oh my goodness, the level of mental fortitude out of La Bamba right there just kept it calm and collective.
Absolutely.
Kept it calm and collective when Kenna was right in his face. He did not care. He didn't care.
Like, so part of me thinks that speaks out to La Bamba's strength because he's taking a predominantly defensive weapon and just being ready, being able for those quick aggressive things. But part of the fault also in that last round goes on to Kenna for using a slower weapon.
Yes.
The Wakazashi being one of the heavier weapons to throw around, and Tony Monk being really low on stamina, can't necessarily finish out his strings, but I love the confidence coming out from Kenna, being able to just say, hey, I'm stepping up. I am right here. I am going to challenge you and make you mess up. But unfortunately, La Bamba just
maybe we should have seen a little bit of that from Chris G.
I would think we should because being aggressive in this game does have its faults.
Yeah.
But taking a more proactive game plan is better than taking a reactive game plan.
That's true. I agree. I don't want to sort of shun that play style that we saw during that initial sort of 12-minute round that we saw because Die by the Blade is such a different game than the other fighting games that we have within that fighting category. I think when we jump into the Street Fighter, when we jump into Tekken, Mortal Kombat, you're going to start to see Chris G. I'm okay. I don't want to be like overzealous when I say this, but you could potentially see a situation like we saw actually last night, where Chris G could potentially get an ace, 3 people out, 4 people out. I mean, he's an absolute dog at some of these fighting games. He has an opportunity to sort of redeem that later on tonight.
He's an absolute beast at these fighting games. He's tier 1 on the Shoguns for a reason with that. But the question is, are they able to hang with the bots capable of doing that? Capable of getting to the fighting games where their tier 1 Chris G can keep them in.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. We've already gotten 30 minutes down of tonight's gameplay time. I picture them rolling, say maybe 3 different fighting games throughout the next hour.
So we know Forza is automatically coming up next.
Yes, true.
And that's probably going to take another 5-10 minutes coming off the clock. So we'll be about 3 hours and 20 minutes left in this first, an hour and 20 minutes left in this first half. the fighting games are going to go fast.
Yeah, they are.
They are going to go incredibly quick. And something that Kara was saying in the interview earlier was they need to win their fighters and they need to win their shooters.
Yes, they need to win their fighters, but they can't. They have to make sure that they're not using that as a crutch when they are practicing as a team. And it's going to be interesting to see, whether or not we start to see that synergy through some of their practice or not throughout this evening. But when they're practicing amongst themselves, they need to focus on other specific categories that they're a lot weaker at, because if they're leaning too much on the fighting games as a crutch, you come into the UEL thinking, hey, we're at least going to win the 5 fighting games. You might go an entire night where none of those fighting games ever get chosen. So you can't lean on it.
It has happened before, and it will happen again.
Yep.
Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not this week, but it will happen again where a category or a game people rely on winning will never roll.
Yeah,
it
that's
won't
true.
even get close to being rolled.
And for those of you just curious as to how often that happens, I've been broadcasting here at the UEL for 2 weeks, and my second broadcast with our fellow staff member and player Strix, we rolled 4 sports games within the first 5 or 6 selections, and you're just thinking to yourself, wow, if one of these teams specializes at sports, this is the night we might see an upset. So it happens more often than you probably think.
And even going back to that, going into those crutch games where the Shoguns have been competitive in fighters, if the bots are able to steal a fighting game win like they did in Die by the Blade, that could hinder the Shogun in future endeavors of this evening.
Yeah, I think especially right off the rip, to get a fighting game like that, you're sort of hoping that you're getting a fighting game right now as the Shogun, and the fact that you got that, you have a lot of pressure, you have a lot of weight on your shoulders. The fact that you're 0-4, you're going for your first win, you get this roll that you wanted, and then it doesn't go your way.
You can't get it. But it looks like we are going in for a technical timeout going into Forza.
Yes.
Something wrong with the game not loading up on the PCs. We'll get to that game shortly. But I do want to go and talk a little bit about Forza. Both of these teams don't traditionally have a dedicated racer.
Yeah.
You have Dictator Chicken going in, and it looks like it was actually a timeout on the Shoguns. Or it was technical timeout. Excuse me.
There we go.
I was giving conflicting information.
Ah.
But going back to the racers, Dictator Chicken has kind of taken that role of a racer in these previous games. I know when he was last on the Reapers, you had Hollywood, you had Cat. You didn't have to worry about the one-on-one racers, but Dictator Chicken has kind of stepped into that role for the bots. And then here we go, coming in with the Shoguns. They don't really have that capability currently.
That's true. Well, regardless, one of the things that helps us so much here at the UEL when we're doing these technical timeouts, we're just getting things sort of figured out on the floor. But none of this would be possible without the computers that we utilize to make the UEL run. Take a look at SurfThing, one of the sponsors here at UEL.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
And there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you said.
Welcome back, guys. So you were right before we went to that commercial break. You were asking me a little bit about Forza. Now, you had mentioned that neither one of these teams necessarily has a racer on them, but I did notice Dictator Chicken, I would say, performing relatively well. I want to say it was last week against the Paladins, perhaps?
I believe so.
Yes, but
last game.
He was doing relatively well, so he probably stands out as the player over on the bots that I would say may be able to sort of carry them to a victory, if not make a pretty valiant effort in doing so.
And one thing I would like to note about Forza is the most important aspect about the game is just to finish.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know, if you do not finish, you DNF. That is an added 2 minutes onto your current time.
Yep.
Or excuse me, 5 minutes for the DNF. My apologies. But that affects, it is a flat 5 minutes. It affects your team.
Yes.
So if one team, all 5 of them finish versus 4 of them finish, that team with 5, even if they raced slower, are still going to win.
Yep, and you'll notice that across a couple of the different games in our category, and within not just the racing category, but also in Lumina Rush.
Absolutely.
And in Lumina Rush, if you don't finish a particular route or maze, if you will, or a stage, I should say, right? If you don't finish a stage, you get a time penalty for that.
Absolutely.
So they need to just focus on finishing, and then there's certain little things that they need to do throughout this matchup in order to, I would say, drive clean. Because if you don't drive clean, you're going to get time penalties. Ooh,
And
that's interesting.
It looks like we get StarCraft as our next game. Karakazik saying, I want the smoke with Billy. Whether his team will say yes or no,
I'm going to make a
that's up to
prediction.
them.
I'm
All
going to
right.
make a prediction
Let me
here.
hear
I
it.
actually think Shogun is going to forfeit that match because they
More than
don't
likely.
want the smoke against Billy.
Probably.
Yeah.
But here we go, going into Forza. It's going to be a quick 2 laps. It's probably going to be really fast, but like we said, finishing is the most important part.
Yes.
And one thing about Forza, your car matters. Car damage stacks and sustains.
Yes.
And you can very easily fall out of traction. So being able to maintain traction throughout turns and straightaways is going to be very important coming through for both teams.
And I mentioned earlier, the aspect we already
Spin
see a
out
player
on
spinning
the
off the right
right.
side of your screen. When
Yes.
that actually occurs, you get a time penalty for not driving in a clean manner. We're
That is
seeing
right.
that a few times
Got
here.
another spin out that
Yeah.
we just passed on Ceviche's point of view. And we've already seen 2, almost 3 spin outs while he's been able to just maintain composure, being able to go forward.
Right, and one of the biggest problems I've noticed with both of those spinouts that we just saw on the screen was they were using Formula 1 cars, which
Yes.
plays against them when trying to get back onto the pavement, trying to get back onto the track because the tires are not built to be off-road. So it's going to take them a little bit longer. They're racking up more time penalties as that occurs.
And it looks like we're watching Karakazik's near the end of the race, but it's looking like he forgot to lower the fuel on his car, so he's going to be moving a little bit slower.
That's
For those of you
interesting.
who don't know, the more fuel you have in your car, the slower your top speed will be.
Oh, wow.
So
Some
the
big,
fact,
big brain mechanics at play, if you will. Very good pickup on that.
it's either big brain or it's going to be faulty. Because he might have more control of his car due to the weight, and the
Right.
traction might be able to be more steady, but he's not going to
Understand.
be able to catch up in the straightaways in the aforementioned F1 cars.
Right.
It looks like we have a couple other spin outs coming in, and Karakaz, we
Oh,
got Dictator
no.
Chicken in last place after running into a wall.
Now he has to worry about finishing.
Now he has to worry about finishing, or it's
Yeah,
going to be a
absolutely.
Shogun's win.
Yeah, and another thing that you'll probably notice for those of you watching at home,
Yeah. And
yeah, we're getting word from the desk that he was sitting there potentially for a solid minute and a half.
So
That's
that
not
mean-
looking good.
That means he wrecked out near the start of the first lap.
Right.
So from the way it looks, the bots might not finish, meaning it might be a Shogun's victory.
Yeah,
but
this could be a little bit of a Shogun steal, if you will.
Exactly. Especially with StarCraft coming out, this is one of the
They
things
absolutely
they need to win.
They absolutely need
Yep,
this.
and we got another
Wow.
crash coming in. I don't know
This is
who
good.
was at fault. It doesn't look like it was Mr. B at this time, but his car is severely damaged on the front. But it
That's
also
true.
looks like Mr. B also forgot to lower his fuel down.
Now he has to be careful going into this turn. Something you'll notice very frequently is they slow down to take turns. I always recommend to take a wide turn. You want to be on the open side of the track and then turn inland around the corner in a very tight manner to
Yes.
mitigate how much time you're actually spending on that turn. If you don't do something like that, the players that are behind you might ram into the back of you, fling you off the course, get you all sort of cattywampus as you're trying to clutch
Derail
this match
your
for your team.
entire race.
And
Kinda
we
like we
just
see
saw
right
it
here.
right there.
A full
Who not have
flip.
predicted that any
Oh,
better?
If the world boundaries
Wow.
did not let him fall out, that would have been a
Wow.
goal. all
Spoke
the
it
way
into
over.
existence.
However, TC6 did just get a 4.5 second penalty.
Oh my gosh.
But here's the thing.
Wow.
I would call it worth it, and it looks like it was Billy? Who has a 7-second penalty hit him, trying to make up for the fact that Dictator Chicken is so far behind.
Yeah, he
has
finished with a grin on his face. You can see it in the
He
top
is
right-hand
so
corner of your
happy.
screen, but he did ram him wide off the road.
That
right
is
there.
true. But now it's a minute to finish for Dictator Chicken.
And you can see that at the top of your screen, guys. It says race ends in 44 seconds.
Yes.
All of these players are rushing to the finish line because, like we talked
Chicken-
about earlier, if they don't finish, there is a huge time penalty that is allocated to your team.
Dictator Chicken is not going to finish because he hasn't even finished the first lap.
Oh my gosh.
That racer we were talking about beforehand has really just slowed back, is unable to be able to keep it up with his team, and looks like it's going to cost his team the game in about 15 seconds.
You know what's interesting? This is one of those situations, knowing that he couldn't have finished, he could have saved a minute of time if they just forfeited the game at this point. Well, no, because he's going to get a huge time penalty.
It's
going
to be a huge time penalty anyway, but something that he also could have done, which we've seen several teams do, is turn around and hit the opposing cars, seeing if they can DNF as well.
That's interesting. That is really interesting.
It looks like with Dictator Chicken being the only DNF, it should be a Shogun's win. We are still waiting on word of confirmation for that, but that was a really good showing coming out from the Shoguns regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you at home, if you're wondering what I'm talking about with regards to forfeits, you'll see below both of the team titles, they have 5 timeouts and they have 5 forfeits. If a team comes across a game that they're pretty confident they're going to lose, a perfect example of that is the next game we're going to be playing is StarCraft 2. The problem with StarCraft 2 is Billy, who happens to be on the bots, is the best StarCraft player in this building, hands down. So do you want to waste time playing that specific match, or do you want to just take the L in the hopes that if you allocate more time to being able to pick up wins further down the line, potentially you might be able to pick up 2 wins for that 1 loss?
That is true.
That's sort of what we're talking about here, and you have 5 forfeits that you're able to do throughout the rest of the night.
One thing I will say is if you are the Shogun, you are going against the 2 best StarCraft teams in the league.
Yes.
Billy by himself is the best.
Yes.
And then you have the rest of the bots, as we have said over the seasons, where Billy is a team on his own, and then it's the bots as the second best team. So that is an uphill battle if they do decide to play it. However, I do think, despite Karakazik's bravado coming in, wanting to smoke with Billy, I don't think that the rest of the team is going to say, hey, we want to do this. I don't think their mental can take it. But it looks like we're going in for a technical timeout as we try and calculate the average between the racers in Forza to award the point to either the bots or the Shogun.
Yeah, and they should Shogun really needs to take advantage of this time right now. I'm sure they're getting excited, maybe looking over some of the times, but you have over 2 minutes, so maybe start talking about whether or not you actually want to play StarCraft 2, and if so, how to go about doing that, because we play StarCraft 2 a little different here, and we'll explain that as we get into it, but nonetheless, Shogun really needs to start thinking right now. They need to be discussing amongst themselves.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And one thing I know, Black Diamond, their GM and owner, he for the longest time was the GM on the Ravens, being able to keep them in a bunch of games, keeping them mentally straight. I would like to see him do more of that today, but it can't be all on him.
Yeah.
I want to see it coming out from the veteran talent like Mr. B, like Kara. I want to see them take that step up, that leadership role of saying, hey, calm down. It's one game.
Yeah.
The most important game is the next game.
Yeah, and as you talk about players specifically stepping it up, I had mentioned earlier on in the broadcast the difference between a player like Chris G that you see in the Tier 1 slot right here below me, and Ashwhoopin, which is the Tier 5 player on their team. How that works basically is, whether it's amongst the team, whether it's amongst the coach, the owner of the team, and what have you, if a player is performing exceptionally well, stepping it up, starting to excel in genres of games that maybe they didn't perform well in earlier on in the season, that player might be changed and put into a higher tier position on the team. So a lot of these players are not just playing for bragging rights or prestige, they're playing for the money, man. They're playing for that opportunity to really showcase their ability and move up that tier listing. It's going to be really interesting to see in games like StarCraft or maybe some of the other ones that you may think, okay, this might be a loss, but we're on the court right now. What better time to practice? And then if one of those players,
best StarCraft team,
and if one of those players starts to excel, who knows? Maybe next week we see him. Maybe we see Ashwhoopin in a Tier 2 spot. Maybe we see him in a Tier 3 spot. There is room for an improvement, and you're going to notice that week after week here at the UEL.
Absolutely. And going back to those tier positions, you're not just playing for the win today.
Yes.
You're not just playing for your tier today or next week. You are playing for that championship game.
Yes.
The honor to contend for the playoffs and contend for that championship.
Absolutely.
That is every team's ultimate goal. And it looks like the Shoguns are one step closer to winning this game by tying it up after Forza.
Oh, wow. Shoguns did get the win. It's going to be interesting to see how far of a lead they had in terms of time. That should be really interesting. Nonetheless, They gained a little bit of confidence right there, and now it's tied up. A 0-4 team tied up against a 5-1 bots.
It is early.
It is.
But the bots have been incredibly well. I think the Shoguns did steal that game away from the bots.
Yeah, a little bit.
Being able to take a racer that they weren't necessarily confident in, but were skillful enough to maneuver their way into the proper positioning.
Yeah.
And they can win.
Well, you always got to be ready. I mean, we talked about in the first game by Die by the Blade, La Bamba showed up extremely aggressive, and the bots weren't ready for it. They weren't prepared for that level of aggression.
The Shogun weren't ready. La Bamba's on the bots.
Oh,
the Shogun
yes,
weren't ready.
Shogun weren't ready. My apologies. Mixing up of the words there, mixing up the teams. But no, La Bamba was coming out with a lot of aggression, and the Shoguns weren't ready. And now, in the second game, you're talking to Forza, I don't know, maybe the bots weren't ready, right? Because Dictator Chicken got knocked out relatively early.
And now one thing I want to know is if one of the Shoguns spun him out,
right?
Knowing
that would be
he's a proficient racer, knowing what car he picked, knowing who he is, this is what we want.
Yeah.
Take him out of the race, see if he can get up. And that aggression coming out from the Shoguns is going to be something I would look forward to seeing throughout the rest of this game.
Right. And with regards to just the racing genre in general, everyone watching at home, I would say the best game within our racing category that I guess showcases showcases teamwork, but also aggressive plays would be Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered. Absolutely love that game. If that is chosen tonight, you're going to see me freak out. It's one of my favorite games to commentate over. I love it.
We're going to have a good time commentating.
Oh gosh,
it's one of the games I've loved since ever joining this league and being able to play it. You really have to have communication.
Yeah.
The communication is more important than the racing,
and we are getting word from the desk right now that the Shoguns did forfeit. My prediction was correct. They didn't want the smoke with Billy, and I don't blame them.
I don't blame them either. It looks like they gave the prediction and the strength to Billy in StarCraft, but we have 2K25 coming up as our next game.
NBA 2K25, guys.
For those of you who don't know, traditionally speaking, the bots do not play sports games. For the longest time, they've played NHL, they've played Madden, they've played NCAA, they've played all these games. 2K has been the one game they have traditionally never played up until recently.
Wow.
I want to see if they actually do play against supposedly one of the best 2K players, Mr. B, on the opposing team.
Really, Mr. B? Okay, that's going to be interesting. Let's see if the other thing is too, this is going to be a 2v2 matchup.
Yes.
We play things a little bit differently here at the
2v2 blacktop to 21.
Blacktop to 21.
There is I believe it is a 5-minute timer or an 8-minute timer. Something like that.
It might be a 5-minute timer, but I do know that all players are available. So we're talking all legends. And from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, you name it.
Larry Bird.
You can choose it.
Any NBA legend, current or past legend you could dream of, is on the roster that you can play.
Yeah, and I would say the meta within the league is definitely the archetypes in terms of the players being selected is you're going to have at least one big body and you're going to have a shooter, right?
Absolutely.
So just picture Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. Shaquille O'Neal obviously getting rebounds, slam dunks, and Kobe Bryant just shooting threes and fadeaways all day. So that's sort of the meta within the league, and that's what you're probably going to see here in about 2.5 minutes.
Now, there is something I would like to see of a kind of like a meta shakeup, where you do where you have two tall guys.
Yes,
you have Shaq, and then you either take Jokic or Giannis as that. They're the second big man, so they poster up the paint.
Yeah.
And they win the paint.
Yeah.
But then they have someone who also can shoot those.
That's
threes.
true. I think probably the biggest thing that is sort of going to be very prevalent during this matchup that we're going to see today is really just a deep understanding of the mechanics and the complexity of the game. During the match that we broadcasted yesterday, one of the things I noticed was just constant little side steps and then fadeaway shots, and players were constantly going for steals, and not understanding the mechanics, just whiffing those steals and then leaving a shot vulnerable. And that's pretty much what unfolded throughout the entire night. Blaze ended up taking it. Not only did they take it, they absolutely destroyed them. And it was just because of just simple things, a little sidestep three-pointer, a little assisted points is a big part of it too. Being able to pass to your teammate. Don't play aggressive. If you pass it to your teammate, for the love of God, please do not then follow the ball and end up on your teammate. We've noticed that a few times as well.
Play cool, calm, and collected basketball.
Yes.
That is all we ask of anybody. That's something I know. I ask when if ever I go in with my team. It is just play cool, play calm, play collected.
Yeah.
Play your spacing as well.
Yeah.
Spacing in 2K25 for basketball is very important because it's a lot easier to win a one-on-one than it is a one-on-two.
Yeah, and the fact that it is, 2-on-2, I think the viewers at home are going to really enjoy like the simplicity of that because you're being able to notice specific plays. Like if you're setting up a pick, for instance, and that pick occurs, and then the other defender that didn't get picked is out of position, it's so obvious to you as the viewer that that person needs to start practicing in order to be there for his teammate. That's going to be pretty relevant.
Not only does that person need to start practicing to be there for his teammate, but it's also on the opposing offensive player who is no longer covered to make space for his team.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is important on both facets of the side of the ball.
We've noticed in some of the other sports games that we have too, I would say probably NHL and then FIFA. I would say selfishness is something, just selfishness, whether it be with the ball or with the puck in NHL, is something that I specifically am looking for because I've noticed it too often. With these teams needing to create a level of synergy, especially Shogun being 0-4, you want to show that you're improving on that. I want to see more assist points tonight than anything. Even if they were to lose this game, if you're noticing them playing well together, you can take away from that, something, at least something to feel positive about.
Absolutely. One thing I would say for the Shoguns is the teamwork and communication has to be there.
Yeah.
I know you've had a lot of people rotating in and out of this lineup. You've had your 3 people maintain the same, but then you've had your 3 through 7 or 4 through 7, be changing up a lot on who can play.
Yeah.
Whether that be availability, practice time, scheduling, whatever it is, you haven't built up the same amount of communication as the other teams, like the bots, for instance, where anybody can go into any game and they can talk.
Yeah, and it looks like, if I believe this is right, I think Mordecai and La Bamba are going in.
Yes,
and
that
then
is correct.
Mr. B and Chris G are going to be jumping into it. Who do you think between those 4 players, Mordecai and La Bamba and or Mr. B and Chris G, which one do you think have more synergy?
I would say Mordecai and La Bamba have more synergy as players.
Right.
But in-game synergy, I think Mr. B is just going to take over.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that he's going to put Christie either on Shaquille O'Neal, either on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and then he's going to pick a shooter and just say, be here for this.
Right, understood.
And then just get it back to me.
Right, because you can have a lot of teamwork, you can have a lot of great communication, but if there's a level of understanding that's sort of on display within the game, the complexity of the different mechanics, whether or not you're playing a sports game, a racing game, or whatever, I think that's always going to take precedent over just good communication.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a great example of that, we've mentioned it a few times here, is Rainbow Six Siege. On Rainbow Six Siege, as a first-person shooter, you can have the best, basically like the best, or you could be the best gunplay, right? You can be a very, very accurate shooter, but if you don't understand map knowledge, the angles to hold, and the composition of certain operators, strategies on any given map, that's always going to beat out somebody that's just really accurate with a gun. I would say that that's probably going to be happening right now with Mr. B.
And I like that you brought up Siege as that comparison of it, because Siege, even though communication is important in that game, the map knowledge and the sound is more important. After having watched a lot of these games, with Siege in particular, the silence that ensues during the round, then giving a quick call, hey, they're on 5 ping, they're on 4 ping, they're on 90, they're on red stairs, wherever that huge object or
I can tell you play Rainbow.
A little. I got teammates who play Rainbow. I don't.
Yeah, he's on red stairs.
Red stairs, yeah. But you get your certain landmark down, and that is your calm.
Yeah, and there is going to definitely be a level of communication that's required for NBA 2K, specifically in some of those things we talked about, like setting up picks and what have you. But a lot of it, I think, given the fact that it's blacktop, we're only using half the court, it's first to 21, there's 4 players on the court, a lot of it is going to be relatively sporadic and just sort of freestyle gameplay with a lot of footwork and what have you. So here we go.
Here we go. It looks like we are having a mirror match with both teams picking Kareem and both teams picking Kobe Bryant, and Overwatch 2.
Overwatch 2, that's awesome. Love it. Jumping right back into the shooters tonight. I like it. I like it.
It looks like we got Mr. B on one of the Kobe Bryants going in, getting the first score coming out. So for those of you who are unaware, we are going to have the team in the black shirts, or your team, that is going to be the Shogun. And then you're going to have the team in the white shirts is going to be the bots.
Okay, understood. Understood. Now, Mr. B is going to be on Kobe for the black shirts.
Yes.
Do we know who's on Kobe Bryant for the bots?
I'm going to make an assumption of it being La Bamba.
Okay.
I believe they would stick Mordecai down in the paint and just play more defensive
understood.
strategy.
Great pass right there.
Good pass went
Passes
out.
it back out for a potential 3, potential sidestep fadeaway,
Able to
getting ready to
dish it
occur,
out.
but he goes right past him. Simple layup and drills it.
Another one going in for Mr. B. Good. I'd love to see that patience coming out, being able to take over the game with just a quick stutter step.
Yep. Solid pass. Now, that's one of the situations I talked about right there. I don't like to see passes occur and then both players stack and collapse on top of each other. And they need to start spreading out and or setting up a pick.
We got a
Fade away,
spin
but
shot
that's going to
coming
be
out,
right
but-
side of the rim.
Yeah.
Oh, potential
what a
save. Keeps
coming out
it
from
in.
Kareem. Is he going to be able to
No
capitalize
way.
the points going
Oh.
back to Kareem? And
Wow.
he gets it.
Buckets. I got to love it.
That was
great. That was a great assist. That's a level of sort of the assisted
Coming out.
points that I mentioned wanting to see. They have
Yes.
great synergy there with the Shogun. That's impressive.
Yeah. And, like, both teams are showing incredible
Wow.
skill.
Uncharacteristic of Kobe
Yeah,
missing some
Kobe-
of these shots, but they ended up getting
Yeah,
it.
but one thing I want to point out first, Kobe Bryant getting a rebound with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the paint right there. Yeah, they're just going there.
Oh, just hands it.
Free
No
shot
defense.
coming in.
Absolutely no
He
defense on the
misses
paint right
the
now.
Free shot.
Yeah, that was a free shot. I don't know
Free
what
shot. You should have made it, but here we go back in. Kareem taking the ball out. What a lob to Kobe going in.
Wow.
It's going to be 3-2 with the Shoguns
Very tight game already. Very tight game already. This is good. Yeah, so we got Chris G on Kareem in the black jersey and Mr. B playing Kobe in the black jersey. In case any of you at home are wondering, nice little fadeaway jumper there.
Yeah. Yes.
Potentially La Bamba, like we said, on Kobe. We'll see. We'll get a
the
confirmation on that in a
opposing Kobe,
second.
Now, I do apologize if we get the teams wrong sometimes because they are playing the same characters. Of course.
Yeah.
So please, in the comments, don't give us too much flack. But good shot coming out
Yeah.
from what I believe to be La Bamba going in, and putting the bots still within striking distance of taking this game away.
Okay, here we go. Mordecai playing that big body.
Yep, here we go.
Nice assist.
I believe this is going to be the Shogun right now. If I'm looking at the handling coming out,
Solid
from
potential
Kobe.
pick coming out there, but he
And-
takes it to the hoop.
And that is Mr. B on the white shirted Kobe
Wow.
going in for the dunk. Yeah, here we go. Looks like we got Mordecai dishing it out to
Okay.
La Bamba coming in. See,
So this is potentially Mr. B, right? A black jersey
The
Kobe?
black jersey, I believe, are the bots.
Okay. Black jersey potentially being the bots then. Okay,
Yes.
understood.
And Mordecai just getting those rebounds, making it more consistent for his Kobe to be able to pump up shots and go for points.
Kobe
but
right underneath. And just that was a
There
great
you
assist,
go.
though. That's a great
Yep.
assist. I'd like to see both of these teams sort of work on positioning. They need to go on a 1v1. They need to stick to their players.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of players getting caught out of position right
what
now.
a
solid
spin off
pick.
of the pick.
Solid
And
pick.
he hits it. Mr.
Ugh.
B is going crazy.
Okay.
Gives them a 3-point difference right now.
Okay, here we go.
And this is the kind of level I wanted to see from the Shoguns. Mr. B being able to take over
Obama with a
his
fadeaway
game.
three-pointer, but it's going to break.
Yeah, but I love, and we can hear Mr. B coming out on the floor,
Yep,
talking
yep.
his stuff, being able to say, "This is me."
All right, here
You're
we go.
not
This
a
is Mr.
hooper."
B right here. We've been talking about him. Some
Yep.
solid footwork.
Good pick coming out from
some
Chris
solid
G.
footwork.
Unable to find a current.
Trying to
open-
set up that pick, and now he's got a 1v1.
What
Little fadeaway.
good
It's going to
jump
be a one.
step.
Oh,
Just misses the shot, however.
Okay.
But that was incredible.
Passing it
defense
out
coming
here to
from
La
the
Bamba.
Bots.
No way he
He's
makes that.
just- La Bamba is just chucking up shots. He's like, I don't really care anymore. I'm just shooting it. One of them will
All right,
go
here goes
in.
Mr. B, like you talked about.
Good
Simple,
setting
easy.
his feet.
Ooh.
Just missing the shot a little bit early
okay.
on his
It's
shot
okay.
release.
Yeah. I'd like to see a little bit more patient from both.
What a shot. That was a tough contested shot coming out from Mordecai's Kareem. Trying to get it. We got a
Oh, wow. Okay, this is the aggression
we got
I
a
wanted to see.
steal coming
Yep.
out from the bots.
They have to be careful not to go for too many of
he
those
makes
because it's going to
it.
leave you open to a potential three-pointer if they whiff the steal.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, that ended up working.
It looks like the bots are actually playing sports games now for those of you watching.
Here we go.
We got Mr. B trying to go
Mr. B trying to get fancy and get shut down.
Just missed, and good Kareem on Kareem action going up for the defense.
Yep.
We got La Bamba taking the ball, passing it to Kareem, who is
on
fire.
Just whiffs the block. But I do like what I'm seeing, though, out of Chris G on Kareem, sort of playing that center paint as that big body. He's actually playing, like, his positioning's relatively well. He's getting rebounds. He's getting those assisted points. He's doing his job.
He's setting up those picks.
Oh, there we go. Easy three-pointer.
Easy
That's
money.
buckets.
Easy money.
No!
Misses
How does he miss it?
Mr. B. We were complimenting you earlier. Was it too soon?
Oh, that's
the
easy.
Bots have tied up the game.
Yep, Mordecai with a simple little point. It's tied up 7-7. Here we go. This is what you wanted. This is what you're going to get.
Take your easy points. Good lay coming up over Kareem. Mr. B hopping up, being excited, getting hyped up, but he's got to stay locked in.
All right, here we go. Let's see if
only
Mr. B has
one
defense.
game. And it looks like time is up. Shogun's win.
Wow.
NBA 2K.
That's exactly what you wanted to see.
That's exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted Mr. B to be able to step up, be that, hey, I am the sportsman. This is my game. I play 2K. And be able to take over and tie up the game again.
Yeah, that's exactly what it needed. It's ironic, the fact that there's been a couple of players throughout tonight that were sort of been, like, talking up. La Bamba from me. That's why I wanted to interview La Bamba at the start of tonight. And then you with Mr. B saying how good he is at 2K.
Yes.
Earlier I'd mentioned, hey, it's tied up 1-1. We have a team right now that's 5-1 that is tied up with a team that's 0-4, 2-2, and a multitude of different genres. This is exciting. This is why we love the UEL. We got 33 different games, 5 different genres. You never know what's going to come up.
And one thing I want to point out is each team have stolen a game in a different category from each other.
Yeah, in sort of a different way, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Bots were able to steal Die by the Blade, a fighting game from the Shogun, when they had their full lineup available by just being more proactive in that game. And then the Shogun were able to answer right back, taking Forza away from them. And just being able to even it up, being able to steal games from the opponent is where this game will come down to.
Now, did you say earlier that the Bots struggle within sports games?
Yes.
Okay.
They're traditionally speaking, they have their pick and choices on sports games, but they're not strong at it as a whole.
Okay.
But especially after watching that 2K, they've been putting in work in sports in general.
They definitely have been putting in work. The reason I ask, though, is because if Shogun, as we get later on into the night, one of the things I really would be fascinating to watch is if Shogun starts getting more fighting games, right, in order to take advantage of Chris G. But then if they also get a good selection of those sports games, you might find a situation later on in the night that Shogun has the win advantage just because of the way the wheel folds.
We all fall prey to whatever the wheel chooses.
Yes,
that is a saying we have lived by. Live by the wheel. Live by the wheel, die by the wheel, baby. But yeah, no, like you really do definitely see a lot of these games coming out where it's like, are we really the ones that can knock off this top team?
Yeah.
I want to see if the Shogun's mentality can stay like, hey, we're winning.
Yeah, and can you imagine the level of confidence that's good that they're going to be sort of just feeling after this match is over if they're able to take this win over the Bots? I mean, you're talking about like the level of passion behind just practicing, getting together off of the broadcast, working with one another, constantly messaging each other back and forth, even if they're not coherently working as a team. Sometimes if it's just 2 or 3 players that hop on a game with each other on a specific night, you're more inclined to do those things when you have that level of confidence just because you had a huge upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really showing kind of the strength of Shogun's conference.
Yeah.
And the level of firepower that they've had to compete with. Because the Bots there, I believe, are sitting at the top or second spot in the Southern Conference.
Yeah.
Followed behind the 5-0 X-Gods. And then you have the Shoguns, who are currently at the bottom of the Northern Conference, I believe. Or something like that. I don't know conferences off the top of my head. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. But even still, it's also showing the level of competition the Shoguns have gone up against.
Yeah.
And it's really questioning if the Bots' record is inflated by weak competition or excelled but because of their strength.
Yeah. That's a really good point. Sounds like we're actually going to get a word from the desk. So let's check in on that right quick.
Hey, so just heard word. So we are working on getting this Overwatch up. There is one of the games that are currently doing an update real quick.
Oh, interesting.
And so we are going to be getting that game up in just a few minutes for you guys.
Yeah. Murphy's Law, everybody. Murphy's Law. We know about that in the streaming world. That's for sure. What can go wrong inevitably will, and sometimes the developers slap out an update right in the middle of the broadcast, and that's what you're noticing right now. But that's okay, because you got two great commentators on here tonight to talk about how much we love the UEL.
Absolutely.
You got some dogs on the mic tonight.
But one thing I do want to mention up, as you are coming into play, check your game updates.
Yes.
Because I know there was a Fortnite update that happened.
Yep.
And people were able to get on. I'm hoping that they were able to get that fixed out.
Yeah.
But
you know what's interesting? Like, just talking about updates, right? That's exactly what we're doing right now. One of the interesting concepts amongst the 33 different games that we have on this wheel is you always have to stay up to date with what the current meta is. And sometimes there's nerfs, there's buffs that occur. Let's see. Oh, it's going to be Valorant.
As our next game.
Wow, fascinating. We got another shooter. Two shooters back to back.
Yeah,
2 shooters right back to back. That's good. That's good.
Here we are going in on this Overwatch. We are going to be watching Ceviche first on the Lucio. Attacking.
Now, I do want to mention this. So last week we saw Overwatch being played like a good bit. And one of the metas that I sort of noticed within the UEL, maybe not current meta within, Overwatch, Championship League and what have you, but within our league, Lucio seems to be super, super effective, not just for getting back to the actual objective, but the AoE of his heals seems to be just something that they can't really get away from. Sometimes they'll choose a healer that, maybe you might think would be more effective, but every single time it seems like they're shifting back to Lucio.
And I think the shift in kind of like the efficiency between our league and other leagues that play Overwatch is we play open queue. We play open queue, so we can run a strategy called GOATs, where you have two to three tanks, and then the rest are supports. And Lucio is a key function of that, being able to speed boost his teammates in and out of combat, and we are already seeing just this aggressive side of them coming out from the Malga stepping up.
Yeah, 100%. Getting off some solid shots here. Ceviche playing Lucio very effectively, not just with his shots itself, but also with his mobility. So we noticed at the start of it, he was sort of dodging shots by wall running pretty consistently. He's doing that here. He's using that, what would you call that, the move that sort of bumps the opponents away?
The boop.
Yeah, just the boop.
It's just commonly referred to as a boop.
As the boop. He's using the boop really effectively, too, and you want to use that against precision opponents. If there's characters on the opposing team that have a level of precision, Lucio needs to focus his boop on those players.
It is definitely interesting seeing, we were just on Kenna's point of view, they have him relegated to Baptiste as a support.
Yeah, I don't like seeing that.
I personally would like to see him swap off to a DPS if that's what his team decides, unless he has been practicing it.
Right.
But
Baptiste definitely has a little bit of mobility, right, with a super jump, but I think the level of, the level of thought process that has to go into constantly being ready to jump up into the air, you have to be super precise with his grenade launcher and everything else. I just think it's a little bit more effective within the chaos that sort of develops throughout an Overwatch match to get some of those AoE heals that you're going to see on Lucio, or maybe just the mega heals per second. There's a lot of heals per second that come out of a player or a character like Mercy.
Yes. One thing I do also want to point out is the similarity in the comps.
Oh, absolutely.
Each side has a Lucio. Each side has a Diva. Where they differ is one side has an Orisa, one has a Malga. One has a Kiriko, the other has an Ana.
Yes.
So that shift of everything going on, the team comp, I think is what's really putting the bots ahead of the Shogun right now.
Yeah, and I don't mind the Ana pick, to be honest. I think the heals per second on Ana is actually pretty superb. There may be some viewers that are watching right now that actually play console. It's a little bit more difficult on a controller to be accurate and to really maintain a level of heals with Ana on a controller. But when you're mouse and keyboard, that point-and-click accuracy can be super advantageous, and you're sort of seeing that here. Now, she does have her ult. Ooh,
and that's
the Diva with the
coming out from Billy the
Are you kidding me?
Billy with a nice placed
Billy showing why he is a tier 1 player. That was absolutely nuts.
Good positioning coming out. And going back to the bot's Ana pick, I really do like that pick, especially in this GOATS combat.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have your front line of Malga. You're going to have your Junker Queen up there as well. You're going to be that brawler.
Yep.
Allowing your Ana to just sit back and pump out those single target heals while you have your Lucio giving the albeit smaller heals, but more in an AoE section.
Oh, wow.
But Ceviche going down on the Lucio, down to Kenna. But
yeah, Kenna with a solid pick right there.
Yes.
The most important thing to note there is Kenna ended up picking the healer, which basically cancels this entire push, and now they're going to back up to this gate. What you're going to see from Ana throughout this is Ana's going to be focusing her heals on the tank that's playing sort of right in their face, sort of playing on the objective, on the payload, if you will, while the D.Va is going to attempt to dive their backline and take out some of the squishier players. Using that Matrix right now to mitigate that incoming damage, like I said, she just dove in.
And we got the Malgo going in
oh
with the
my goodness!
combined with the Joker Queen ult. They've burned 3 ults to win this team fight for their team.
Mordecai with a double kill, Ceviche with a kill, Mordecai with 3 kills on the map.
Coming out of Mordecai. They ulted the Malgo ult to get them in the cage.
Complete team wipe.
And then Mordecai ulting with his Junker Queen to provide anti-heal, and then the Nano coming out. Just they stood no chance.
Okay, so this is the last push before they potentially get this next objective.
They're just going to try and keep them out.
The push out of Billy!
Billy forcing them back into their spawn. Trying to give his team the win.
Yeah,
it looks like this round is over.
Wow, bananas. A lot of that came down to like a very specific tactic of Billy playing the D.Va and diving into the backline. And now if you're able to focus, your healer's not necessarily going to get a ton of heals on Billy while he's diving the backline, but even if she gets a shot or two, D.Va has that Matrix to sort of mitigate that incoming damage to keep herself up for a second. If too many of those players turn around and try to take Billy out, they're going to be getting shot in the back. That worked really, really well right there.
Absolutely. And I do like this aggression coming out from Billy on the D.Va and Mordecai on the Junker Queen. They're able to really push them back because of how capable they are and how front-loaded their damage is.
Yeah.
It's making it a lot more feasible, and now we have Billy swapping to the Ramatra. I guess on this defensive end, he wanted to give them a shield against Zarya. Now, here's one thing I want to
Tracer
mention.
pick out of
We
Kenna.
do have Kenna going in on the Tracer.
Wow.
But one thing going back, I don't know if you heard this calm, but Billy picking Ramatra because they had a Zarya.
Oh.
In this most recent patch of Overwatch, Ramatra's Nemesis form, where he punches shockwaves, no longer goes through shields.
Oh, wow.
It only
That's
deals 2.5 times more damage to the shield. So the shield will break faster, but Zarya will not take the damage like she would used to. So I wonder if he's privy to that update or if it's going to matter.
Yeah.
And it does sound like we have a Junker Queen still coming out on the Shogun side. Kenna already looking for that flank angle in the Tracer.
A solid flank though here, obviously.
Solid
I don't
flank
think
coming out.
they don't have any eyes on his position right now.
They do
now
not.
they do now.
They do. But one thing I like about Tracer, it is weird seeing him play on controller, especially on Tracer. But knowing him, he's played a lot of shooters on this controller, and they're just going through.
Well, something I'm not liking right now out of Kenna is he needs to be more of a nuisance. He needs to just be peppering him. Yeah, he needs to get on, I would say, their 3 and their 9 o'clock. He needs to get on their complete left and right side in order to pull sort of aggro from them and be a nuisance as a DPS, and he's not doing enough of that right now.
But it's looking like the bots have succeeded where the Shoguns failed in holding this initial attack. Now, I don't like seeing the immortality field coming out so early from the Shogun's Baptiste. Because for those of you who don't know, it prevents your team from dropping below 30% health. And we got the Tracer and kind of trying to combine it, but
Mordecai doing a great job though with the shotgun. Oh wow, that was great.
Absolutely.
Mordecai able to maintain a level of DPS while also getting healed. Oh, unfortunately though, he does get picked.
His own self-heal coming off from the bleed, not enough.
And you notice right when they swapped here to Ceviche as the Lucio, right when they swapped over here is when his heal actually went off. So that probably is why he just didn't have that heal to just keep...
Just enough.
Yeah, just to keep Mordecai back in the game.
It's looking like the bots are still able to just maintain this, hey, I'm stronger than you. I'm more aggressive than you. However, La Bamba is going down. And it looks like Billy still has not made his way back yet.
Right. That's going to cause him to push back. But I will say that Ash Whoopin is a little bit too far pushed up. He may potentially getting picked a little, but he's doing well.
I do like this coming out from Ash because he's able to do the tank's job, create space.
You got to finish the kill though. If he doesn't finish the kill, that's huge. He has his
Lucio
ult.
gets the beat out, popping the ult, getting a 4-man ult. But Billy popping his ult. What a double kill coming out from the Shoguns. It looks like the Shoguns were able to slightly turn that fight. But The bots
Oh
were
my
able
gosh,
to
no
just
way.
live a little bit longer.
That is nuts, and I want to give a huge shout out to Chicken right now for maintaining the heals throughout that fight. Because, listen, there was a couple of players that were probably 1 HP during that, and the level of accuracy required with this autoplay is pretty dang impressive. That on top of the Lucio is just going to be key to victory right now.
And so one thing coming out from this comp, both of them running Lucios, I like seeing the more direct heal coming out with Ana, because Lucio is not known for his healing. Lucio is known for his speed, his survivability. So I like the fact that they have this more traditional set, I am healing you support. But there are 60 seconds remaining. They're going to have to make a push, but the ult coming out is just not going to matter.
Wow.
The bots are just taking control of this game.
Billy right on top of the objective, probably going to finish out the last little bit here.
Billy and La Bamba going absolutely insane, going with each other, just playing the game.
Yeah, La Bamba finished it with a double kill right there, too. He's been playing pretty good.
La Bamba's been doing such a good job. And it's looking like, even though the opposing team doesn't have a Zarya, they've now swapped to a Sigma, which is a really interesting play. Still on the Tracer, though, for Kenna, but using the Immortality field to aggress up is not a strategy I like to see.
This is interesting.
Here we go with the Curie ult going in, but it's looking like the Diva's going to drop.
Wow.
But
Billy showing why he's a tier 1 player with an easy double kill
However,
right
there
there.
are 4 of the Shogun on the point, looking like they might get it out to this overtime if they can kill Billy.
Oh, I definitely want to see something here from Kenna. Kenna's been playing this Tracer. We haven't necessarily seen a solid play. There we go.
Get him out, finishing up Parakazik.
Wow, they needed that. That was huge.
Yeah, the Shogun able to win the last available team fight to get the point to keep their hopes and dreams alive in this Overwatch match.
Wow, that was really good. You know, I was a little worried when we were seeing Tracer at the start of this match, not necessarily getting enough disrupt on the opposing team, but, you know, the bots ended up sort of folding to it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is what I like to see. I like to see flanking routes. Obviously, clearly with Tracer, you need to utilize flanking routes. There is a little bit of close quarters here.
What I would like to see more coming out of Kenna is he taking the left side route to go up top to the high ground. Good ult coming out from Billy, and good ult coming out from the Lucio. It's looking like the bots are just going to take over this fight. Kenna able to escape for a slight second.
La Bamba with a triple. Cleaned up.
And that is a team wipe coming out from the bots. Great coordination coming out from the ult's usage.
Now they only have a minute and a half left.
Yes. Minute and a half left.
Sort of getting a position here. They want to sort of get right up into their face. They don't want to let them breathe too much. They want to get a little bit of chip damage as they're coming out. Able to just maintain a level of DPS, make them think twice about pushing around this corner. They're able to just hold it there. Chicken picking up a kill early.
Yeah, actually Chicken breaking the Immortality field. But good
Immortality field, correct.
Good post bomb coming out.
Kenna, nice.
And Diva ult getting one Sigma ult missing, but they were able to create enough space.
I'm going to say it right now. Kenna is the reason they were able to just pull that off with a triple kill coming out now out of Kenna.
Kenna was able to create so much space that made moving forward, giving his Sigma more space with Ashe to be able to pop an ult and just keep going.
I believe he took out a healer as his first pick, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe the first one down was the Ana.
Yeah, that was huge. That was absolutely
But here we go. Now we need... Where the Shogun have really been struggling are these brawling type settings.
Oh my goodness gracious. Mordecai, La Bamba.
Kenna's the only one left.
Chicken.
They nanoed the Mauga or Diva and able to just take the fight.
And one of the things I liked right there is that it was sort of a stagger pick. They actually didn't kill. They actually didn't kill Kazi as fast as possible right there. They sort of took a little bit of time in order to secure that pick.
And now I like what's coming out from the bots, not letting them get close enough, because once that time runs out, that is it. And that is the game. Bots win.
There we go.
Great win coming out from the bots.
I love their ability. I love their ability to adapt. And during that first round, like I said, the composition and the strategy to send the Diva into the back line was super, super effective. And I believe I actually saw that from them last week.
I believe so.
That's probably something that they work on pretty consistently during their practice.
Yes, Billy does traditionally go with that Diva style. Normally, Mordecai plays the Zarya, but seeing him going on to that Junker Queen was really nice to see.
Yeah.
And I don't think the bots outgunned outgunned the Shogun.
Yeah.
I think they outcommunicated the Shogun.
Yeah,
I think
because
that's
you're
really
right,
where it
because
went
Kenna
down.
had his moments definitely as Tracer. You know, I sort of downplayed his Tracer pick at the start of that second round, and then he ended up sort of showing me up, you know, and,
I
it
think
was
we
really
both-
nice to see.
I think we both did.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Tracer is not really traditionally seen, but it looks like we're going to have a replay coming up from that last match.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these moments.
Here we go. It looks like we're going to be Mordecai going in, pushing up through on the bot's attack, looking
And
for an
this is-
angle with that ult.
Right, and this is just solid sustained damage, right? And then we have the D.Va Diva's, I believe the Diva's going to push the back line
got
like we
Malga
predicted,
pushing in
exactly
with the
like we
ult.
predicted.
Malga pushing in with the ult, D.Va creating space.
Oh my
and then
goodness gracious.
Oh man,
Just-
that
just
was
Spirit
beautiful.
just sliding right through that defense. The strategy that basically got him up until that point with the D.Va diving their back line. Right as we said it, Billy said, "Oh, that's my cue to perform," and then he just did.
Yep. and now here we go, having the Shoguns.
Yep.
Right underneath, getting pushed from behind. Billy popping his ult on the Ramatra going in when they were on attack. Lucio being able to keep his team alive, but unable. Kenna was just unable to escape after that.
Mm-hmm. Kenna did definitely end up sort of having his moment though as Tracer, so I'm not too disappointed.
I
in his
do
play.
believe it was right, like we said in that after that first round, to put him on a DPS
Yeah,
instead
absolutely.
of
And this is
a
Billy.
support.
Oh my
And
gosh, I
then
believe this is
just-
Billy getting a double kill and then potentially a
believe
triple
so.
towards the end here.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But Billy was doing his job.
And he swapped characters too. The fact that he was on D.Va and then ended up swapping just shows the versatility of him as a tier 1 player within the UEL.
Yes,
I love seeing that. Love
Now,
seeing that.
One thing I would like to say and see from the Shogun is right here at this moment during the replay, you actually don't need to stay on this cart for it to go through that door. That is an automatic door
that's
usage,
interesting.
so they should have been able to use that to create more space.
Yeah, just
going
game
in.
positioning.
I don't know if it really would have mattered because they kept losing the team brawls
Yeah.
where they were out sustaining them in poke.
That's true, but I wouldn't necessarily step away from that with my, with my chin down. You know, I think they
No,
just keep their
absolutely
heads
not.
up. They actually performed relatively well. They got a few team wipes throughout that. It was a close game.
Absolutely.
You know, maybe 1 or 2 team fights away from potentially even beating them. Regardless, they're only down by 1. They're only down by 1 against a team that is very, very, very
Very
good.
strong.
Yeah, very
competent.
strong team throughout the league.
Absolutely.
Yep.
One thing I want to go back to going from Overwatch segueing into Valorant. I don't think that was a game that many people saw the Shoguns contesting it.
Yeah.
It was more, even though they were unable to get to the third point,
right.
It was still a very contested early game. And if they had pushed through that last choke point on that second point, I think the Shoguns had a real chance to get to that and force it into a second split.
Well, one of the things I'm worried about right now for the Shogun moving into Valorant is positioning. Positioning is so key within Valorant. Now, there's going to be characters, obviously, that can send abilities through walls and what have you. Sure, that's great. But if you're positioning with, protecting an objective or not flanking when you're supposed to, or maybe not even hearing a call out that, hey, they're pushing B objective, they're, getting ready to plant or what have you, not being in position is going to be detrimental to the team. And so they need to clean that up a little bit.
That is true. One thing I do want to point out before we do get into this Valorant is we have had no forfeits or timeouts used due to setup.
Yep.
Both teams with this 5-man roster have been going into setup, and it looks like we're going into Haven as the map of choice.
Interesting.
Are we going to get Ejected Rivals? No, we are going to get
NCAA, a sports game. We
Yep.
just talked about this. This is a great opportunity for Shogun to potentially
Absolutely.
step it up and who knows, maybe even take the lead if they're
Tie
able
up,
to
maybe
take
take the
Valorant.
lead. Absolutely.
Can you imagine? I'm going to lose it. I want to see everybody on Twitch losing it if they end up taking the lead. You got to love that.
And it looks like the bots, similar to what their Overwatch comp was, they are going into a more aggressive Valorant style, going with an ISO and a Phoenix as their duelist, La Bamba on the smokes, Gecko as an initiator with Fade as backup. And then we have the Shogun going in with actually a traditionally defensive setup, having 2 Sentinels going in on this 3-sided map. However, the Shogun are attacking first. So one thing I want to see from coming out of the Shogun, take as many rounds as possible on offense because your strength is on defense.
Right. And you guys that are watching at home, you can see in the top left-hand corner and the top right-hand corner of your screen, it says bots, defenders, and it says Shoguns, attackers. Also take note of the actual players' names as you start to become fans of each individual player within the league. You're going to start noticing them these big plays like we're seeing the Diva play in the last match out of Billy and what have you. Just start taking notes of those things as you start to develop your fandom for each one of these players within the UEL league.
Absolutely. Another thing going in, Valorant is another one of those games where people have their very distinct play styles.
Right.
Kenna coming in on this jet, being able to have that aggression with a dash and some smokes, being able to make herself more valuable going in and engaging through on a site. And it looks like the Shogun are looking to split up through Garage into C.
Interesting.
It's definitely an interesting first round strategy, especially with it being pistol round.
Right. Kenna just going for some simple wall peeks, has a player in front of him, getting ready for some
Good
action,
push-up
drops
coming
the
forward,
shield.
coming out from Kenna, being able to knock the shield.
Oh, solid mobility, does he? Oh my goodness,
Almost
picking
picking up a second on
Wow.
Ceviche. That each side is down a player.
You know what I liked right there from Kenna was like the level of mobility, and that's something you're going to see that's a little wonky within Valorant, right? You sort of have to stay still in order to land an accurate shot. Wow.
Good trades coming out. Looks like the bots have won that trade, though. And the bots have won the trade. It is just Ash going left. And this is something I love with the Gecko pick. Gecko can basically send one of his homies to get it, but
oh wow,
the homie was able to defuse before the nano swarm could kill it.
Yeah. Billy's sort of finishing it out. La Bamba definitely playing very well throughout that last round. That was great. That was a great round for the bots, but I don't want to take away from Kenna during that last match. I really liked the way he was playing. Now, as I was saying, the mobility within Valorant is a little different from your typical first-person shooter. In order to maintain a level of accuracy, you can't actually be moving too much. That's why you're going to notice these players sort of pivot, stand still for a second, and then sort of shift their body movement if they find themselves vulnerable. But it's also one of the reasons why sort of the pixel peaks within this game are so clutch. La Bamba here with a sniper rifle.
Looks like he was trying to go for a spawn peek coming out if they decided to go towards B, but it looks like they're hitting C again. Chris G being able to pick up a kill on Mordecai. Ceviche being able to pick another one up on Chris G for a trade, but they are initiating a plant. See, this is where I would have liked to see La Bamba playing more on C site instead of that B site because he has the longer ranged weapon.
Right.
Kenna taking a hit for 140 into the body, but Ceviche picking up another kill on the Cypher going in.
Yep, and La Bamba, oh!
Billy taking out
Billy,
Kenna.
nice kill.
It is now just the Ash going in.
Oh, almost that
hitting up the
pixel peek out of La
hitting up the
Bamba.
nanoswarm, but
doesn't matter.
is
Ceviche grabbed it.
Dead.
Ally diffusing it, got it in halfway, 75%, and that's going to be
that's
easy
another
peasy.
bots win. One critique I would have going for Ash is I would like to see him set up his nanoswarms before he decides to leave.
Right.
And setting them up in more specific spots. But then again, they are a more defensive-oriented team, having these two sentinels where the bots are taking that more aggressive play.
Well, you know, one of the things that I thought was pretty underrated during that last round was the way that La Bamba actually pulled up that map of sorts, right, and dropped that sort of that smoke screen with on top of the objective, blocking a line of sight to sort of allow him to get down the alleyway the way he did. Nonetheless, he didn't necessarily get any kills, but he was applying pressure and playing very well as a teammate.
He was able to limit the LOS of the opposing team.
Yes, absolutely.
And it looks like the Shoguns are just hitting C again, getting a kill on Kara Kha'Zix
Mordecai.
through the smoke.
Getting
Another kill on Kenna going right through. If I'm the good job, Kara Kha'Zix getting up the kill, but Ceviche picking up the trade.
Yeah.
If I am the Shoguns right now, I have to think my C push is not working.
And that's just, honestly, it's very defeating when you're getting picked through the smoke like that, but just great awareness by Mordecai to send shots down that alley.
And now it's a 2v4 with Chris G and Mr. B coming up.
Yeah.
Billy throwing up his ultimate going through. And Chris G was able to hit La Bamba. I don't know if he got it. No, Chris G is running away to A site is what it appears to be. Being able to try and attempt to see if he can get a plant down and clutch out a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, it's very doable.
He does have ult, which is actually pretty big if he can get this plant off.
Right.
That way he can play proactive and be able to pop his ult going through.
It's very doable given in a game like Valorant, but he's got to have a level of accuracy about him. If he's not landing headshots, it's going to be very difficult, especially if the bots are communicating.
I don't like his crosshair placement. It seems a bit low.
Yeah,
I also
agree.
don't like his positioning of the ult.
That's actually a really good point. For those of you wondering why he just mentioned the crosshair placement, you actually want to aim at head level, which is about 3/4 of the way up a door frame every time. Solid teleport, but gets picked immediately afterwards.
Because of the ult placement, he gave himself up for a flank, unable to cover it. And we got the bots just having fun right now on the defuse.
With some tactical
crouching.
Tactical crouching.
And some
on display.
Gecko doing something.
It's definitely leg day here at the UEL.
Absolutely leg day in this Valorant. But like, if I'm the Shoguns, I'm swapping up my sights. I'm not hitting C again, but I would probably go for... I would honestly switch it up, go for an A push, but it looks like they're just slamming down C again.
Right, and there's so many strategies within Valorant. You can actually make bluff pushes as well. You can send multiple teammates to one objective and then do a delayed push by yourself to the opposing objective. There's all sorts of strategies within this. But you did mention the reticle placement earlier, and that's something that's really prevalent throughout not just Valorant, but also games like Rainbow Six Siege. In order to get the faster TTK and just dropping an opponent's health as quickly as possible, you need to be aiming at head level.
Mordecai picking up someone with his ult. He's picking up Chris G.
Wow.
Looking to see if he can win his 1v1, which he can. We got Kenna in the backline, though, looking for a possible kill.
Oh,
he picks up the
solid
kill. He picks up a kill on Billy with the headshot.
Yeah.
Looking up to see if they can possibly steal another round from them.
Wow.
So his teammates picking up two. He picks up
one. Oh my God!
They finally pick up a round on C site.
Wow, 3 picks out of Kenna. I'm going to say it right now. He's the shooter right now. He is the shooter on the Shogun in Valorant. That is no doubt about that.
And I do want to also mention Karakazix picked up the other 2 kills.
That's true.
Their persistence of hitting C. Finally paying off with the first round. Now, I just need to see them get more of a control on defense.
The thing that I like right now out of Kenna with regards to how he's performing within just the shooter genre, but especially on Valorant, is his level of composure. Like, he's calm and collective. He sees somebody around the corner. He's not shifting his movement. He's sort of just planting his feet, getting off some accurate shots. And then when he does need to move, he's doing so. We saw that in the first round with his rotations, just rotating around a wall in order to secure a kill. So I like what I've seen out of him. This is sort of his opportunity to really step it up right now.
And we also did see it early in that aggressiveness in Die by the Blade where he was just walking right up.
Yep.
I do like this setup coming out from the Shoguns in a 2-1-2 setup. 2 on A, 1 on B, 2 on C with 1 Sentinel on each site.
Here we go.
I do really appreciate it. It looks like we got Karakazix going to play Heaven after, and it does look like it's a traditional pistol round A push, but the turret able to get it out. And Karakazix getting a second kill. They drop it down. We got Ceviche going in on the Phoenix, already on site.
Yeah, they're down by 2. He's trying to land some shots, but he's
Karakazix
so much
picking up
pressure.
another kill.
So much pressure, but he does pick one.
Ceviche does get Kenna. La Bamba does get Ash.
Helping his teammate. Is he able to secure it? He does secure it, but it doesn't matter because La Bamba's a dog picking up a double
kill. It's a 1v2, and the Shogun are making a comeback.
Gosh, this is wild.
This is wild. This is an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. That is what this round is going to have to come down to.
We talked about it, man. If they're able to secure this and then go into a sports game like NCAA, it's going to get wild in this building.
Absolutely. I want to point out the level of composure because I do believe that their Valorant player being Karakazix and Mr. B saying, hey, guess what? We are a defense-oriented team. This is what we need to do. And now it looks like we are going to have the bots pushing up, possibly through C and Garage going up, being able to do anything, able to get an ankle on it. No, missing his shot.
Pixel peeking. But he's taking his time. He's playing passively. He has 2 teammates sort of playing within mid. We'll see what they end up doing.
I do like this slower push. I don't like that flank coming out from Karakazix. He just gave them an opening, but I do like this slow, methodical style coming out from the bots, trying to temper down that aggression before they explode onto a certain
Trying to temper down the momentum, if you will.
Absolutely, yeah, I do agree with that. La Bamba looking for a kill on C. They're just playing patient through Garage.
We call this strategy just breathe. Right? They're just calming down a little bit. Let's slow this down, use our abilities, pixel peek, find out where they are, and then push coherently as a team.
Good Fade Eye coming out.
They have the intel on the left.
Yep, sight.
Oh my God!
Kenna able to get a shot on Ceviche, but Mordecai is able to take down Kenna, but falls. It is down to a 3v3 once again.
Wow, here we go.
La Bamba able to take down Chris G down to a 3v2. Down to a 2v2 now. Billy able to secure the kill on the Cypher is just down to Ash.
Wow.
And Ash is on the flank based off of the fade.
See if
I
Chicken
don't
can
like
come over
that
here and
nanoswarm
assist
coming
his
out from
teammate.
Ash right there. But he just
like
gave
plants.
them sight. Now Ash is going to have to find a way to be able to secure this round for his team, evening it up.
We'll see. Chicken just I love the fact that they're just holding position. They're trying to grab intel as to where they're pushing from. The moment that happens, you're going to see both of them sort of collapse on top of the objective.
One thing I don't like coming out from the bots is that they're peeking the same.
I was just about to say that. Ash Whoopin pulling up, potentially finding the two opponents. The thing he has working for them, he just sound off a sound cue, but he lands the first kill and gets dropped on the second.
Unfortunate with the double swing.
Yeah, and what everybody at home just saw right there is he waited for a fake defusal. He just wanted to alert them with a sound cue and then peek them because he pretty much had scoped out the entire objective. He had a good idea of where they were holding from. He wanted the sound cue to go off. He wanted them to peek, and he actually almost pulled it off. So props to him. Big brain play right there coming at Ash Whoopin.
Yeah. One thing I would like to see more coming out from Ash on this Killjoy is bringing his utility back with him when he leaves his site. That way it gives him more of an opportunity to be like, hey, cool, I'm going to be here. This is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Now here we go with a 3-2 setup. It does sound like they are pushing up B site, though. B site being that more traditional rotational site. I do like this nanoswarm coming up. I would have liked to see him throw it a little bit farther.
A little bit further. Nonetheless, they do have their team is relatively well split across the objectives. So if they do decide to push B, they can collapse on top of that, work as a team.
Good kill
coming out from both
Billy,
sides.
Both sides being able to trade. Chris G being able to pick up another one, but get traded by
gets
LaBamba.
taken down. It's a 3v3.
And looks like all the fights have also not been on a site. They have been in garage.
How many points are we playing to?
We are in a swift play, so we are playing to 5. The bots are 1 point away.
Wow.
I don't necessarily like that pop of the nanoswarm back on the A site when they haven't really shown presence there.
Yeah.
But I like this rotate coming out from the bots, possibly finding a way to see if they could steal a site. But that them breaking that turret, being that active turret coming out, is going to give them all the information they need.
Mordecai just basically walking over here to assist his teammate. They're trying to gain intel. Getting the plant off right now, and then they're basically just going to be holding the lines of sight to the objective as best as they can, sort of splitting between all of them.
I do like the 3 entryways that they are covering. One back of sight, Heaven is smoked off, and one is holding sewers and flank. LaBamba finding that kill, and that is the game.
That's game.
Bots take it 5-2.
Wow.
Coming in from Valorant.
I would have liked to have seen Shoguns, make it a little bit closer. Nonetheless, they still got 2 rounds, so, they'll beat themselves up too much.
That is still an incredibly strong showing coming out from them.
It is. Regardless of actually taking an L right there, I think the player that could probably step away from that with a really big bit of confidence is going to be Kenna. Personally, I thought he was the best shooter throughout the throughout the match.
One thing I will say about Kenna, having talked with him after several games, is he is the most confident in his aim, but not necessarily the most confident in all of the games.
Okay.
So one thing, him transitioning from just playing one shooter to transitioning to play all the shooters is learning how each shooter works specifically versus his aim. Because his aim is there. He was able to show that off in Valorant. He was able to show that off decently well in Overwatch, the 2 shooters we have played, but just not enough game sense to be able to clutch it out for his team.
Well, and you can definitely you can notice the difference between the different games within the shooter genre. I guess a really, really good comparison would be a game like Valorant where your mobility is relatively limited because you are sort of planting your feet while you're going for shots versus the finals, right? Like when you're playing the finals, there's grapple hooks, there's jump pads, you're trying to gain verticality, constantly moving in and out of buildings. It's a lot more fast-paced. Maybe that's potentially more of his tempo, but nonetheless, his accuracy is going to be there. I think whether they're playing Valorant or you're seeing him land AK shots, submachine gun shots, or maybe even a sniper rifle shot on a game like the finals, or potentially even Halo, right? Picking up a battle rifle, picking up sniper rifle on Halo.
I know in Halo, both Kenna and Ash are really proficient in the game. But I also know the bots are pretty proficient in that game too. So I would love to see that going in. And here we are going into NCAA as our next game. We're having
Let me guess, we're going to see Alabama.
Probably.
Because obviously it's on the screen.
We got Billy and Ceviche going in for the bots and the Shogun with Karakazix and Ash whooping. But the next game is another shooter being Apex Legends.
Yes, and that is a game with a lot of mobility, so potentially that'll play into Kenna's field, right? So that's going to be super excited. Obviously, Kenna isn't in right now for them, so he's going to be coming in for Apex potentially.
Yeah, and I really do like seeing the Shogun. They're playing Alabama, traditionally one of the stronger teams in college football. I like the bots picking Michigan.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen that in the last 4 broadcasts I've been doing. I haven't seen someone pick Michigan, so I love it. I love it.
I do believe this is one of the first times Michigan has been played.
Okay, awesome. So we got bots on Michigan.
But it really is interesting to see Michigan because they're traditionally known for their defense.
Right.
Their offense is a little bit lackluster.
Right.
Going in, but their defense is always going to be strong.
Right.
And Alabama is going to be a more well-rounded team, especially with that offensive powerhouse.
Right.
Having one of the best running backs in the game, one of the best quarterbacks in the game.
Both of these teams, though, are exceptional. I think the vast majority of this gameplay is going to come down to formations and reads. Now, one of the formations that I've noticed a lot of within the league is a split halfback 3 wide receiver set that is constantly coming out onto play. And what that does is it allows you to sort of audible between 3 different play style or sort of play archetypes to start reading your opponent. Are they playing in cover 3, cover 2, man coverage? And you're seeing it right now on your screen. Now, this might be a 4 wide receiver set.
This is a 4 wide out set because they don't have a tight end. But I do like this first play call coming out from Karakazix being able to get those crossing routes going first, being able to see what Billy likes to run, the defensive split he likes to run. And Alabama just going in with that upbeat offense. Following up with
coming up with the blitz. I wasn't expecting the blitz, but I actually really like it knowing that they're running that 4 wide receiver set. Halfback could have been on a delayed pass route as well. It didn't matter, though, because they absolutely blitzed him right there.
I absolutely love the blitz call coming out here from Billy.
But we didn't see any of that yesterday in NCAA, and I would have loved to have. Oh, goodness gracious.
One thing I will say in that last play, I don't like the play action having not done a run yet.
Yeah.
Because
right into the center, he
just
was
misses the seam crosser. But going back to what I was saying about play action, there is still a bit of an AI manipulation in this game where if you are running the ball a lot and the opponent starts blitzing, the play action will work more.
Right, and that comes down to in-game knowledge. We've talked about that across a lot of the games within our genre. NCAA, there is a ton of complexity to this game. It's not just football.
It is not just
football. Not just football. One of the things that, I talked about in games like Madden, and it also is pretty dominant here on NCAA, is your ability to do either press coverage, prevent coverage, man coverage, and what have you. You can notice a lot of times, even if you're in a cover 3 or you're in a cover 2, the ability to sort of put press coverage on in order to have your defenders sort of stick into the face of those wide receivers to sort of, within that first 5 yards, start to apply pressure to them can make a huge difference with keeping them inside the box to potentially stop a run play. But then also, if you really believe in your defenders, that might be, the make or break as to whether or not they stay in good coverage.
And I do love this run coming out, first out of the gate, coming out from Billy. One thing I do want to mention is going to be with coming out from the home stadium, the fans.
Right.
If you look in the top right corner, the stadium pulse, it makes it harder for audibles to be called and plays to be heard.
Wow, solid run off the left side. That's probably the best run we've seen in the last 3 days of NCAA.
Billy getting an absolutely easy 15 yards coming out.
Right. What's so interesting about that is I actually thought that play would get relatively shut down because he is playing cover 2. Now, he's vulnerable against the sidelines in a formation like cover 2, but he has the center box pretty well loaded. The problem that maybe he could have faced is he could spread out his linebackers a little bit. Sideline's going to be open as it develops here, but it doesn't matter. He gets sacked.
What a good blitz call coming out from Alabama, just being like, hey, I don't care about what you're doing. I'm going in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't care if you throw it deep on me. I trust my corners and my safeties being able to cover it.
Yeah, and that Tampa 2 sort of cover 2 defense, I think, is a really solid staple of anybody getting into a football game. It's a pretty easy go-to type of formation.
I also do believe that last one was a full-on man blitz. That was not a Tampa 2 coverage.
Okay.
Because the corner on the left side was following the far receiver.
That's true. And he wasn't quite open on the sideline, so you're right.
Yeah.
Could he might have potentially even audibled before the snap of the ball.
He could have.
Yep.
But now I'm looking at the Shogun's defense. It's looking like they're going into a more zone coverage.
Yep. Oh, and he shut it down.
I don't necessarily like that run coming out from Billy.
No.
It was key timed, but I don't think it was the greatest call.
Right. Well, we're definitely seeing a multitude of different formations on display right now. We've seen man coverage, we've seen blitz, we've seen a cover 2, and I believe what he's probably doing right now is a cover 3. It's 3rd and long. You could potentially go cover 4, the fact that it's 3rd and 21, but I think he's going to stick to a cover 3. He's going to leave the flats vulnerable, and as a result, he has more coverage down the field.
I believe he's going to want to make Billy make a play.
Yeah.
And I think that's the important thing here. You have whoever makes the play first.
Right. 2, 1.
Whether it be a
snaps
mistake.
the ball last
Looks
second.
like we're going to have a play action pass. He's going to be
Oh,
looking
it
for.
doesn't
It's
matter.
hit. I like that call. He
Yep.
was able to bring one of the cornerbacks from the outside, forcing a man to come back out to create more pressure.
That's funny because you can tell he actually panicked because he passed to a player in the flats.
did.
That was not his first choice because of the fact that it was 3rd and 21.
And here we go with a run. I like him taking that. Now they're at the 15-yard line. They have a minute to get into scoring range.
Right.
You don't need a touchdown. You just need a field goal.
Yeah, I believe we play 2-minute quarters.
We play 2-minute quarters.
2-minute quarters,
yes.
guys.
2-minute quarters. So these quarters go by fast.
Yeah, they go by fast. So it's almost at halftime.
Yes.
But the fact that it's 0-0, it's pretty much anybody's game.
But see, here's the thing. Billy gets the ball at half.
That's
so
true.
the Shogun have to put up points here and
let's be
now.
real. The Shogun need this win.
They need this win more than
for
any
their
other.
confidence, and they
Looks
have
like he's just
potential.
gonna
He's
run it
running.
out.
Oh,
Good job going out of bounds to stop the clock with a minute left after a 7-yard gain.
yeah, and he has a little bit of flexibility here because it's 2nd and 3. He could go for a long play, or he could go for a short play.
Right.
Obviously, he has some timeouts left as well, so he has a variety here.
Yep. If I'm the Shogun right here, I'm saying, hey, I'm taking a shot.
I think this is going
But
to
it
be a
looks like he's
sideline
running
pass
for
on
a
the left
zone.
side,
Yep,
but it's
he ran
whoa!
He ran a good play, tight end screen. Unfortunately, the bots were slow to react to it.
Very
cause
slow
it
to
down.
react.
They were a little slow. Their processing units were down, and here we go. Shogun's
He's
keeping
going
up
for
the
the.
up-tempo.
Is he going for the same? No, he's not.
He's
Okay.
gonna run it right.
No,
up.
he's not. It jukes him out
He's
with a
going
little
in.
bit
Is he
of
gonna
footwork, but he fumbles the ball.
Alabama recovers.
No way. And he runs hurry up after the fumble.
Good timeout coming out from the Shogun. Good
Oh,
timeout coming
my
from the
gosh.
Shogun. That could have been a huge momentum swing
Yeah.
coming out for the Michigan Wolverines.
Yep, and the fact that he's not very far up the field right now, so that would have put, Michigan in a position to potentially even get a field goal right before the half, which can make the difference when it comes to these 2-minute quarters.
Which is all they need. Throwing it out to wide, seeing if he can get out of
Oh, wow!
Good play coming out,
Solid
going
dodge
across
on
to the 45 of the defense with 34 seconds.
That's very true. And one of the mechanics that he utilized right there is you can use your joystick to pass to the outside shoulder of your receiver to make it that much more difficult for the defender to actually get into the way of the ball. Very, very good game knowledge right there on that pass.
Yes. If I'm Kara Kozics right here, I am not doing anything risky. Like
Oh,
that,
no.
that was
Oh,
a
my
very
gosh.
risky throw, especially with Ash
Woo.
the running back.
Yeah, my blood pressure just went up.
That was a very, very dangerous throw. Thankfully falling incomplete for him. 2nd and 10 with about 30 seconds left going in.
Yep.
If I'm Billy, I'm calling more of that Tampa 2 coverage.
Yeah.
But if I'm really feeling it, if I'm really feeling myself, I'm bringing a blitz.
Yeah, he's not doing something really simple.
That's a
pick six! I'm calling it now! That's a pick six!
Kara Kozics showing his-
Unreal! Would not have guessed that was going to happen.
Kara
Bots
Kozics.
go up 7-0. Wow, playmakers on the field right now.
Kara Kozics.
49-yard pick six.
Kara Kozic showing his cards going in for the flat route.
Oh
and
my
Billy
gosh.
being able to use or pick that for the lead before half.
That's so interesting.
And if I'm not saying I'm a betting man, but if I am, that is going to be the only score of the game.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
With knowing Billy's style, he's going to run the second half out.
Oh, that's
he
very
gets the
true.
ball.
We'd actually noticed that in his game yesterday. That's so
Yes.
funny you say that.
So now it's up to Kara Kozic. This is when you take a shot.
Yeah, this is when you take a shot. I want to see, maybe even a 2-back split right now to just give your quarterback a little bit of time. He has one back. I hope he's not going on a delayed pass route. I want to see a post route to the right side of the field along the sideline and let the play develop. He doesn't do it. He goes on a fly route, and it doesn't matter.
That was actually the right call. He just threw it a little bit late.
Yeah, a little
if
bit
he
late.
threw it about half second earlier, that's a catch. He goes down, you call a timeout,
That's true.
and you go with the next
And
play.
he does have timeouts. He
Yes.
does have
He has
timeouts.
2 timeouts left. What I love about this spread offense, they're running. Yep, there it is.
Oh, it
good
doesn't
defense
matter.
coming out from the AI, though, being able to knock it down.
Right. I think his only opportunity, honestly, right here, because Michigan and the bots are playing prevent right now. I think their
Yes.
only opportunity is going to be a post route to the sideline and maybe a catch right before he
Or
gets out.
a shot right up the gut again in the seam. Call timeout.
Okay.
You got 4 seconds left.
Right. Wow, third time's the charm, I guess.
Third time is the charm.
If at first you don't succeed, pass it again.
Try again.
Yeah.
Now, this is the ego coming out of me if I'm playing this game. I'm Billy. I'm running 0 blitz.
Yes.
I am running
okay,
the
I like
blitz.
that. I like that.
It looks like
Regardless,
he did
last
not opt for
pass
it, but that
of
was a
the
poor
half.
pass decision, and that goes to half.
Yeah, there we go.
But you see, with that 7-point lead, I'm sitting here. Okay, I get ball at half. I just need 3.
Yeah, they're going to be running the ball, I think, a little bit here. I think you're going to see a lot of
Absolutely.
power O formations coming out. Just get the blockers in there, get a few yards, get the first downs, run out the clock.
I'm actually thinking the Michigan Wolverines and the bots are going to run a more pistol formation.
Okay, I like that.
Because the pistol formation is going to give them more options.
Yeah,
It
the
allows
versatility.
them to attack the far outside or the
Right.
C gap.
The
as
versatility
people
of
would say.
threat. So you can actually
Yes.
threaten those zones, if you will, in order to force them to either play on those defensive backs a little bit more passively than they might want to, knowing that, hey, if I play this run a little bit too hard, it may cause me to lose the game. So I agree with you in that
And I
sense.
would also like to see them in the pistol formation more because it threatens more.
Yeah.
Just that presence of saying, hey, come get it.
Yep, absolutely.
You don't know
You
what
think
I'm
you got me figured out?
You think you got it? I'm going to shoot it 30 yards down the field.
Yep.
Looks like we've got a short kickoff coming up, but it looks like Billy's going to be able to get to the 26-yard line.
Yeah.
That is a good spot. See, if I'm the Shogun, I have nothing to lose right here.
Yep.
I'm running a man blitz.
Yep.
This is the first play. I'm expecting them to run the ball. I'm running a man blitz right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that's what they're going to be doing. It looks like they're going to be running the same play.
Yeah,
bringing
I'm
the
thinking
safety
like
down in.
power. Yeah, I'm thinking sort of just halfback powers.
Yep,
right up
halfback
the gut.
dive, clearing
Yep.
up the middle for a good 7 yards. And see, this is what we need to see.
Yeah, you might even see some type of fullback dive or something right here. Just like the simplicity is going to be strong. If it's not that, it's going to be power O's, halfback dives. He's just going to keep doing that pretty much the entire time.
A play I would love to see come out is going to be HB weak. Halfback weak.
Yep,
I want
running
to see
to the
him
weak
go,
side.
I want to
Yep.
see him go to the weak side of the line because that is where Alabama's strength can rise.
Okay.
Or weaken, I would say.
Yeah. And for those of you at home, if you're curious as to what the weak side is, it is the side that the tight end is not on. So if you're looking at the lineman on the center of your screen, it's the side that has less bodies on it.
Yes. So it is not the side without the tight end. It is the side with the least eligible receivers.
Okay, that's
so
true.
I could have a tight end lined up on the left side, but 3 wideouts on the right. My left side is still going to be the left.
That is okay. So that's technically true. I was looking
Yes.
at that from the perspective of a linebacker. So as a linebacker, especially if you're playing middle linebacker on your defense and you're sending your linemen up specific gaps, the weak side of the field is going to be the one that the tight end is not on.
Yes, because for all intents and purposes during a run play, the tight end is an extra linebacker.
Yes, correct.
Due to his size and blocking capabilities.
Yes.
So that's why I would love the call to run to the weak side.
I like that. I like that. All right, let's see what he does here. He's definitely draining
running
the
to
clock.
the strong side.
Oh!
Still able to get a couple of yards,
Yeah.
even through a blitz going in.
Right.
But see, here's one thing I love to see. On third down, if it's third and
Play action.
less than 5, it's going to be a play action pass.
Yeah.
I would honestly throw a play action pass right now.
Yeah.
Or to start I would run it. I would do it to start the fourth quarter. I would say,
my
hey,
goodness.
I've been running it down.
He just drained the whole third quarter.
That's why I
Wow.
said if I'm a betting man,
Yep.
that is the only score we're going to see.
Wow.
It's who, like I said at the beginning, whoever makes the play first.
Yep.
It
And
was
you
looking
want to
like
you want to say that the passing yards are what's making the difference, but it's not. It's just a pick six.
It's just a pick six.
It's just a pick six.
Billy was able to make a play on the ball on the receiver Karakazik's intended to go to.
Yeah.
And then he was just able to take it to the house, put 6 up, and then the extra point making it 7.
Yeah.
It looks like Billy's just running the same kind of offense, looking like he's going to have a power O.
Yep. Let's see what happens
He
here.
might go. It looks like he's going to be
calling an
swapping to
audible.
the play action.
Here we
Swapping to
go.
the play action
We
mesh.
just talked about this.
No.
Oh, he
faked
doesn't do it.
So I love what Billy did there. He hovered it down on the play action, trying to get them to bite.
Yes.
And just flip the play.
Right, and honestly, props to Shogun for not falling for it.
Absolutely.
Right? They're sort of keeping their composure. They know that this is a one-score game. They've got them sort of figured out at the moment, at least for the run. Could we see bots potentially go back to their previous formations? It doesn't look like they're going to.
I believe they're going to stay in this power formation.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see if they do a play-action rollout pass.
Yeah, it might be exactly what we predicted, where it's third down, play action. Let's see if it happens.
No,
it
he
does
just
it. He
runs it,
sticks
and
to
he
it, and it
still gets
pays
the
off.
first down.
Oh, my gosh, the mind games right now.
This game is all but over.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, the play clock is 40 seconds.
Yep.
He can run this down to about a minute if Karakazix doesn't call a timeout.
Yep, and they should be calling a timeout immediately because they need as much time on the clock as possible.
But see, here's the thing. The game is not quote-unquote over until one more first down is had because of the 2 timeouts.
Yes.
The moment one more first down is made, the game is over.
Right, and you can see the timeouts they have left next to the actual team logos at the bottom of your screen for those of you at home.
I do like whoever is on the Mike linebacker just being able to fill up the center of the gap, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Michigan Wolverines able to just hit the B gap on a power O to the right.
All right, we do have a timeout, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, brother.
Mathematically speaking, if this next play takes 9 seconds, the game is over.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And that's a first down. The game is over. No matter what the Shogun do,
Shogun needed it.
is a bots.
Yeah, Shogun needed it, but nonetheless, they're going to be only down by 3 wins.
Yes.
And see, listen, we have almost 2.5 hours of in-game time left tonight. They definitely still have some time to make a comeback throughout the evening.
Absolutely.
Now, this is also another situation that, the game's not over, but it kind of already is. You could use one of your forfeits because we're almost at halftime. Right? You still have 4 left.
You could. Normally, I would agree with that. However, if I'm the Shoguns, this game is already over. It's going to be 30 seconds left. I'm not going to call another timeout in the game. I'm just going to let it run.
Yeah, just run it.
And that's another great run coming out. Good decision coming out. And this game is all but over.
Yep.
The game clock is lower than the Excel clock.
Yep.
So the game is officially over. Bots take NCAA 7-0.
Yeah, let's see if they rub it in at all. Maybe even a potential play action here. You never want to put it past them, but we might just see it.
Billy's got his hands behind his head, the controller on his lap. He does not care. He is done. And
that's going to do it, guys.
Game. Bots taking the win.
Solid performance. It really just came down to a single mistake, and that's how close a lot of these games actually are. So I want to actually give credit to Shogun, and I know that their official record says 0-4.
Yes.
But what you might not be thinking about at home is those 4 losses could have been, and some of them were very, very, very close matchups.
Yes.
And so that's why both of these teams sort of seem like,
a little bit more even than their records would indicate.
Yeah,
I know the
absolutely.
Shoguns have lost to the aforementioned 5-0 X-Gods.
Yes.
I know they were 2 points away from beating the 3-2, 2-3 Ravens.
Yes.
Whichever one is.
Yeah, and we watched them. I commentated over their game last week. They're an
Yes.
exceptional team. The fact that they even gave them a run for their money is really, really good.
Like being able. That's why it's like the strength of schedule also needs to be taken into account.
Yes, absolutely.
Who have they lost 4 times to?
Right.
I'm not trying to take anything away from the bots, but I believe the bots have had a slightly easier schedule than the Shogun.
Yeah, and that's true. That's probably true. Nonetheless, though, I think they've been playing. I think they've been playing exceptional. Right? Each of the players on their team have sort of had a moment within all of these games that you're like, wow, okay, I don't really think there's anybody that's sort of dragging the team down.
No.
And I don't know if you can necessarily say that across the entire league, but Shogun are actually having a solid showing tonight.
They are.
Yep.
And I do want to give the bots their flowers. The bots, time and time again, have proven their consistency.
Yes. Yeah.
Whether
Yeah,
it be
definitely.
with 7 or 5, their consistency throughout the entirety of the league is astounding.
Speaking of consistency, we talked about Kenna being very proficient in his accuracy earlier, and we actually have a shooter coming up next with Apex.
Yes.
One of the things I actually think is very I would say advantageous about Apex play, the way that we do it here in UEL, is gaining verticality and sort of gaining a vertical advantage in order to head peek your opponent. So within any of the maps that you sort of see being played and on display, you're going to see a lot of sort of some of the maps are I would say are a little bit more obvious than others because there's big and high structures, as opposed to just sort of cliff sides and rivers and what have you.
It looks like we're playing a TDM on estates.
Yeah.
I don't know who this favors more, but it looks like we have Checkmate Showdown coming up next.
Wonderful.
But going in with the bots, I don't think... I think this benefits the bots. Actually, no. I think it benefits the Shoguns.
I'm gonna make a prediction and say that the Shogun are gonna take this. I think Kenna being within that lineup is going to be solid. Chris G, obviously a very high level player. We saw Ashwell performing really, really well in games like Overwatch. I love the way he was playing in Overwatch. So
yes. Chris G is definitely a high level player. My only issue with this is, will that transfer over to a different category?
Yeah.
He's been able to do that in the past against other teams, but I want to know if he's able to do this against the bots currently.
And there's going to be 3 buildings that sort of have 3 different stories. They're sort of on the second story of this building right here in mid. There's another one to their left and another one to their right. Gaining verticality and just sort of the rooftop advantage on those 3 buildings is going to be absolutely huge throughout this match.
And I do like the strategy right now with it's looking like the Shoguns are having. They're just bunkering down.
Yes.
And it plays.
It's interesting. I just don't see it working. I don't see it working. The fact that they're basically just going to be able to head peek them with these scopes throughout this entire round. You're just going to see damage just getting shaved off over and over and over. So I really don't like that strategy.
Right. I don't necessarily like the strategy, but it's the strategy that the Shogun have gone nonetheless.
Yes.
Because I don't know if they feel that they can just win it outright.
Right.
Another thing I want to mention is the Bloodhound scan did only tag 1 person.
That's interesting.
Meaning that Kenna and Ash might be somewhere else looking for a flank, looking to get a kill.
Right, that's true. Something they could do right here with this scope, a lot of people don't know this, if you actually shoot the handle of that door, you can actually open the door.
Oh,
and
I
get
didn't know that.
Yep, and you can get a peek within that building.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep, so that would be interesting if they elect to do that and then potentially get a little bit of damage output. Nonetheless,
but
they
it does
just
look
blew
like
the door
they
off.
just threw a grenade to blow it off, not even taking any of that advice taken here.
Yep.
But off that second scan, it did look like all 3 of them were bunkered up in that house. Good shot coming out, hitting 53, forcing him to replenish his shields.
Yeah, he does have a thermite grenade. If they do choose to play the backside of that building, I can see a thermite grenade getting popped out there. As soon as the thermite grenade hits, the tick damage could sort of convince them to start pushing and go.
Ooh,
oh my
good
God!
shot
Already
coming out
cracking
from the
shields.
Chicken with a crack for 79.
Wow. And this is what I meant. The fact that they have the verticality right now is just...
It just makes life a whole lot easier.
It just makes life easier. That's
from
a great way to put it.
And a tactical sense. It looks like 2 of them have pushed out to try and target. They did get a kill on La Bamba.
Wow.
They now are a kill up. So here...
Just poor communication, really.
Absolutely. But here's another thing. The Shoguns can now consistently run away and get the win because they are up a point.
That's interesting.
But we do have a care package coming in that the bots are looking to take control of.
Ooh.
It looks like La Bamba playing. It looks like they're playing very level heavy.
Yeah.
We got Dictator popping down. Looks like the scan tag 3 again to the left. We got Kenna.
Here comes Kenna. I want to see the accuracy. I want to see the gunplay right now.
Chris G unable to find the door. Unfortunately, he might go down. No, he's actually able to revive, find his way inside. I do like what.
Oh, but he's still getting shot. He's still getting shot. He's peppered through
They're
the door.
pushing.
Solid push
But that is
coming in.
coming down.
Oh my
Shoguns
gosh!
were able to turn that
Kenna!
3-1.
What's going on? Oh my!
The Shoguns were able to turn that. Now they're up 3 points to the Afro.
What a dog!
Absolutely.
Man, we just talked about Kenna, and then he shows up and picks up a double. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta love it. You gotta let it.
I do believe that Kenna does have an heirloom on his Wraith.
Right. Okay.
So that means he does definitely play this game a lot.
He's pretty experienced.
Yes. But it looks like they're just smoking it out.
You know, they are knowing that they're down by kills. It actually plays into this sort of turtle strategy that they're utilizing here, especially with the Gibraltar. I love seeing that now. With what they've done is the bots actually have to push into them because they're at a kill disadvantage.
Because they're at a kill disadvantage.
Yep.
And it looks like Ash is taking fire. Kenna being able to find an angle playing vertical. He might drop. No,
Yes, he does.
lives.
Yes.
He drops from the high ground, but he does live, playing his life most efficiently. Looks like he might be looking for a flank on the right, going in to push up on Mordecai, who's currently healing his shield. I don't necessarily like this play because he's throwing his life away.
Yeah, why did he push right there? That was
I
interesting.
think he might have been expecting his team to push up with him.
And that just comes with game sense because he should have known that Kenna had just had his shields drop and he should have played back towards his teammate before pushing in like that.
So it was either he was going to expecting his team to pop up or give his team to rotate, but clearly his team did not push up with him. And Christie goes down. They're only up one kill now.
Yep.
Ash might have been able to rotate away. Wait, Ash is behind.
Oh
Someone's
my
behind them. The
gosh!
Mastiff
Gibraltar jumping up on the bookshelf, gonna
Throwing a
drop.
grenade.
Gonna drop the mortar right on top of the building. Somebody's gonna go down if they don't get indoors.
We got Kenna going in.
Oh!
They are now up 4 points.
Oh my gosh!
Kenna and Ash able to swing it to give them the lead.
Solid shotgun play though out of Ashwhoopin.
Absolutely.
Whew.
Yep. And apparently now there's 1 minute left on the time.
1 minute
so
left
for
on
those
the
of you
time.
who don't know, we do play to a 6-minute timer going in. But see, here's the thing. The bots need to get a team wipe and then one in this next 40 seconds.
That's true, but Ashwhoopin has his ult, so as they push in here, he's going to drop his ult just like this, knowing that there's 1 minute left, and as they push in, they're going to be taking tick damage if they don't get indoors.
Going in down. Kenna able to take down Dictator's
Get some
Chicken,
chips, break shield, trying to pop.
Mordecai. They are now up 6
Has
kills.
the Gibraltar, is the Gibraltar have a shield?
Good aim
It doesn't
comes out
matter
from
because the
another team
accuracy
wipe.
is there.
7 kills up. This is the exact booster that the Shogun needed
an absolute
for this.
laser beam with the R99. Not as easy as it looks. Nonetheless, he picks up the kill.
The R99 SMG being one of those iridescent weapons, being able to deal a lot more damage than you would think.
Yep,
Replacing it for the R301 to just
R301.
have more capability and more aim.
I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that.
Well, I don't think it really matters to him right now because of how close.
And they're up by 6. They're up by 6.
And that is
game
time. The Shoguns take that now, only down 2 games to the bots.
I love the fact that we were just talking about Kenna, and he
Absolutely.
showed up.
Absolutely.
He showed up.
That was such a good performance coming out from Kenna. And I want to shout out Ash as well.
Yeah.
Ash was able to play off of Kenna profoundly well. I know these two guys outside the league are very close friends. They duo in a lot of games and they're playing. And it looks like we're getting a timeout. The bots to make
I
sure
would call a timeout after that too.
to make sure Checkmate Showdown is set up right, and they are calm for it.
Yeah, and that's something that I think Billy probably being in that tier 1 and also being a veteran is probably doing a really good job at, with sort of telling his teammates to calm down. We noticed that in Valorant, another shooter, right? Because shooters can be so adrenaline pumping that you can sort of get in your feels, you know, sort of start showing the emotion on your sleeves a little bit. You're showing how frustrated you are. To have a veteran in the helm in that tier 1 position probably plays to their advantage a good bit.
And now during this timeout, I do wonder on the table if we can get a look at both sides tier 1s and both sides tier 2s during this, if we have the time available before Checkmate Showdown.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. I would like to see that, just because, you know, Chris G, I think Bill, with regards to how the tier 1s are performing, I like the way that I think Billy is sort of making his presence more known than I would say Chris G is. But then if you look at the rest of the roster, there is moments where Kenna's standing out. There's moments with Mr. B standing out on NBA 2K, right? We just talked about Ashwhoopin.
We just talked about Ash. The Shoguns have their games that they can stand out to against this veteran lineup that the bots have.
I think there's a lot of people at home right now that are looking at the score that are saying, okay, bots have 5, Shogun have 3. But I think there's a lot of people sort of rooting for Shogun right now.
I think a lot of people are. A lot of people love a good underdog story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another thing I want to point out, only one fighting game has rolled this half.
Yeah,
and
we're going to start.
It is the untraditional fighting game, the non-traditional fighting game that is rolled. I know Christy normally plays these more two-dimensional fighting games, so he's a little less proficient in Tekken, to my understanding, but
Really?
it is still a fighting game nonetheless, meaning his fundamentals and style can be oppressive the way he wants it.
And I think there are capabilities that if you excel in certain aspects of fighting within one game, say a Mortal Kombat, and I think those same thing carry over into a 3D fighter, whether it be Soul Calibur, whether it be Tekken, or any other games within the genre. Button inputs, the sequencing at which you're inputting those inputs onto your controller, your ability to manipulate directionals on your D-pad and what have you, that being able to be good at that just it covers across all of the games within the genre.
Does. I 100% agree with
Yeah,
that.
and that is very, very I would say noticeable within Tekken because there's certain fighters within Tekken that have 10-hit combos that are a string of inputs that you have to have memorized. Sometimes it's just muscle memory, depending on how often you actually play the game. That's going to be a little bit easier for Chris G, given the fact that he's a former Evo champion.
And he's multiple games, not former Evo champion in multiple games.
Yeah,
but just a champion.
Yeah,
I won't even say former. He is a champion across multiple fighting games. Throughout his career here, and now he's stepping into the UEL playing with us. And so far he has been dominant in every single traditional style fighting game.
Yeah, absolutely. And
played.
That's one of the things we talk about for those of you that may be new to UEL, maybe checking out for the first time, maybe you know, just trying to gain more knowledge, more data on what this place is all about. We have a level of talent within the players on these teams like no other. The fact that all of them are in-gamers, they excel in multiple different genres is what it's all about. And we just rolled Skullgirls, which is going to be an anime fighter that we love here at the UEL. That's going to be getting played in our next matchup.
Game. And I want to point out, Chris G is available.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Chris G is available for this game of Skullgirls. But now hopping into this game of Checkmate Showdown.
This is personally one of my favorite games. I would say this is actually, this is my favorite game that I actually didn't know about prior to jumping into the UEL. I love the concept of this game. It's basically a chessboard. You're playing a regular chess match, but when you go to take out your opponent's piece, it then turns from this chess game, this board game, into a 2D fighter, and you actually have to fight in order to take out that opponent's piece.
Yes, and one thing I do want to say, whenever I describe this game to someone, it is Wizard's Chess.
Yeah.
This game is Wizard's Chess brought to life.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
The strategy of normal chess is still here, but it is more of a fighting aspect that is important.
And if you do have a lot of knowledge with regards to the mechanics of chess, it may sort of maybe give you a little bit of an advantage or leverage over your opponent, but nonetheless, you still have to be willing to throw hands, and you got to know how to do it, right?
You got to throw hands.
Absolutely. You can make the best chess move possible, but if you don't got those button inputs down, if you don't have that game sense, that game knowledge, that reaction time, you're still going to get smoked in that one-on-one.
Yes, and we do qualify this game as a strategy game in our league. However, the fighting game aspect behind it needs to be said.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it looks like we have Chris G here on the Orange Queen with Billy on the Rook going in.
Ooh,
I'm interested to see what kind of combos we have coming out.
Nice little combo
Chris
break
G
there.
with the ult.
Now tell me about the bars underneath the health bar. Is that basically your ability bar, your special moves?
The bars underneath the health bar is basically like your skill attribute points.
Okay.
I wouldn't say attribute points. It's your skill points.
Okay.
So each character has 4 different kinds of specials: a down special, a back special, a forward special, and an aerial special.
Ah, got you.
Each of them can either be held or just placed in normal input.
Okay.
But you are only allotted 3 of them that recharge over the course of the game.
Interesting. All right.
So the Queen is going to be a more aggressive hands-on style, where the Rook is going to be mostly going to be the grappler of this game.
Got it. Now, the Queen right there had an ultimate ability. Is that specific to the Queen?
Yes. So in order to get your ultimate, you need to be able to attack first.
Got you.
I do like this aggressive style coming out from Chris G, but good art coming in.
Boy!
Grab.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing out of the Rook
Good
play
hits
here. This
coming
is
out
great.
from Billy.
Billy with his game knowledge on point right now. But he lives the
Good
ultimate. That's going to be it.
Good ultimate timing coming out from Chris G, able to take the round. However, the Queen is now at 1 bar of health. For those of you who don't know, each person has 1,000 health. Each piece has 1,000 health, but it's bracketed health. Meaning, if you lose 200 HP, that is no longer regainable HP up to the bracket.
That's really
But if you lose 199 HP and you win, you go back to full HP.
Wow. Now, another thing I do want to point out, for those of you that are watching at home, if you're curious as to how there's so many players competing within this game of chess, if you look at the top right-hand corner of your screen or the top left, you'll see the different players on different pieces, right? It says Mr. B is on the king, Chris G is on the queen, Keta is on the rook, let's see, Billy is on the rook, La Bamba is on bishop. that's how the game is actually being played. When those pieces come into question, like you're seeing here, if one of our players happens to be on that piece, it then shifts into that two-dimensional fighting game, and then they compete against each other.
Yes. And now I do like what the bots are doing, putting Dictator Chicken's queen in range to attack the king in essentially like somewhat of a checkmate situation, quite literally, where he only has one available option unless he wants to fight with his ultimate.
Yeah. This is a sort of taking his time, and this is one of those things that Checkmate Showdown is a game that can happen. Basically, a match can unfold very quickly, but it also might take a little bit of time. We've had some long Checkmate Showdown games. Not that they're necessarily, I would say, as lackluster as the first round of Die by the Blade, but you know, because there is a lot of strategy involved, and it's actually fascinating to see these players playing the mind game of what is chess, as well as the fighting style of that two-dimensional fighter.
Now, if I am, well, okay, right here, right now, if I'm the king, I'm attacking.
Right.
I am attacking, and I'm getting my ultimate. For those of you who don't know, the king has several Touch of Death, or more commonly referred to TOD combos.
Right.
Where
and
he's able to hit them once and go into a combo and kill them.
Right. So once the combo initiates, basically it allows you to lay out the rest of your combo string without being able to react, and it completely depletes your health. Once that first hit occurs, your opponent can die. Some of you may have heard that from Luigi in Super Smash Brothers. Was a really, really popular one throughout FGC culture.
Something like that.
Yes, yeah, something to that effect. But once you land the hit on your opponent, they're basically dead if you know the combo string and understand the mechanics.
Or X Factor Virgil and USBC 3.
Yeah.
But it looks like Dictator Chicken is just taking every bit of health coming out.
Yeah.
And Mr. B honestly kind of doesn't look comfortable right now.
Yeah.
On the king, which is the most important piece in it. Good raw ultimate, being able to even the tides.
Wow.
For those of you who don't know, this ultimate does more damage the more pawns you have in play.
Oh, that's fascinating. A little bit of complexity to the game from the developer.
Yes.
Props to them for that. That's really, really
Absolutely.
cool. I love that.
But here's the thing. He is still not even a combo. He's one hit away from dying.
Right.
Dictator Chicken gets the TP, and that is the game for the bots.
Wow. Props to Mr. B though, because he one of the things I liked seeing right there was the fact that he was constantly going for that aerial maneuver where he's basically jumping up. I don't necessarily know what to call that, but you could tell that the hitbox is relatively large, and he was sort of using it as a poking tool to sort of close the distance and catch his opponent off guard.
So
I
that
like
move that he was using, it covers all of the ground.
Right, exactly.
It covers all of the ground, and it kind of vacuums them in just a little bit.
Yeah, and you can tell.
You absolutely can tell. Still a great showing coming out from the Shogun, but the bots were just able to be more equipped for this game, saying, hey, I'm just going to be better than you.
Right. You know what's interesting? Did they have the option of choosing what pieces they played?
Before the game starts, you can choose which player goes in on which piece. And now that, since people are running 5v5s, the rules have changed slightly a little bit, where two people are able to cover two pieces.
Okay.
But now,
That's interesting.
now that we're done yapping about Checkmate Showdown, how much we love the game, we are going to get a look into the tier 1s of each team.
Let's check these out. Here we go.
6 and 1 coming out from Billy.
Billy's killing it.
Love to see it.
Yeah, he's relaxed. He's snoozing. He's having a good time.
One thing I want to point out, both teams' tier 1s have contributed to every win on their team.
Yeah, that's true. But the discrepancy in with regards to the record is very, very obvious
It's
here.
very
Yeah,
noticeable.
Billy's doing a great job in pretty much every category. The fact that they lost the race in the racing category isn't necessarily even his fault.
Right.
Right. I think we saw what happened at the start of that race. They basically lost because of a time penalty that was pretty obvious from the beginning of it.
And now there's one thing I'm more interested to see. I want to see what the tier 2s are looking at with Dictator Chicken and Kenna. Ooh.
See, it's just another one of those things.
That's where the real difference comes down to.
Yeah.
Kenna is not performing as well as Dictator Chicken doing the robot in his BFB. He's just he clutched up. He did profoundly in Apex, and then he was doing well in the Racer. But He was unable to help his team win Overwatch or Valorant,
Well,
despite a strong showing.
You know what's really unfortunate is Shogun, wanting to obviously get fighting games. I know that Checkmate Showdown wasn't necessarily a fighting game, but it's as close as you can get. It's as close as you can get. So the fact that they sort of weren't able to capture that, I think, is going to start playing into their ability to sort of maintain that winner's mentality throughout the night. They really need to sort of find their mojo right now. I'd like to see them do that here
But
with
now
Skullgirls.
we're going into Skullgirls right now with what it looks like to be F1 as our next game.
Right.
But Skullgirls right now is not going to be your traditional fighter. It's a tag fighter, but it looks like it's going to be a 1v1.
Okay.
So in this game, you can choose up to 3 fighters. The amount of damage and health you have change based on the amount of players you have.
It's a very fast-paced, fast-paced fighter. So the ability to sort of shift backward, shift forward, play those footsies, get those zoning tools out, I think is what sets this game apart from maybe some of the slower things out there. Like Tekken necessarily isn't super fast. This game is right here. There's so much pressure getting involved. Some of these abilities have massive hitboxes.
Yes,
you can see right there on a dive forward like that, almost covering half the stage on a simple dive in.
Yep. We are going to be having Kenna here on the Misfortune and Dictator Chicken here on the Beowulf.
Interesting.
The Beowulf is more of he's one of your traditional grapplers in this game. Right. Good cross up coming out with the jump LK, being able to get the hit in.
Right.
Unable to get a kill. Good mash coming out from Kenna here though.
But I love the way I love the fact that he sort of dove forward. I don't know if he's gonna.
Good first round coming out from Kenna, taking out Chicken. So for those of you who don't know, because they each have a round, if Dictator Chicken decides to play 1v1 against Chris G and Chris G decides to play 1 as well, Chris just needs to get 1 round.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Interesting.
But good stuff coming out from Kenna, showing that he's definitely been practicing the game, not letting it just be Chris G, but we got
that combo was actually nuts. Great game knowledge, I can already tell. Knows the inputs by muscle memory and does a mix-up with the grab. Takes a back step in order to gauge the distance, and then it's probably going to reassess him here.
Good grab coming out from Kenna. So one thing I would like to see Kenna work on a little bit more is the use of Headless Misfortune.
Right.
Headless Misfortune basically can continue combos based after certain moves.
Wow. I love the way that Chicken's just utilizing this hitbox.
Yes.
Seems like Beowulf has massive hitboxes, and he's pretty much just poking with that, continuously trying to pressure his opponent into the corner in order to probably utilize some type of mix-up or blender.
Yes. Oh! Coming out, hit him with the chair on the dome.
That's what I'm saying.
Coming in for Chicken to take the win.
Yeah.
So Beowulf is one of those you could call a resource character.
Okay.
Where he's a grappler, but then the chair is what takes it to the extreme.
Yeah, it's really hard to sort of get. It's really hard to sort of close the distance, not just with his dive that he has. You can't get caught by the dive, but then also that chair is just so massive. You really have to sort of pick your frames, if you will.
Exactly.
Yeah, pick that window of opportunity to sort of get in there and initiate a combo.
Now here we go, coming out with what it looks like to be Chris G coming in second for the Shogun, getting set up, getting ready to play.
All right, he's sort of just getting...
Looking to see if they can find a working controller for him.
Is there a potential character you'd like to see go up against Beowulf right now that you think would sort of counter Beowulf as a character?
Yes, so I know Chris G plays a team of, I believe, Paracel.
Okay.
And Misfortune as well, I believe.
Okay.
So he plays both of those characters to a high level.
I would assume that zoning tool, some type of zoning tool, would be effective against a grappler. Would that be?
That is a fair assessment normally. However, there aren't necessarily a plethora of zoners in this game that are easy to use.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So there are definitely zoners still in this game. One of them being Peacock. However, he is one of the more difficult characters to use because of the amount of inputs you need. And he's not like your traditional zoner.
Right.
He's just throwing out projectile hitboxes saying, hey,
got you.
I'm just chucking it. If it hits you, it hits you.
Right. And there are games that have characters that may be decent at zoning. We probably will see them in different leagues being effective characters that are used by a lot of high-level players. But then you yourself go to jump on and use that character, you just don't like the way it feels. A great example of that would be there are characters within Mortal Kombat 1 that have 3 different distances at which they can utilize zoning tools. You can do a close zoning tool, a medium, or a far distance zoning tool, which is basically like full screen, medium, and close range. I personally really, really dislike those characters.
You dislike?
I dislike those characters. I want to just be able to throw a zoning tool, and it's either a mid or it's a high. I understand sort of the aspect of if I'm throwing a high, they can duck under it. But there's sometimes the projectile will be relatively slow, and then you can sort of follow behind it.
Yes.
I really enjoy that. It's just if I have to choose whether it's short, medium, or long distance, I don't want to have to think about that.
Yeah, so Mortal Kombat, yep, there's the Misfortune Parasol coming off Chris G, but going back to that point, zoners are a necessary evil in every game.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You have to. Adds a layer of complexity, I think.
And it looks like we're getting the button check coming out from Chris G, basically saying, hey, let me make sure my buttons, my macros are right.
Right.
Basically, just be like, yeah, I'm just making sure it's default, and I'm throwing hands
And
now.
fun fact, you have to actually call for your button check prior to doing so, and if you don't, you're in big trouble.
Yes. You are in absolute major trouble.
And if an opponent calls for a button check and you don't respect the button check and you go in to hit them, you're also in big trouble.
And I do like this Paracel assist coming out. It's going to be a DP assist. Basically, it's going to have invulnerability, basically saying, hey, cool, I'm going to hit you. And see, Chris G is being able to use
my gosh.
Misfortune Head going in for more combos.
Yeah, Chris G, this may be his moment to shine on fighters to see how he does. Nonetheless, Chicken going against an Evo champion, not doing too bad right now.
Absolutely. Chicken being able to play his game. Good DP assist coming out. But Chris G is going to need to find a way to get his game plan. Good push block coming out from Chicken, though. The attempted mix coming out, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible on what's actually happening. Here we go.
There we go. We're back into it.
That was a really, really strong cross-up coming up from him. And
gosh! Over 20 hits, 30, 40 hit combo!
45 hit combo.
Are you kidding me?
Here we go.
That's why he's a tier 1 player. That's why we've been waiting to see.
Oh, no. We're figuring something out. Apparently, we're restarting the game. It might have been a button check? Question mark?
Okay, that's interesting. Or potentially just technical issues that resulted in an executive decision.
I'm going to say it was technical issues.
Okay. Technical issues. Nonetheless, we're back into it. We got Chicken against Chris G. Chris G being our tier 1 player over from Shogun.
Tier 1 incredibly strong fighting player.
Yeah, and the reason why we say that is Chicken is actually doing a decent job throughout these last 2 rounds. He is getting caught in the corner, in the blender, if you will. Every time he goes to wake up, he gets out of the corner.
Good super to get out of the corner and avoid that pressure.
Big brain plays, not going for damage. He's going for positioning because he understands the risk he has of just staying in the corner.
And now he's using that chair just to keep maintaining distance right now.
It's sort of a poke. It also sort of plays into the footsie games of your common fighting games.
Misfortune.
Oh! It just doesn't matter. I love the pressure coming out of Chris G. I think he understands this character to a whole nother level. Wow.
Yes. Good command grab coming out. And you see the amount of damage that was taken.
Right.
Versus what Chris G was able to do.
Oh, wow. Cheeky play.
Good super coming out. Good DHC coming out. DHC being able to swap in another character.
Oh my goodness. Just dogging him in the corner right now.
He might be able to kill. Just drops the kill combo, but still being able to do this. Good grab coming out though from the Beowulf.
I like the respect and the patience right there both players have for one another.
This is another one of those zones, those projectiles.
Just talked about it.
Yep. This is another Paracel is one of those I can switch up and start zoning out into people.
We just talked about prior to that how they could counter Chicken, and that's exactly what they did. Chris G knows that. And the funny thing was he didn't actually utilize too much of the zoning until right there at the end. There was a couple of times he did throughout it, but the vast majority of his damage was coming from game knowledge, button input combos, connecting with the mix-ups, and just keeping them in that blender.
And now here we come in with Ceviche, playing the character very near and dear to my heart.
Oh,
King
no.
DDD Big Band. He is going to be an incredibly strong, heavy hitter.
Yeah, probably the biggest hitboxes you've ever seen in your life coming out of this character, it looks like.
And then some.
And then some.
So there's a certain move that people hate.
Okay.
That is very punishable. It goes by the name H-Brass.
Oh no.
Or heavy brass knuckle.
Oh no.
It is a armored move.
Okay.
That you have to beat through a sweep.
Oh boy.
And here we go, coming off.
Oh boy.
Ceviche showing his powers going in with the big band. Understanding his movement and his spacing, going up against a champion like Chris G. Good parry coming out.
Oh wow, I like that though. Able to sort of not just get out of the corner, but go full screen and push Ceviche into his corner, but he's getting caught. 20-hit combo.
Yo, and see, this is another portion of running solo big band. He already has some of the highest damage. There's the H-Brass coming out.
Wow.
But he already has some of the highest damage just in general.
Right. It seems like the brass is almost full screen, but it's just a great way to prevent him from zoning.
Oh. Yeah. Oh! H-Brass is a 90% of the screen move.
Okay, it seems like it.
Yeah.
So maybe just a simple shift forward and then go into it if you're getting caught with zoning tools.
I'm going to tell you this I'm going to tell you this right now. Both of Chris G's characters are in kill confirm range.
Yes. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. It comes down to this, guys. There's no one left. It's Ceviche versus Chris G. Chris G trying to maintain his reputation as a fighting game.
What a level 1! He's dead! Get Ceviche pulling out against Chris G. Good
what
push
is happening right now? Chris G's reputation right now.
Good super call. See, this is where it matters. The full screen.
Ceviche! Don't do it! Don't do it!
He's almost dead. One more hit. And
I
Ceviche
think Chris
takes
G's
out
calm and collective, though.
Here
Chris G calm and collective, showing him why he's tier 1, baby! Showing him why he's tier 1!
Coming out. But see, here's the thing. Ceviche takes it over Chris G. 7-3. Bots steal another fighter coming out.
That is my favorite moment so far tonight. Both of them are so exceptional at fighting games. The fact that Ceviche was able to utilize that advantage he has with the size of the hitboxes. You said the character's name was Big Ben?
Big Band.
Big Band?
Give a hand for the Big Band.
Big Band.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He is one of the biggest guys. And now it is now halftime, and we are going in for a much-needed big break.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys after the break.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game, but I doubt that that's going to be the case. So I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him,
and he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so that's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like,
Like game master
information about
it. And we was told nothing about
it's
it.
not in the
Hey, bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing. People have been resetting all season.
That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the clip. That's insane. Because it's restarting the time over. That's restart the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's going.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules.
Yeah.
That needs to be in the rules. That needs to
Wait,
be
if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey,
that's
hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
So wait,
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games left on our team? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting gaming and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times.
4 times.
Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm gonna ask y'all, is what y'all got to say to Third when his coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seam. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post game and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corker. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro.
I can't get hyped.
Bro, get hyped.
Yeah,
Come on,
get hyped, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
I can't get hyped.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky.
Let's get hyped, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey, we got into the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is that people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress.
Critical.
They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition into the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? And so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Welcome back to the Week 8 action here at the UEL where gamers go pro. We have a matchup right now between the Bots and Shogun. Bots are up 7-3, so it's not looking super good right now for Shogun, but they're only behind by 4. We've seen bigger comebacks here within the UEL, so they definitely can. You know, if they start getting some more of the fighting games, if they start getting potentially some more sports games, they definitely can make up for that. I'm joined right now by my man Hollywood, who's joining us in the second half of tonight's action. What do you think about these two teams, man?
Definitely the Bots are, I would say, more of the veteran team. They're more of the skill team, but the Shoguns, they have a lot of those specialty players. I know Krakovic,
good point.
He was out there kind of saying F1 is one of the games he's pretty confident in.
Interesting.
Going against Billy, which he's just one of the vets. He has a lot of experience in F1 just by playing here. So it's more of a rookie a newer player that is coming in playing F1 that's a little bit experienced, but Billy also has the experience of playing at UEL, which is a big help for him.
Yeah.
But definitely the Bots, I'd say definitely more the veteran team, and then the Shoguns, they have the specialty rookie players or newer players within the league, so they have a lot to show.
Right. Well, you mentioned Billy being a vet, and I would say he's actually made a really big difference throughout the events throughout the event today. Just as sort of like making sure that his team keeps their composure. There was moments on Valorant and other games where he basically got them to sort of calm down, and it ended up resulting in them, like I said, keeping their composure and able to clutch out a victory. So he's a really big asset to have for the Bots, not just in strategy games.
Yeah, he's one of the best coaches in the league, one of the best leaders. So it's definitely a help with the Bots here, but him going in for a racer that the team isn't as specialized in, this is definitely the player I would want to go in, as he's on the bottom, right in front of Krakovic in the second place spot, but he's trying to just cut him off as much as possible.
Yep.
So he can't get ahead at all, because I feel like if or Karakazik, I don't know exactly how to say it, but if he gets ahead, I have a feeling that he may be able to take that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And we here at the UEL, we do play 3 laps on this, and there's also AI, I believe, on the track, correct?
Yes.
And they are frequently known for brake checking. That is something that you got to be careful of, specifically on these turns. When a turn is occurring, if you're not taking that wide turn, you spend a little bit too much time on it, then AI might just brake check you, cause you to go off track. And as we discussed earlier, you know, these Formula One cars, once they go off track, find to be a little bit more difficult to get back onto the pavement, to get back on track. So you don't want to have that happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a game that a lot of the main racers in this league hate, including myself, Chicken Tech, Jury. We all hate the AIs because we can be 10 times better than the other player.
Right.
And then the one time, it could be overtime in the finals.
Right.
And that AI just brake checks you, and you're out of the race, and it's an instant loss. So it's definitely very frustrating when that happens to you, but as Billy is very experienced within the league and known for playing versus the AI more than Karakazik.
And it's interesting, it's interesting that in this game in particular, it's a 1v1, correct?
Yeah, it's a 1v1,
exactly.
But there's 20 cars on the track.
Wow.
At the time, so.
That's fascinating. That's a lot different than what we see necessarily on Forza, where you have multiple teammates on the course, all striving to get the best time as possible, some of them potentially not even finishing and what have you. The fact that this is 1v1 and there's 18 other AI on the track actually kind of mixes things up a little bit, and I love seeing sort of that PvE experience within these competitive environments.
Yeah, this is one of the most intense games and on the edge of your feet,
right,
or on the edge of your seat games when you're playing in the league, especially when it gets down to crunch time and the games are really close. This game is so tense to play. So I know Billy's very stressing right now being behind that number 1 spot, but behind him there's only one AI that's kind of close. So if I was Billy, I would stop, slow down a little bit, let him by, just so I don't get hit by that AI and something unfortunate happen.
And Billy's struggling a little bit to get into first place. He's sort of right on the rear end of this car right in front of him. He's trying to take the inside corner. He's on the strip. He's putting the pedal to the metal, potentially catching up to him. cannot tell you how excited I am if he's able to get right in front of him. He's catching up. He's on his back right wheel, but he can't do it. He can't do it. Obviously, they have to slow down. He doesn't want to be overzealous going into this turn because if he wants so badly to get in front of him, if he goes into that turn too fast, he's going to fly right off the track.
Yeah, it's very tough for him right now to try and pass him because he doesn't want to make any mistake with the lead he already has on Karakazik. It's going to be very detrimental if he does take a hit from that AI and maybe spins out and lets him catch up. So he's trying to play it as safe as possible.
Right.
But this car right on his back bumper is making me very nervous because he's in the middle of a sandwich with two AIs and you have no idea what can happen. But right now I see Karakazik. He's trying to catch up a little bit, but he's just a little bit too far behind. They're both on their last lap, so it's going to be very tight. I think it's going to come down to if Billy makes any mistakes and if Karakazik can capitalize on any of that. But I don't see Billy making any mistakes right now.
Yeah, I don't think Billy's going to make any mistake. He's playing very, very safe. One of the things I've noticed out of Kazi that is probably causing him to struggle a good bit is he's not taking a wide turn. So you want to be on the outside rim of the turn as much as possible in order to sort of slice into it at a really sharp angle to pivot around that corner as quickly as possible. You don't want to spend a lot of time on turns, and you also want to try to carry your momentum as much as possible as well. Kazi's sort of struggling to do that, whereas Billy is sort of thriving, if you will, right behind this player in first.
Yeah, Karakazik, he's taking these turns a little bit too slow, keeping them tight, keeping the turns very tight, but he's not taking it at the correct angle to keep the maximum amount of speed, which is keeping him from catching up to Billy in that second place. And Billy somehow is still keeping the second place from that AI on his rear bumper, which it's very tight. And I'm surprised that the AI hasn't even touched him at all. But you see Karakazik, he can see Billy right in front of him.
He can see him.
But right there, he's taking that angle a little bit too sharp and not keeping the speed that he needs to catch up. And this is the final stretch. And Billy,
final stretch.
I think he has no penalty, so I think he'll be able to take that. And
he should be good.
Karakazik, he definitely had a great showing in that, but it just wasn't enough to keep up with Billy. And the experience, because Billy's been here since season 1 playing F1. I don't know the last time it's been taken off the wheel. So, but he was definitely doing his thing, and Karakazik, he showed himself as a pretty promising racer for the Shogun.
Well, to your credit, man, you made a really good observation. He wasn't necessarily carrying a lot of momentum through. Billy wasn't necessarily carrying a ton of momentum through his turns, but he was taking them very sharp, right? He was taking the inside corner of that turn. Not necessarily with the most speed, but nonetheless getting around it quickly. So he could have actually optimized the way that he was sort of racing on that track, but I just don't think he wanted to take any risks.
Yeah, I mean, when you're ahead, probably 5-10 seconds ahead of the next person, you definitely want to play it as safe as possible until you see them starting to catch up a little bit. Then you want to try and play a little more riskier so you can try and get as much of the gap as possible versus Karakazik. Because I don't know, he definitely had map choice because he was player 1, so. Karakazik, he was a little more comfortable on that map, but Billy just seemed more comfortable within the game.
Right, and I think that's where that sort of veterans mentality comes out of Billy. We also noticed that in NCAA, right? The way that he was playing NCAA, that in-game knowledge, his ability to sort of drain the clock out in the third quarter, they basically won that game because of one mistake. It was an interception that was a pick six, and basically having that sort of veteran knowledge, he basically just ran the clock out.
Yeah.
So he has really good game sense, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, Billy in NCAA, I seen the defensive play where he got the pick. He definitely read the play right. I think the running back or receiver was on a wheel route, and then he seen it, played it perfectly right into. Oh, and I think this is gonna be.
Oh, no way! Here we go. Is this the pick six?
Yeah. Because I know he does it to the right, but I think he uses it and plays it perfectly.
No, don't do it to me. I don't want to see it again. I love it, man. As soon as the ball was thrown, I knew that was going to be a pick six.
Yeah,
the moment that it happened.
Yeah, it looked like he had the flats, and as soon as he seen the cross route coming across the screen, Billy just took over and ran right to where he was throwing it. So he did a good job on the user. So
it's true, and it's just the small, minute details, right? The formation knowledge, the understanding of how plays are unfolding in real action. A great example of that would be if you're utilizing the Mike linebacker, the middle linebacker. There's a moment you see a running back sort of shift his hips to one direction or the other, knowing that that's your read. Either that's going to be a run, and if it's not, you can simply just drop back into coverage center field and just close off that center box. we were seeing that a lot with the bots throughout the evening. Sometimes they were even occasionally blitzing and putting pressure on, but it's really that veteran knowledge that I'm seeing out of Billy that's making a huge difference throughout a lot of these games, man.
Yeah, he makes just the difference in leadership. He could, if he's not even in the building, the bots play completely different. If Billy's not playing, but he's still in the building, the bots are fine.
Right.
But Billy playing and being in the building, obviously, because he's playing, it's huge for the bots. But with MK, I see Billy going in, which is a little questionable, knowing Chris G is sitting on the other side, and this is one of his main fighters, being one of the best fighting game players in the world.
Right.
Billy going in off a full reset to versus Chris G, I don't know about. I'd probably send in Ceviche.
Yep.
But maybe he wants to see if he can get it done. I know this is probably the two that the bots would want to send in for Mortal Kombat, which Mordecai, he plays Reiko, and then Billy plays Rain.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing out of Mordecai in a lot of these fighting games. I casted the bots game last week as well, and I really liked the way that he was playing. I think he actually played really well on Dragon Ball Fighters that day, if I'm not mistaken. But I think Chris G, in terms of where his mentality is at tonight, he has nothing to prove, obviously, but I think he wants, just for his own personal mental, I think he wants to just shine in a specific fighter. This is a great opportunity for him to do that.
Yeah.
And we talked about sort of a leadership role. Just because you're in Tier 1 doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be the leader of your team, right? But I would like to see somebody on Shogun do that in order to start creating a synergy and start just maintaining a positive sense of mind. As we move further on into the night, either that is going to continue to snowball into just negative energy, or they're going to be able to either use this as a learning experience or potentially even have a comeback.
Yep. Yeah, and I think we have a tech timeout on the floor for Mortal Kombat, so something definitely went wrong with the technical side of it. But I think we're going to have a slide coming to you in a second or two. So.
And we're back, guys. One of the things I was just talking to Hollywood about was the difference in leadership right now. I am obviously noticing a lot of leadership on the side of the boss. Is there any particular player, though, that you see on Shogun potentially stepping up to take on that leadership role? Again, not necessarily having to be a high-tier player, but just someone that's going to boost morale and get the team together, maybe even off broadcast to start practicing.
Yeah, so I know the Shoguns, they have their general manager here in the building to help them with the setups and coaching as well.
Okay.
But in-game leaders, I'm looking at Kenna and Ashwhoopin to come in and show that, like, in the shooters, they're definitely loud, they're definitely communicating right. So they definitely help out in the in-game leadership aspect. And then their general manager, he's definitely helping out RR Dub, so he's definitely helping.
Gotcha. Well,
in that. So.
Okay, that's interesting. I like that. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Now we did just see that. Was it Blaze Blue?
Blaze Blue. And
Blue just got
Chris
picked.
G in for that.
So it looks like it's another fighting game, correct?
Yes.
Right. We're gonna have 2 fighting games in a row, which might play into the hand of Shogun. Regardless, we got some MK1 action on your screen right now. We got Reiko versus Reptile. I love the dive out of Reptile because it is a low strike, and you have to be careful against that. Now, blocking in Mortal Kombat is a little bit different because you have a block button as opposed to holding backwards on your D-pad or your direction, right? That being said, this is a perfect game for mix-ups and 50-50s. Not every character has a 50-50, but the fact that Reptile does have a lunging low strike is paramount. He's also going to utilize these zone tools. When he throws out that acid bubble, what I'd like to see him do is follow up with a rush down immediately afterwards. Yep. Another low strike coming in.
Yeah, Chris G, he's actually playing one of my favorite characters. I'm pretty sure he's one of the better reptiles in the world at Mortal Kombat. But I'm seeing, I don't really know the character as well in MK1, but it looked like he was having a little trouble connecting one of his combos earlier on. So
yeah,
it doesn't seem like he's just warmed up. but Mordecai with the wake-up punish, and Chris G said, back at you, buddy.
He said, you want to wake up? I got some wake up for you. Here's a nap.
Yep.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like Chris G's a little bit scared of the Reiko grabs and stuff like that from Mordecai, so it looks like he's trying to play that range a little bit more. But he keeps on getting grabbed, because in this game, when you get grabbed, you have to detect which way they're also grabbing, because they can throw you in front or behind you. So you have to it's kind of like a 50-50 for grabs already.
That's true.
So you have to react, and you have to guess which side they're throwing on.
Yep.
And I have never
solid
seen that
assist
before
right
in my
there. Now
life.
both of them do have their fatal blow, but it's not going to matter. Wow. Chris G coming in clutch. Actually almost got taken out though. So yes, he needs to be careful. He needs to be careful.
Yep. Yeah, I think also Chris G, he usually plays on a hitbox or a hit stick. And today he does not have this, so I think he's using one of his teammates' controllers, which is a completely different aspect in playing fighting games already. But luckily, it looks like he's pretty comfortable with it.
Yeah,
not as comfortable as his hit stick, but definitely playing.
Yeah, you can tell he's very comfortable by his just muscle memory of utilizing Reptile's combos. He's also setting up a little bit of a blender option in the corner. You notice while he had the Reiko in the corner previously, one of the things he was doing was knowing that he wasn't. If he does decide to wake up and go for a grab, utilizing a jump in was really effective against that. But one of the things he was doing was actually doing a neutral jump and then going into a combo string immediately afterwards. I think something that would be very advantageous is to throw out 1 to 2 hits of that string, cancel, and then just go for a simple grab. But make sure that it's a forward grab to keep them into the corner. I'm going to be honest, I don't see the bots necessarily teching a grab right now. I don't think they're playing at that level. So doing a neutral jump once they have them into the corner and then just sort of canceling out of a combo to go for a mix-up, I think is going to play into Chris G's high-level ceiling. I would say high ceiling of skill at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Billy probably having a little bit of trouble connecting his controller. But I think when you're versing such a top player in Mortal Kombat within the league, that's where the mind games kind of come into, because Chris G knows that if you grab him, you're going to want to throw him into the corner.
Right, 100%.
So maybe if you're just going for the damage instead of the future, and maybe because I think also if you tech in this game, tech a grab, you also get damage back to you, like a little jab, like punish kind of from teching it. But so maybe Billy, if he was smart a little bit, if you see Chris G start teching the grabs when you're trying to throw him into the corner, maybe try and throw him backwards to get that guaranteed, like what is it, 110 or 130 damage, which is huge. So
that's very true.
Billy, I know, has performed a little bit better than Mordecai on stage at Mortal Kombat. He plays Rain, so a little bit of a not popular character in this game. So I wonder if Chris G knows the matchup, because I don't really ever see any Rains in the league or in professional gameplay for it. So.
Talking about Rain?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I love Rain. Yeah, absolutely. Rain has some interesting mix-ups, but I believe one of his only low strikes is a low strike that comes within the middle of a combo string. So once the combo has actually been initiated with that mage staff that he has, you kind of know that it's coming, and so you automatically just hold down on your block, and you're able to basically block the string. However, if you kind of don't know that in-game knowledge, you might actually get chipped with that and then fall into the rest of the combo. That would be interesting, though, because he has tons of zoning tools, which may be sort of a counter to Chris G's Reptile. Now, I know Reptile does have some zoning tools, but he's also a little bit of a rushdown character. That's actually a pretty good option. I like where your head's at with that one.
Yeah, it's a little. I think Billy and I kind of think the same way in fighting games. Back in Tekken 7, he played Geese Howard from King of Fighters. So nobody in the league really played Geese at all in Tekken 7. Yeah. And for me, I also love picking characters that nobody else in the league plays.
Right, because you're not necessarily labbing against those characters too often.
Yeah, you don't run into them as much online. Right. You're not really thinking about practicing for them.
Yeah.
So they have to physically practice for me throughout the week, because you can't just go online and practice the game and hopefully run into me or like somebody using my character. But you have to purposefully sit down and learn my character to see what I'm going to do. So
Got you.
It's fun to see.
Well, here we go. Jumping right back into it. We actually are getting a Rain pick. I don't know if you saw that prior. I thought you were just saying that it would be good for him to play that. But...
Nah, Billy, he plays Rain.
Oh, okay. So you absolutely know that. Okay,
yeah,
that's
I know
interesting.
Kind of what everybody plays in the league.
Interesting.
I try to watch every game. So.
Okay, there's the low strike that we just talked about. Then you are obviously vulnerable to the overhead. So Rain doesn't necessarily have like a true 50-50, but he has mix-ups on lock with overheads and low strikes, as well as tons of zoning tools. Personally, in my opinion, I consider him a high-tier character. You've seen high-level players like Sonic Fox, for instance, honestly playing this game to a whole nother level.
Yep.
So people are going to be ready for this, and he's utilizing it effectively.
Yep, had a great safe jump there to jump over Chris G's get-up punish, but with the assist coming out from Striker, is gonna be able to secure the first round for Chris G. Right now, it looks like Billy's like, you know what? Hey, we can play the we can play the range game if you want to play the range game. So
yeah, I like that. The problem he's running into though is Chris recognizes the combo strings. As soon as the first hit of that combo string comes out, he knows whether to block low or block high. The way then to put him sort of in a blender, if you will, that Billy can start utilizing is canceling his combo strings and then going for a grab or reinitiating another combo in order to throw Chris G off. That's probably what he's going to have to do just because he's playing at such a high level.
yeah, I think if I'm Billy, it looks like Chris G wants to play that range game, so I'm gonna play the range game. I think Chris G, he doesn't have his hit stick, so he's not as comfortable doing those quarter circles possibly on the. So I'll play the range game if that's what we want to play here. But it looks like Billy's trying to play his game and get in his face and trying to get as many of these combos off because as you said before, he has that combo string where in the middle of it it's a low, so you have to make sure you're blocking perfectly.
Well, I like what I'm seeing right now out of Billy's Rain. I think what he's picked up on and sort of downloaded is the fact that Chris G is going for and or connecting on most of these low strikes, whether it be a lunge in or a simple kick. He's connecting with lows, and what Billy's doing now is just sort of down blocking, not necessarily worrying about an overhead. Once he gets that block off, he's going for a down chip himself and sort of stealing the frame advantage. Billy taking a round on Chris G.
Yeah.
Where are we right now?
Yeah, it looked like Chris G wasn't expecting that long range. It kind of looks like a command grab where he can combo afterwards.
Another down chip.
Yep.
I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Billy.
Yeah, Billy, he's one of the players in the league that he can play very simple and still win no matter what.
Right. I love that.
Chris G, we've seen the combo before. Has him into the corner, but jumps over him into...
Cancels the combo, goes for the down chip. Billy's got him downloaded right now. He's playing very, very well. Didn't expect this coming out of Billy. This is fantastic.
Yep. And Chris G, I've noticed every time that Billy tries to jump in on Chris G is ready for that down too. So he's playing that perfectly well, but now it looks like Chris G's trying to wait until...
I like the chip.
Yep.
Go for the down chip. I want to see him grab after the down chip. The problem is he's actually neutral ducking, so he sort of whiffed the grab. You don't want to get caught vulnerable to that Chris G. The problem right now is Billy, when he does steal frame advantage, he's not necessarily initiating with combos, and he's at risk of being eliminated right now. He's basically one hit.
Yeah, it looks like Chris G's just waiting for that mistake to get that signature.
Oh!
And there it is.
There
Chris G's going to take Mortal Kombat for the Shoguns over Billy and Mordecai. But now we have Blaze Blue, which on the Shogun side, I have no idea who plays this.
Yeah.
But on the bots, everybody on their team can play fighting. On the Shoguns, I've seen Kenna do pretty decent in he was doing pretty decent in Skullgirls, and I know he plays a few other fighters.
He's a very precise player, man.
Yeah.
I've noticed that throughout today,
Yeah, he's gotten very diverse in his gameplay since he joined the league. But now I don't know if he's gonna go in for Blaze Blue or if he's been practicing. But I know Chris G would love to go in for this game if he could. But in this game also they kind of have like a modern from Street Fighter or like simple combos. It's called Stylish. So I think Chris G, if he's able to coach Kenna in this game, I think Kenna could definitely put up a fight.
Oh, that's a good point. You know, that's something that I think the viewers at home, you guys may or may not be thinking about, is the ability to sort of coach your fellow teammates when they're going in for some of these games. Chris G has a plethora of knowledge when it comes to fighting games. So his ability, we talked about that leadership earlier, right? So because this is a fighting game, and that's sort of his repertoire, his toolkit, if you will, maybe he doesn't know so much about other genres, but he can really take over that leadership role when it comes to games like Blaze Blue.
Yeah, I'm curious to see because Kenna, I would think, would be the one to go in, but you never know. Karakazik going, Mr. B. I don't think we see Ash whooping, but then on the bot side, I think we're going to see Mordecai. I've seen him go in a couple times.
Right.
And we see Ash. So
Yeah, well, they definitely needed that last win, man. I mean, they just got to win in a fighting game. If they're able to get this win right now, the fact that they'd be 3 games down, really with over an hour and a half left probably by the end of this game, puts them in a good position to potentially get a comeback. I absolutely love that, man. That's that mental, that positive note that they need to maintain throughout the night to potentially get this comeback, cause an upset. And I guarantee you, man, if they cause an upset to this scale, the bots are 5-1 and they're 0-4. I promise you, if they were to get an upset like this, all of a sudden, I think outside of the broadcast, they're going to start communicating more. There's going to be a level of, we can do it, that is going to sort of radiate throughout their team, and it's going to be super advantageous moving forward and probably end up developing these players as individuals moving into other seasons down the road.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Shoguns take a match this season. I just want to see the difference from Shoguns now to the Shoguns winning a match.
Yeah.
I think it would raise their momentum and their morale up so high to then continue on within the season and possibly take other wins off other teams.
Yeah.
This game I think is going to be very difficult versus the bots. The bots are 5-1, one of the best teams in the league. I think they're if they're not number 1 in the South Conference, then they're definitely second. But I think the LAX guys are also 5-0, so it's definitely tight within that. But I'm very concerned on why Ash Whoopin is going in here. Maybe I don't know something.
Yeah.
But Ceviche makes sense. He's one of those anime kind of. He's just a fighting game player overall, but definitely more of the anime fighter. But Ash Whoopin it's very surprising to see. So I want to see. And neither of them look like they're on stylish, as their names would be highlighted green. So I don't know. Maybe Ash Whoopin is
maybe just a simple button check going on here.
Yeah.
Got
Sure.
you. Well, for those of you watching at home, bots are going to be on player 2. That's going to be Ceviche, and Shogun are going to be on player 1. That's going to be Ash Whoopin.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anybody play Ceviche's character this season.
Okay.
At all.
All right.
I know he loves playing these kind of characters, the heavies kind of, as people call it. We've seen him in Skullgirls play Big Band, so I could just tell that was going to be the character he kind of chose. But Ash Whoopin, I'm curious to see what he has to bring to the table versus Ceviche as one of the better fighters in the league.
I like that.
Want to see what he's got. So.
Okay, well, here we go. If you're curious, obviously this is an anime fighter, but one of the things that makes this game stand out as opposed to maybe other 2D fighters that you see within the wheel here at UEL is the actual weapons being utilized. The hitboxes in this game are gigantic. It is a very fast-paced fighter, and in a flash of a frame, somebody can land basically land a hurt box or a hitbox and then go into a combo string just like that. That was unbelievably quick. Ceviche taking that first round right there.
I might have to learn this character. That dude does
that was insane.
In 5 seconds.
Yeah. That was very, very quick.
But it looks like Ash is trying to keep that range and play like that range game, but Ceviche just knows how to get in.
Maybe a little bit of...
And when he touches you, it's going to be GG. So
maybe a little bit of a tactical squatting going on there at the start of that round. I couldn't tell if that was intentional or not, but regardless, I digress. Here we go.
Yeah, so there's another fighter that this character actually reminds me of from Guilty Gear Strive called Potemkin.
Wow.
He looks, and I know Ceviche plays him as well, so this is very, very new to me. I haven't seen this character played. I don't really know the game much, but definitely makes me want to play a character like this because he has so much of that damage output, and he just washed Ash in 45 seconds within 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast. Well, we'll see what happens here. Obviously, Ash Whoopin on player 1. We got Ceviche on player 2 on the right side of your screen. Here we go.
Ash gets the instant anti-air. It looks like he does have some combos, but it's just a little tough for him to get in on Ceviche right now.
Both of these characters have absolutely gigantic hitboxes. That is insane. Ton of dive-ins as well.
The raw super jumping is crazy. Got him.
Yeah. And you guys watching at home, you can see the bottom of your screen. Basically, as those bars fill up, that improves basically your utility, your capability of utilizing supers or special abilities.
Yes, I can tell Ash, he's comfortable playing his game, but when such a dominant fighter comes in like Ceviche, I don't think he has the experience or really knows what to do when he versus somebody like that.
Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Ceviche is dominating right now.
Yeah, I don't see him dropping around versus Ash unless Ash starts getting into his zone. Maybe he starts playing his game a little more.
It just
and, figures him out, but
yeah, it seems like the zoning tools aren't as effective and/or are doing enough damage to really act as a threat, if you will. Now, if he were to maybe follow up some of these zoning tools with initiating a combo to sort of throw Ceviche off his game, sort of like this, but he's got to be willing to land them, and I just don't think he can.
Looks like he just command grabbed into another command grab. That is crazy.
Yeah. But here he goes. He's doing better this round. He is doing better. There we go. Oh, but every time he jumps in, he's getting caught.
It looks like Ceviche has full bar. Looks like Ash is about to have full bar as well. Never mind.
Oh.
He gets... Oh.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Potentially right there. Oh, mama.
That is literally potential.
Oh, goodness gracious. Not like this. Not like this. Oh.
Oh, so this
Suplex City right now. Oh. Wow. You hate to see it,
but
you love to watch.
What a character. And Lethal League Blaze next.
Yes.
I think Chris G and Ash are the two people you would probably want in for the Shoguns for this. So
yeah. Well, it's interesting. Lethal League Blaze. This is very fast-paced game. These games are pretty much over before they even begin, right?
Yeah.
This is the game, if I'm correct, right, with the ball on the screen, and you're hitting the ball. So basically, yeah, so how this is going to work for everyone at home, there's going to be a ball on your screen. The moment one of the players hits this ball, it's basically like a two-dimensional stage. Once the ball is hit, it's going to pick up speed and start flying around the screen. If your opponent hits the ball, then the ball flies even faster. The more times that ball is getting hit, the faster it goes, the more damage it'll cause to your opponent. So you have to be quick, you got to be in the right position, and send the ball back the other way. Right now, though, we're going to take a look at our Tier 1 players, and you're going to see a huge discrepancy in performance. We have 7 and 2 coming out of Billy, and 4 and 5 coming out of Chris G. Now, just looking at the records here, I think, Chris G isn't necessarily doing all that bad. He's almost even.
He's been in for every win for the team.
Exactly. And that's something to take that's a really good note right there.
Yeah.
He has been in for every single win, and I think that's showcases his ability as a Tier 1 player. He's very well-rounded, which is what the UEL is all about, guys. We're playing 5 different genres.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and check out our Tier 2 players, though, as well. This is going to be Kenna and Dictator Chicken right there on your screen.
Here? What is that, Dictator Chicken? He's a bot. Oh, okay, I get it. But the biggest thing that I'm noticing from the Shoguns, Tier 1 and 2s, is the fighting record. Obviously, they haven't gotten their strongest fighters, besides Mortal Kombat, I'd say.
Right.
Die by the Blade, kind of one of those 50-50 games. Right. But I did see Chris G, he did take Mortal Kombat, but what was the other fighter? Oh, Skullgirls, they lost.
Yep. Well, the other thing you're going to notice right there is a 0 and 2. What the thing that I found really interesting that I probably would have liked to have seen in Checkmate Showdown is Chris G actually playing on the King. He wasn't playing on the King, and I think it was Kenna that was playing on the King and ended up losing.
It was Mr. B.
Right. So even though it's a strategy game, it also sort of acts as a fighter.
Yeah, I count it as a fighter, but I was a little confused when I seen Mr. B on the King. Not one of their better fighters, so maybe they're trying to plan on maybe not letting them get to him at least, letting them get to the Kings, but they got to him pretty quickly. But
yeah,
and here we see the ball ramping up very quickly. We see one person already out.
I love this game. I got to admit, man, I absolutely love this game. It's all about positioning, hand-eye coordination, being in the right spot at the right time to send that ball the other way. Yeah. Almost like a platform fighter with a little bit of a twist.
Yep. And
I think
the
gracious.
Shoguns are going to be the green team, which they have not lost a life yet. And
the
game's over.
Yep, Shogun is going to be on green. But there we go.
And that's how fast.
That's how fast Lethal League Blaze unfolds.
The setup time wasn't even done.
I told you it was going to be over before it even began.
Did we even get to know the next game?
Oh, yes.
Oh, it was
FIFA.
FC. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Mr. B, probably their guy they wanted, La Bamba. I think sports games for the bots, it's tough either way. You want Billy in as much as possible. Probably Billy and Mordecai they'd want in, but
right.
I'm not sure. I think this could definitely be a Shogun's win.
Shogun was green in the last game. They just won, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. So Shogun ended up getting a very, very quick win, which I think is important because we have an hour and a half left today, and they are behind by 4 games. you pretty much rack up those 4 wins relatively quickly, especially if the bots send out a forfeit. If there's a specific game that they're not comfortable with, maybe the Shogun can get a free win, if you will, and start catching up here. So that was super important for him. Regardless, we're moving into FIFA. You heard us talk about it earlier. Hollywood just mentioned it again. The bots aren't particularly well-rounded when it comes to sports games. In fact, they actively admit it's not their best genre, but we've also sort of seen them excel, or I guess improve, right, at some of these sports games. In particular, we saw that in NCAA today. Billy was playing out of his mind. They only won by a pick 6, but regardless, you could see an understanding of the formations, an understanding of the mechanics of the game start to develop like week by week, and now they're starting to really dial in a lot of these sports games.
Yeah, Billy, when Madden was on the wheel the past couple seasons, he was kind of known as one of the better Madden players in the league.
Okay.
So obviously he's able to transfer that over into NCAA.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the only sports game you've seen the bots kind of be dominant in over the seasons. I know earlier this season, their worst sports game forever has been 2K. But
they didn't do too bad. They did lose today, but they didn't do too bad.
They're not as they've definitely been improving. I think La Bamba, he's been improving. Dictator Chicken, he was on the Reapers prior to this season with me as well. So I know he has some experience in it as well, but just not as dominant of a sports player really compared to the Shoguns.
Right. I think the biggest difference, though, going into FIFA, if you guys are familiar, FIFA 2v2, 3v3?
2v2, and the rules actually just changed the past couple weeks to where now it is only 1/2.
Okay, so it's only going to be 1/2. Now, the problem that I think is going to be pretty, I guess, on display throughout this game, I'm predicting that the bots are going to have better positioning on the field, and I think a lot of that is going to come down to leadership and just team synergy. I think Shogun have been sort of struggling with that, so there's going to be moments where one of their players just kind of isn't in the right position, potentially grabbing control, because you can grab control of the goalie within FIFA, and maybe even making a mistake at the wrong moment, at the wrong time, resulting in a point for the bots. So if they're able to sort of gather themselves, communicate, start to find that synergy within themselves, I think they can definitely give them a run for the money. I actually think the bots are going to do relatively well here, and it comes down strictly to teamwork and communication.
Yeah, I definitely think this is another one of the bots like OK Sports games, so they definitely have a chance in this. The biggest, I think, deciding factor in FIFA for every team is, are we going to choose a map with walls or no walls? Because I've seen a lot of teams.
Wow, yeah, good point.
They're very comfortable with FC until it comes to the no wall factor, because you can't bounce it off walls. So you have to be very accurate and I guess more familiar with the game of FC or FIFA. Because in the kickoff game mode, you have no walls. It's just actual soccer where there's actual out of bounds and stuff. But in the Volta mode, we have normally walls, but you have the opportunity to choose the no walls, as we see a timeout from the Shogun. So I'm excited to see. I don't remember whose setup was, but I'm curious to see if the teams choose no walls on them.
Well, Shogun might have actually taken a timeout, not even for setup, to be honest. They might have taken a timeout to just strategize who they want to necessarily put in for this, because they can only choose 2.
Yeah,
is
Mr. B has to go in.
Mr. B has to play. If you guys aren't familiar with how this works, think of it like a baseball lineup at home. So the 2 players that you see highlighted at the bottom of your screen between La Bamba and Mr. B, they both have to play, and then the teams get to choose the second player because they've sort of refreshed their lineup, if you will, that can then jump in to be that second player. It's interesting you bring up the walls. We actually noticed a similar thing happening in NHL, which is another one of our games here at the UEL. It's going to be pretty wild to see sort of a bank shot assist, if you will. If you have a one-on-one and you send a pass sort of to yourself off of the wall, there is the capabilities of doing that. I think probably the most obvious problem that I've seen with regards to FIFA, though, is the management of the goalie. In NHL, you can't necessarily take control of your goalie, whereas you can in FIFA. You've played it, obviously, more than me. Is that relatively difficult?
Are you talking about trying to not take control?
I guess,
or
just taking control of the goalie, is it relatively simple?
Not really, because in FIFA, if the puck gets, or if the ball gets past you, to the goalie and he defends it or whatever, and he gets control of it, somebody automatically gets switched to it, and you might not know who's gonna get switched to it.
Ah, that's a good point.
So you have to kind of make that split decision to know if you're the person that got switched to the goalie,
right?
And you have to know instantly where you're passing to,
right?
Or you can get chased down and cornered, and they steal the ball and make the shot.
Yeah,
So.
and that comes down to game sense. That comes down to environmental awareness. We see that in a lot of our sports games, but honestly, we see that really often within our shooters as well. So both teams are going to have to capitalize on that. We'll see who ends up sort of taking that advantage throughout the game. FIFA, though, I do enjoy the aspect of basically being able to make quick comebacks because the field of play is so short in regards to its distance that you can rack up 2 to 3 points relatively quickly. So for those of you watching at home, if you see a team going up by 2 or 3 points, it is not over. Although the quarters aren't, or the half isn't necessarily that long, you can score points relatively quickly.
Yeah, you can score in 3 seconds. I've seen, I think last season there was a huge comeback from like 5 to 10 in the last minute and a half.
Yeah.
And they came back and won.
Yeah.
So definitely, I mean, anything can happen in it. But I think the biggest thing determining this game, almost everybody kind of chooses France or PSG.
Yeah.
But the biggest deciding factor that I've noticed is the kind of defender or goalie position that you have. Usually people run the reverse triangle, so you'll have 2 forwards and 1 defender.
Good preference.
So I think, I don't remember who. I know last FIFA there was like Marquinhos, Hakimi, and there was another one as well, another defender. A lot of people were choosing Marquinhos, but in Volta you kind of want a great defender that can also play that forward game as well, because there's only 3 people on the field at once, and you can't always just pass out as a goalie. Sometimes you have to take it up the field and be able to have good passing, good shots. So I would always choose Hakimi because he's one of the better defenders in the game that also plays well as a forward.
Right.
Marquinhos, he's very slow, and doesn't have the best passing. But I haven't really been paying attention to FC this season, so I'm excited to see who they choose as their defender. Because we always see Mbappe. I think we see Dembele as well a little bit. So
Okay, well, a lot of what you're talking about also comes down to just positioning, right? Like we had mentioned that earlier. I'm hoping that we don't see that as necessarily a huge problem or a prevalent problem within this, because I kind of want to just see both of these teams sort of come together, start communicating and forming that synergy that we talked about. But with regards to like positioning, a huge mistake that I'm noticing often is the fact that there's players that become overzealous trying to push down the field prior to like when their team even has the ball. They want to be sort of ahead of the defender or just in a right position to get sort of a pass off, to get that one-on-one with the goalie. Sometimes they're just out of position and they're not defending their own goal enough, which results in the enemy team basically scoring very, very often.
yeah, I seen the bots for their defender. They chose some. I'm not really that well knowledge about soccer in the world or the FIFA league, but they have Hernandez, which seems pretty okay if that's who they're choosing. But I see Hakimi, who I'm comfortable with, so I know that the Shoguns definitely. I think the Shoguns are going to be the white team, but they're probably just comfortable with it. I have no idea who Ramos is either. So
well, there is a difference in the overall and with regards to the rating, right? Like it seems like if the bots are on the left side of your screen, if that's who they're playing, there's quite a discrepancy between the overall ratings here, which may be worrisome for the Shogun. It's not necessarily a strong indication of who's going to win or not, but I mean, you have to imagine that their in-game stats, right, are just simply better on the bots' teams.
Yep.
We'll get the lowdown with regards to who is playing who here in a second, but I believe Shogun are white, and I believe bots are in blue.
Yep. So we have a map with walls. We haven't really seen this map chosen a lot. It looks actually kind of fun. But we see what the white jerseys not looking as great with the ball, at least. Looks like they have good formation on how they kind of want to be set up with their team, but their mechanics aren't as well as the blue teams. But
there we go.
We see the shots; they're being very high powered from midfield, but they have good chemistry. I can tell already just off the jump. It's just their mechanics a little bit.
Right. And for those of you curious, I can give you a little bit of information. Mr. B is actually in the yellow right now. Okay, and then Kazi is actually in the blue. La Bamba is in the purple. And I believe, Chicken is in the red.
Okay, so we have it flipped. The bots are going to be the white jerseys, and the Shoguns are going to be blue. but we're seeing good defense and kind of a good attack pressure from the Shoguns. I want to see more chemistry. That's what I see the difference that it can come down to. It's gonna be who can either have if the Shoguns can have better mechanics and kind of disregard that chemistry aspect of the game, or are the
Oh
bots
my
just gonna have
gosh.
better chemistry?
Such a close shot. Mr. B sort of clearing it out, putting some pressure on the goalie right there.
that's a
Oh,
shot.
Kazi!
One.
Oh my goodness.
And
Wow.
so here, this is where a lot of teams, even in the league, just as a match in general, this match could be 8-7, and I see a lot of people in the chat or other GMs, they're saying, let's play time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. B and Kazi
0.
showing up. Both have a point each, and they're both doing it right in front of the goalie in broad daylight.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
And this is where the coaching aspect comes into now. Are we going to keep playing aggressive and play our game, or are we going to try and play a little bit
solid
defensive?
point. Mr. B dribbling up.
To where they can't get any shots off and they have no chance.
I'm
But
surprised that wasn't a goal
2-on-1.
yet. Both of them in front of it. Solid defense by the goalie. Clears it out to mid. Mr. B pushing right up the middle. That's going to be, oh my gosh. How did he not get that?
Right off the bar.
Oh, it's a struggle. Labamba going for a shot, but he whiffs. Oh, Labamba taking it to the house potentially, but he can't quite get it past the defender. Here we go.
I see the Shoguns doing really well not taking control of that goalie and letting the AI play.
Oh,
play
goes
that
for the
defensive.
assist. Did he just score that?
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
And that's
Just.
you know if it's Karakazik or Karakazik. I
just call him Kazi.
All right, Kazi.
Karakazik.
Karakazik. All right.
Yeah,
I'm
he
calling
told me.
Kazi now.
He told me prior to the game that we can call him Kazi today.
All right,
so
cool.
I'm just
calling
sending
Kazi.
it. There we go.
Calling him Kazi.
There we go. So we got Mr. B potentially coming over for another assist. The fact that they
What a steal.
drilled that
That's the
shot
win.
with the yuck.
Kazi going
Ew.
crazy.
This is an and the celebration with a backflip.
But this
Oh
is where
my
the bots
goodness.
are going to have to lock in to try and make a comeback. I
Yep.
think they have around a minute left.
Mm-hmm.
So, they have 20 seconds.
They got
so
20
I don't
seconds.
know
This
about-
game may be all
Yeah.
but over. Regardless, they need to start. This is the best time to practice it. Even if you can't win, they got to just start trying to understand the mechanics while they're on the court today playing live.
Yep. And
here we go,
this
Mr.
game
B
is
coming down the
over.
middle. Oh my
5-0.
gosh! The
Mr. B popping
disrespect
off.
on the floor right now in the arena is unreal. Right in front of Grandma's house in broad daylight.
I didn't even know if that game was over. It looked like
That was
Chicken's
wild.
controller disconnected.
I actually said prior to that the bots were going to.
Oh, it's
Whoever
first to
gets five first wins.
I had no idea. That's
First to
crazy.
5 or just first half. Well, you guys just saw it right there. I actually made a prediction that the bots were going to excel in that match, and Mr. B shut me up.
Yeah, Mr. B and Kazi definitely had better chemistry than I would have thought. With I mean, they were on the team last season, but I wasn't expecting FC to be one of those games that they have great chemistry.
This is exciting, man. Here we are. We have an hour and 22 minutes left in our game tonight, and Shogun are only down by 3 games. They're only down by 3 games. I feel like the mental is starting to build right now for Shogun. They're starting to sort of find their rhythm. If they can get at least a couple more, I don't know how many sports games are left. That definitely seems to be a struggle maybe for the bots.
Probably 3.
I think you picked up on the fact that the bots are okay at NCAA. Other than that, Shogun want as many sports games as possible to roll.
They have to, every sports game that rolls when you play the bots, you have to take. If they start taking sports game off you, that's where the game can start getting pretty ugly.
Right.
Shooters, they're pretty solid in. I wouldn't say they're one of the best shooting teams, but if you make mistakes, they're going to capitalize off
Okay.
it. And that's where Fortnite can come in handy because Billy, I mean, we all know Billy's just looking at him, he's not going to be playing Fortnite 24/7.
Yeah.
And I know Kenna and Ash whooping, that's where they're going to want to try to rely on the Shogun side to try and come in and take a win and make it 9-7.
That's true. And don't forget, Street Fighter and Tekken are both in the field of play right now.
Street Fighter is going to be very
That's going to be wild. If either one of those 2 games drops, I'm predicting Shogun right here to take a point right there. So if that happens, you could argue the fact that Shogun would make this 9-7. You're talking about a 2-game difference between a 5-1 team, right, and a 0-4 team. That's how close some of these matchups are. Just because they're 0-4 doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad team, because so many of their games are really, really close, especially as they get later on into the night, man.
Yeah, so I was, fortunately enough, with some of the UEL leadership in Vegas the past what was it, last week, and we were able to catch up with Chris G because that's where he's from. So we were able to catch up with him and stuff. And I, in fighting games at least, love the game of Tekken. I think that's one of the most like unique fighting games out there because I don't play fighters already as it is, but Tekken just kind of caught my eye when I first joined the league.
It does.
So
It's unique, man. It's unique. I think the three-dimensional stage aspect of that game, it's probably been, I'd say, it's the most popular one in pop culture right now. I mean, there's a few of the other ones, right, like Soul Calibur and what have you. I think specifically for 2024, 2023, it was a big sort of year or two of fighting games. I mean, with Street Fighter, Tekken 8, Mortal Kombat, Multiverses as a brand new like platform fighter. I mean, you're like just a gargantuan amount of fighting games just dropping in the market at the same time. The aspect of Tekken, though, being a 3D stage fighter is a little bit different. We saw a lot of that during the 2000s, but they sort of faded off, and Tekken has been one of the ones that is sort of, I would say, stayed relevant throughout time. So.
And when I was talking to Chris G, I was asking him what fighters he does play and stuff.
Yeah.
And Tekken is not the one he really profound. He
Okay.
like plays a lot. So I know Mordecai on the other team, he's one of our better Tekken players. So I would see Tekken going to the bots. Street Fighter, though, the bots are probably the best Street Fighter team.
Yeah.
Chris G, the best Street Fighter player.
Yeah, no,
and
no,
that
they're
swept
taking
teams
that.
all by himself. So I would be excited to see that.
Yeah.
But here,
Okay,
I'm
go
not
on,
sure
go.
what's going to happen in Fortnite. Looks like
Yeah.
Ceviche is a little lost.
Fortnite's interesting. So if you guys at home aren't familiar with this, we're not obviously playing the Battle Royale. This is going to be a blank canvas. We do have build active here, and there's different spawn points on the map. Now, you're running a risk, there's going to be tons of building, but eventually the circle is going to close in, and you have to make your way towards your opponent. As you're doing that, running across this empty field, you run the risk of getting shot. So you're going to have teammates that are sort of playing their tower, peppering out damage across the field, and then you're going to have teammates that are sort of pushing the envelope, pushing the action, and that's what we're seeing right here. Kenna going for some solid shots, whiffing a few of them, but actually gets the knock solid by Kenna. We've talked about his level of accuracy throughout today on games like Valorant and so forth, and he seems to be continuing that trend here on Fortnite.
Yep. So I think the Shoguns are at a 5-3 lead. Make it 5-2. I think we have
my
Labamba,
goodness.
Ceviche, and Billy now out.
Yeah,
versus the
that
forces.
was weird. I felt like Billy showed up ready to show out and just got dropped with the quickness. Kenna not even flinching about that. Almost like he's just pub stomping in a lobby right now at the top of this tower, just showing an ability to sort of maintain command on Fortnite. You can see how quickly he edits a lot of his building materials and what have you. He's very, very comfortable here on Fortnite, it seems.
Yeah, you can tell by the way he shoots, and he has that timing to where Fortnite, as soon as you shoot, you won't be as accurate, but he knows the timing on when to shoot as soon as it gets back to accurate.
Oh,
he's pretty solid in Fortnite.
It's a little bit of fall damage. He's trying to build. Unfortunately, the building was knocked out from underneath him. He's trying to build his absolute mind out right now.
Yeah, he was getting smoked for a second. The other guy was just standing there. He was just walking right into him.
Here's Mordecai just on ground level, peppering some shots across field. Not necessarily doing anything too fancy, but nonetheless, you know, getting some damage out there.
Yeah, so it looks like Labamba.
This is Labamba.
Maybe, so Labamba, I guess, got up. So it was just Labamba and Chicken, but Chicken, I think it might go down to Ash right there.
There we go.
And
Here's Chris
I
G.
think he's still boxed up right now.
Okay.
He's on this build.
Chris G starting to close the distance. Let's see what he decides to do. It's interesting to see if he's very experienced here at Fortnite. Can't really tell right now.
He's building hotels right now. Oh,
Okay,
Chris G
this
has not played Fortnite
No.
forever.
Yeah, no.
It's so
This is
fun to
not. This isn't in his toolkit.
Nah, definitely not.
Right. But hey, he's still up, man. You know, give him credit. Now, this is going to be interesting. I think Kenna has been a very, very, I'd say, admirable sort of player within the shooter genre today. He's very comfortable, as you can see, just editing, throwing out materials left and right, getting this building, getting these structures. It seems as if his strategy right now is to maintain verticality. Sort of jumps on the wall of the storm, gets a drop. I don't know who that's on. I would assume that was Chris G.
I think he killed his teammate, yeah. And Dictator Chicken, I believe, is still up in this box right now.
Right.
So Kenna is trying to get a sight onto him, but somehow Chicken is still up. He has that briefcase, which
oh,
goodness,
good
why
night,
Chicken going crazy right
Cassie. Oh my goodness.
So that briefcase actually, when he throws it out, it's going to turn into a sentry turret that will auto lock onto the other team and start lasering them, basically.
Yeah, it was impressive with how comfortable he was. Oh my gosh. Keeping his composure, Stone Cold Steve Austin right now on the field. Almost no health, but it looks like he's going to get a little bit of shield off. Gradually getting his shield up. That's going to allow him to tank a little bit more damage, but it's not going to matter. Wow.
Kenna looked pretty solid.
No, Kenna was absolutely in command that entire time. He was maintaining vertical advantage, sort of head glitching, consistently building material out anytime it got damaged. He definitely is super comfortable within Fortnite, so props to Kenna on that one.
Yeah, definitely. And Chicken, I think that was almost the one before clutch he had versus the Shoguns.
Yeah, almost, yeah.
So it was good to see Chicken, out of everybody on that team, actually kind of show up for them in Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess they have preset loadouts. Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna take that.
Yo,
shot. I didn't know that.
What game you playing? I didn't.
I need to go
I
there
didn't
from
know
now
about
on.
that. All right. Interesting. Regardless, he's taking a look over at Red Spawn. Not getting. Oh, but he tanks a little bit of damage. Shield's almost completely gone at this point.
That is health, not a shield.
Yep.
Gonna take that.
Now, you may be thinking, why don't they just stay in their spawn point? Well, there is a storm similar to a Battle Royale that does close in eventually, so you do have to get out of spawn. That's when you're going to get vulnerable, right? Early bird gets the worm. In this case, there are times where a player can start rushing towards the center and set up shop, if you will, with some building materials, start to create a structure in the center. But if you do that early, you run the risk of getting picked. So big risk, big reward. Nobody's necessarily doing it right now, but they are starting to move across with this structure.
Yeah, I see the bots playing a little bit more defensively here. I don't, and I guess the Shoguns, I don't really see any of them pushing up. Getting a few shots, and it looks like they actually got it down on Ceviche over there.
Kenna with some solid damage output and a great understanding of the mechanics of this game. The Scar that you're sort of seeing on the screen has quite a bit of recoil, but the level of recoil control, if you will, by Kenna just is a strong indication that he's super experienced with this weapon.
Yeah, and actually, I think because every team has two different spawn points, I think both of the other teams that we weren't watching for their spawn point, they actually both pushed each other, and the Shoguns actually took out all two of the bots while.
Oh my goodness!
So now it's back to a 5v3.
That's interesting.
I want to know if Dictator Chicken is still up, because he is the one that was almost clutching it up for the bots, because if they actually take him out and Billy, I would say that the Shoguns win this.
Oh,
he's actually in trouble right
Look
now,
at
getting
the vertical advantage right now on Chicken. Needs to start building his structure. But for future reference, I would love to see. Oh, struggling on the edit right now. Chicken gets caught from behind.
And it comes back.
Oh, of course that's Kenna. Of course that's Kenna.
Yep.
Kenna was the player above him because he understands how important it is to have the high ground advantage. Almost like an Anakin Skywalker, if you will. You've got to have the high ground in this game type.
Getting this revive off is very huge, because now it puts you back at that 4v2 situation. And Billy actually goes down, so I think there's going to be one more left on the bots.
Wow, look how high. Look how high he is on the field right now.
Mr. B actually gets taken out.
This does leave him vulnerable to fall damage if he were to get shot, but I mean, his structure's standing strong up there.
Yep.
The Bomba on ground level is definitely going to get shot by Kenna the moment that he gets spotted, and now it's starting to occur. Kenna knows exactly where he is. He's simply putting up wooden structures, which isn't very strong. Can he pull off the upset? He's in the storm! Oh, it could have dropped him!
The Bomba was on one. I think if he would have hit that shotgun, there's a potential chance that he could have got the down right there.
Oh my gosh.
We're 9-7 with an hour left. Final stand.
It is 9-7 right now, and there's an hour and 10 minutes left today.
A game.
Shogun is showing up.
Yeah.
Shogun shows up, man.
This is a game where anybody can win.
Yeah. No, that's very true. That's very true. So, Final Stand Ragnarok, guys, is a bit of a PvE experience. This is going to be a game like you haven't seen played throughout tonight. So both teams are actually going to be on the field at the exact same time. And you may be thinking to yourself, okay, when are they going to start attacking each other? Well, technically that's not going to happen. there's going to be a lot of mobs, a lot of ads, if you will. Like I said, it's a PvE experience. You're going to see AI and ads, bots, NPCs, and what have you pour onto the field. How this is going to work is the team that racks up the most points, the highest score by the end of the game, by eliminating those ads in a proficient manner, because you can pick up what is essentially like a kill combo, if you will. So if you get multiple kills within a certain range of each other, it continues basically a combo kill. And if you can rack up a really high combo, it gives you bonus points, and you want to do that throughout basically all of the rounds in order to get a high score. There is a little bit of strategy involved, though. We saw last week, I forget what team it was, but there is strategy involved with potentially sending one of your teammates towards the opposing team in order to steal kills. And when that happens, you don't necessarily have to have the most kills in the game. You just have to steal the most kills.
Yep.
So there's going to be different characters. There's going to be different abilities. You're going to see AoE effects, zoning tools, or close quarters long swords and what have you that are slicing and dicing through all of these ads. Different characters have different abilities. Is there a specific character that you like playing, being a player right now in the UAL?
I'd say there's like 2 characters that's very like viable in the league.
Okay.
I've seen what team was? I think it might be the bots actually, or the
Okay.
or the paladins. I think they've been running this character called Gwendolyn, where because we play until 8 minutes, and right before 8 minutes they pop one of their abilities, which actually brings out kind of like clones of her and
Okay.
it fights for her. So,
Oh, wow.
So they actually like pop it right before the timer's done. They let go, and their AI kind of clones fight for them.
that is
So they're still
cheeky.
racking up points afterwards.
Wow.
But I personally like
Who
AI.
decided to do that?
I don't.
That is cheesy.
Yeah, but
That
I
is very
like
cheesy.
Ayla, the fire bow girl. I think she's very OP. She has a lot of damage output and AoE, and she has that burning aspect where she can kind of still get damage off.
Okay.
But overall, I just think she's one of the better characters in the game.
Okay.
I think we've seen her played 95% of the time within the league. So.
Okay. All right. That's interesting.
That's what I think we'll see mostly. But not
Okay. Well, it's funny you mentioned the strategy right there involved with creating clones after the time limit runs out in order for your character to rack up kills. If it's not stipulated by the game master and by the rules here, then obviously it can happen. One of the things that I noticed, I believe it was in yesterday's game, when Final Stand Ragnarok was played, I believe it might have been the Blaze.
Probably was me.
You were resurrecting your teammates when there was no ads on the field in order to pick up score from resurrecting your teammates, no?
Yeah, so I know there's a very big strategy that everybody knows now. Just because if you revive somebody, it gives you 1,000 points. So basically everybody in the lobby, as long as you are reviving them in that process,
right?
You'll get 1,000 points. So realistically, 7 other people, because it's a 8-player game,
right?
7 people could get 1,000 points each.
Wow.
For reviving.
Yeah.
But 2 of my teammates, they were off doing their own thing. So it was taking us so long to rack up the revives because it was kind of just a one-on-one.
Played against
thing.
you a little bit.
Yeah, so it definitely hurt us.
Yeah.
But I think if my whole team was there, which I would do on the certain map, because there's a spike, so where you can just kill yourself instantly over and over.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very smart to do.
Yeah, it's viable. It's a viable option. But, here we are. We're talking about these really, really creative ways to sort of, rack up. Oh, my goodness. Street Fighter 6 just got spun, and Shogun are only down by 2 games. Oh, my goodness. This is going to get interesting.
This is the most diverse I've seen Final Stand. We have Bjorn Snore on the field and Jab Asu.
Jabasu.
I know me and the Reapers, when I hang out with them and we play the game, because we like to do our streaming hours together. We kind of we like saying the names. We think it's very, very cool and interesting.
Was the archer Ayala? Is that how you pronounce it?
Ayala.
So Jaba. What was the Asu?
Jab Asu.
Jabasu.
And like Bjorn Snore. That's the goal.
Okay. So I think the shield character Jabasu and Ayala both utilize a little bit of fire damage, correct?
Yeah.
By putting dots on the enemies, which is damage over time. If you don't know that acronym, dot damage over time. Super advantageous within a PvE experience like this. There's a lot of AoE effects that happen on the field, and if you're able to put those dots on the AI, gradually over time, it's going to help your DPS, and it's also going to reduce or speed up, I should say, the TTK, which is time to kill on these ads. Now, as the game continues throughout this round, you'll notice ads gradually basically showing up or spawning on the field that take a little bit more damage to down. They're a little bit more difficult. Within this first little bit of the round, all of these ads are basically going to be one hit, right? As you're seeing right here on your screen. But eventually, they're going to be a little bit more difficult. So we'll see what happens.
So it's basically Call of Duty Zombies. That's how I, because my family likes watching all the UEL games, watching me play.
Yeah.
So they were very curious on how the game worked. I was like, basically think of Call of Duty Zombies, but we're playing for 8 people.
Yeah.
And then whoever has the most amount of kills wins, basically.
Yep.
There's a little bit more into it, but just for people out there that aren't as familiar with the game, that's the best way I could describe it. But this is one of the problems with some of the characters in this game, because every second matters in a game where it comes down to score,
right?
And there's a time limit. So Ayala actually kind of takes out that time where Bjorn Snore here is going to have to run over to the zombies. That can cost 3 or 4 seconds, while Ayala can just shoot them from across the map and then continuously do that and kind of rack up more kills than this character can. So
yeah, definitely. And you saw Mordecai right there attempting to steal a few kills from Chris G as he ran across right there. I don't know if he necessarily did or not, but while he was doing so, he also picked up a few buffs that are on the screen. So you'll notice at the bottom of the screen there is an orange buff, a blue buff, and a green buff. That basically is going to boost your health, it's going to boost your shield, and it's going to boost your damage output. And that is absolutely crucial with regards to getting that final blow and getting that damage output to eliminate these ads. You've got to be on the lookout for those buffs across the field.
Yeah, one thing that people may notice throughout the game, there are actually 5 item slots at the bottom right, and all of the items kind of do a difference. So that's one thing I noticed from a very skilled Final Stand Ragnarok player.
Oh, if you do say so yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Because every item is different. There's like an explosive, a fire. There's certain traps and things that also can help you with your mana, so you can use your 3 special abilities.
Okay. All right.
So I definitely think like people that don't pick those up are actually hurting themselves and hurting their teams. Because the explosive ones, if you don't have ALO, or even if you do, it actually does a lot of AOE damage. Or also, if you have no mana, to where now you can only auto attack.
Right.
There's certain like mana trees to where you'll start to recover some of your mana or health or stuff like that. So
oh wow,
it's
interesting.
pretty important to always pick up as many items as you can and know what they do.
Right. That's interesting. I actually never noticed that in the last 3 times that we've broadcasted this game, so thank you for sharing that information. I'm learning this just like so many of you are at home. There's a lot of games within the UEL library here. There's 33 different games, so as I learn them as a broadcaster, I'm going to take you along for that journey. I love the complexity, the diversity of all of these games. Final Stand Ragnarok being truly unique as a PvE experience within this library. I love it, man. I love it.
Yep. And we've seen Mordecai. He had about like a 120 kill spree.
Right.
But then him not being able to get a kill within a few seconds, it'll reset it. So if there is, I'm not sure if there is combo score. I haven't really like paid attention and gone into detail with how the scoring works.
Right.
But if so, that was pretty detrimental, because 100 kills is actually a lot within an 8-minute time limit. It looks like at the top right, we're at 405, so we're
about halfway.
Yep, right at halfway.
Okay, that's interesting.
Right after that wave of zombies. So
out of curiosity, the FPS score in the top, is that the actual frames per second that these PCs are running?
I have no idea.
If that's the actual frames per second, we have to give a shout out to SurfThing computers, which are all of the computers here within the UEL on the arena floor, in the actual production room and so forth. SurfThing, one of the sponsors here at the UEL. We appreciate them, and that would be absolutely wild if we're running this at 400 frames.
Yeah, I have no idea. I see that. I grew up never really playing a PC until I joined the league. I got one.
Right. So I'm Xbox all day, baby, so
yeah,
I feel
Xbox,
that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I had no idea. I didn't know if high meant it was bad or good, so I was like, I have no idea.
Yeah,
but
I feel you.
But being that high, I mean, I would expect certain.
Okay.
To carry that much weight.
Here we go. We got tons of ads, though, flowing across the screen right here. Now, you'll notice every time one of those shots hits, it's actually almost like an AoE effect. There's a bit of burst effect that happens, lighting these ads on fire, creating that tick damage gradually over time. She's sort of training them, like you said, in COD Zombie, sort of training them to group up together to make each and every shot as effective as possible. And I believe this is Kenna. No, yeah, this is Kenna. Again, showing his level of accuracy and precision that has been on display throughout this entire night.
Yeah, he's almost on a 200 kill streak.
That's
but it
insane.
Dies out. But he has 600 kills at the top right, which actually
This
pretty
is
solid.
huge. This is huge because if Shogun win this, they're going into Street
Yep,
Fighter, which they're
9-8.
favored for. If we tie this up tonight 9-9, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, with an hour left, anything can. This is where I feel like as long as the game is close, anything can happen within the last hour of the game.
Now, what's interesting is Kenna doesn't have any objects picked up on the bottom right-hand corner like you had mentioned. What's going on there?
Maybe he's not finding them. So you have to destroy the chests around the map to unlock them.
Okay.
So I think right after wave 3, there's actually like a chest round.
Oh,
So
okay.
where there's like certain chests around the map. So right there you see.
Oh, here we go.
Ceviche find a chest and pick
Got
these
you.
up, which-
Understandable.
That explosive one is dead.
Okay.
Oh yeah, treasure wave. So yeah. So there's like going to be it's going to show you chests over there. There's going to be a whole bunch of items spawn up. I think it's
Interesting.
huge. So
I love it. I love it. This is a really, really interesting game. A lot of different mechanics. There's a level of complexity to this game, even though it is a PvE experience. Be sure to check this out at home. This is Final Stand Ragnarok. It might be PvE, but it's also super competitive. It's co-op. You can play with your friends. Really enjoyable experience and a ton of fun to broadcast.
yeah, and this downtime, you see that the next wave spawns in 10 seconds. So this is where I like to see more like knowledgeable players of this. It looks like Billy kind of knows that there's going to be a wave of zombies spawning right here. So he's sitting there. He's going to be waiting for it.
Oh,
So
I like that.
I want to see if this is an actual spawn point for them. I think there's actually a portal that does spawn over here.
That's
I'm not sure
interesting.
if it's random.
Calm before the storm.
Play this map as much.
Oh,
It starts
calm
raining.
before the storm, I said, and it literally starts raining.
That's crazy.
What is going on? I'm a gypsy.
I've never even seen the game rain like this before in my life.
That was really cool. You
That's
gotta love it, man. Only here at the UEL. Commentary, keeping it on point, baby.
Yeah, it looked like Billy was actually.
Oh,
hey,
there's the
hey,
spawn point
he
you
was
talked
right.
about.
He was right.
That was solid. That was solid.
Yeah, that man knows. See, he's an experienced Final Stand Ragnarok player,
Yeah,
for sure.
exactly. Game knowledge is paramount over everything.
Yeah, see, so Billy right here, he has 15 seconds to
Wow.
find zombies, but his team, they need to be
200?
finding other ones.
That's true, but he's on a 230 kill combo, 240. How high can he get this before the clock runs out? 57, 58, 59, and that's the end of the round.
287, 290. So this is where that burning starts coming into factor.
Yep.
Just kind of like
Wow.
Gwendolyn, so it's good for him to use all of his abilities. at the
That
beginning.
is huge. Look at the way they're continuing to burn as they pile up. This is
So,
wild.
Billy with 1,000 kills is actually huge points for the bots. So it's gonna be tight because when we're watching Keno, watching Chris G, I think they were around 500 to 600.
Yeah.
But Billy picked up 300.
Billy
in
might have made the
last
difference.
30 seconds. Yeah, that was huge.
That is sort of that leadership, that experience that we've talked about throughout this entire evening. Billy might have just clutched that for his team right there at the end, especially given the fact that so many of those ads were cleared and killed after the time limit was over, not by his own doing, but just because of the dot effect that was unfolding on the screen.
And,
So here we
that's
are,
a
we're
bots
looking
one
at the
for sure.
points total from Billy.
3,000 from Ashwood, and that is
my gosh.
not great. Yeah, the bots for sure won that. I can just
Yeah.
tell just by the placements.
Just looking at it.
Oh,
Kina. Thank you.
Kina.
Kina.
That's on me. My bad. But
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, it looked like the bots had 4 of the top 6 positions, so that's automatically going to go.
Yeah,
to them,
it seems
especially
like
with
it.
Billy having 1,500 more points over the next bots player, which
You know, honestly, it might have just come down to that last round, right as the storm unfolded on the screen. We called it out perfectly, but you had mentioned the fact that there is going to be a spawn point in that area after that treasure wave. And he picked up 300 plus kills right there at the end, which might have been the difference. I think regardless, they were in a pretty safe spot. Bots did win. We just got confirmation from the floor, so they're going to go up 10-7. Regardless, Shogun have a huge opportunity right now. Street Fighter is getting ready to get played. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that Chris G may be able to completely wipe the floor with the bots.
so it's definitely possible. I think with Chris G not having his hit stick, it's going to make a difference.
That's
and
true,
the
actually.
bots won by
Wow.
7,000 in Final
Bots,
Stand.
bots won by 7,000 points during that
This
game.
is the bots, like, I don't see a team really coming close to them in Street Fighter, really, besides
Right.
the Reapers, I guess.
Okay.
So this is like the bot's best team fighter, like for sure. I mean, there's like
Really?
Tekken and stuff like that. This is like everybody on their team is great. So if Chris G's got a lot to work with on this.
Yeah,
everybody he's going to verse against it's going to be tight.
That's true. I will say this, though. I mean, Street Fighter is one of those games you get a hit confirm and you can completely drain your opponent's health. I want to see Chris G get that hit confirm with a little bit more mix-ups that we were seeing out of him earlier with Reptile on Mortal Kombat 1. Once he gets that hit confirm, can he get that damage output, utilize those specials, and just sort of make his way through his opponents? Now, something that is interesting on Street Fighter, I believe you only regain a little bit of health in between opponents, correct?
Yeah, he does. You
Yeah.
do regain some health.
Okay,
but-
so if he's able to play relatively clean, take out an opponent, and then regain a little bit of health, it really just depends on the damage output of the bots. I think a solid strategy from the bots right here. I think they are comfortable, like you said, on this game. But just focusing on getting a little bit of damage at a time on Chris G, once they get him out of the way, it may be a snowballing effect that occurs on Shogun.
Yeah, so Chris G is going first, which is something I actually don't agree with when it's going to be a tight matchup.
Wow.
I know Dictator Chicken, he's going to be on the loop. So this is going to be very tight because you don't want Chris G to take any damage until you have to verse Mordecai on that Zangief
Right.
and Billy on that Marissa.
Yep.
So it's going to be very tight. But
Oh,
he's playing a great
wow.
game, playing that perfect parry.
Oh my gosh, the parry right there was wild. They got him stuck in the corner. I did like seeing the anti-air coming out of Chris G at the start of that, though. Good read to know that he's getting ready to jump in. And now he's going to continue zoning him sort of into that midfield action, playing a little bit of passive, or maybe potentially too passive. I don't want to see another situation like Die by the Blade like we saw earlier.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was a tragedy.
That was crazy.
Nonetheless, though, I sort of like where his head's at. He's drained quite a lot of health, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do. And it's working. It's absolutely working because Chicken's almost out, but he gets a hit confirm.
Doesn't punish correctly.
He doesn't.
So Chris G's actually playing a great game of playing that range game. And also, as soon as Dictator Chicken has to jump in, he's being able to do the anti-air pretty well. But we see that Dictator Chicken is actually burnt out, which will mean that he's going to be taking...
Oh my gosh. That was a perfect round for Chris G. Like we mentioned, he didn't take that much damage, so the health that he is regaining is leaving him at about 85% health or so.
Yeah, so there, I think I would see, like, Kino or Kazi be able to go in and be able to do a decent amount to Chicken.
Right.
Because later on, when Chris G has to versus Zangief or the Marissa,
right,
it can be one combo and he's down to 25% health. So
Okay.
it's going to be very tight. He has to play almost a perfect game,
Right.
unless the Shogun's backups for Chris G and Street Fighter
Mhm.
are going to be able to take out Mordecai and
Right.
Billy, it's going to be very tight. So
Okay.
he has to play perfect.
All right, now both of these players are playing on Classic. Neither of them are playing on Modern controls, so that's an indication that they're really comfortable with the mechanics of the game. Is there a potential character that you see sort of shutting down the zoning tool of Chris G to make it a little bit more difficult? Because he's doing exactly what you just said. You read it perfectly. He's zoning, and when the jump in occurs, he's hitting him with the anti-air.
I know Marissa, the character that
Oh.
he's versing right now, she actually has like an armor move that can. So right there, that
Right.
armor move, I need to see La Bamba play more of person. And that is not the move.
Oh,
And that's
boy.
gonna
I'm
almost
surprised he didn't punish more, man.
Yeah, he didn't get a good punish
Yeah.
off on that. But I think he's more just trying to play a good UEL way of playing Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Playing that range and then being able to anti-air when need be.
This
Getting
is
good
nuts.
grabs in, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing surgically right now is the way that I would describe it. Look at his health pool. Everything he's doing is mechanically perfect. He has the exact same amount of health as he pretty much started this round with, which is pretty much what he needs. He's going to land one more zone heal as he chips, the anti-air. Yeah, your
First
read
he's
might be the
shaking
read of
his
the
head.
night. That's exactly what he's doing. That's great.
First you like.
I predicted it
y'all
before this,
suck.
man. I think he's going to wipe the whole field. I think he's going to wipe the entire bots team right now.
I think it's gonna depend on, I don't know, more. So when it gets to after Ceviche, I'm not
Oh,
sure.
it's DJ? Is he bringing out
he's
DJ
playing
right now?
DJ, yeah.
Oh, boy. Yeah,
So-
DJ's a little different.
Yeah, he's a charged character, which
Yes.
I mean that is a character that can kind of outplay some of Akuma's like range.
Right.
'Cause his charge, like projectile moves.
Okay.
Actually shoot out twice.
Right.
So it'll kind of counter it a little bit. I don't know. I haven't seen Ceviche play Street Fighter much this season.
Okay.
But I know Billy and Mordecai, like, he's got to. Chris G can't really use all 3 bars.
Well, let me ask you this: the zoning tool that's coming out of Chris G, is it a high? Is it a mid? I know that DJ has an ability to dive with a low strike. He sort of dives in in a low manner. I believe that's DJ.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if it actually goes underneath the projectile of Chris G. It gives him another tool in his kit, so he doesn't necessarily have to jump in. He can go for that sort of diving low strike.
Use the level 2. I don't know.
Oh
He'll
my
be able to get to the wall
gosh!
yet, does he? I don't know.
He needs to find a way to close the distance. I don't think he's going to outzone him. Here we go.
Yeah, the only way he's gonna be able to outzone Ceviche is by using his projectile Hadoukens to charge up, because Akuma can actually charge up to make them stronger and more powerful.
Wow, that's
But
going to be round. That is absolutely going to be round.
He's gonna be almost full health again. So
Chris G showing off his well-roundedness, if you will, to manage all of the utility of this game. It's not just zoning tools and anti-airs. He closes the distance and racks out a ton of combo strings to basically put him up 3-0 against the bots. My prediction is coming to fruition right now. He's now wiped out 3 of their players, going for another 2. You can see his teammates in the background just hyping him up right now. Now, this is different. Mordecai's on a character that does an absolute ton of damage. He now has to make sure he doesn't get in. If he does get in, though, it might spell disaster.
Yep. I think if Mordecai can get in and get a grab or 2 off, or maybe even his level 3, I think. Okay. I think that he can take him. But if it comes down to, can he get in?
Right.
That's the game that
easier said than done, because he doesn't really have any zoning tools, no? So, he's going to get chipped out, and when he goes for the jump in, if he does, he's going to get anti-aired, so he has to be super careful. What I'm assuming he's going to try to do is just sort of play the game of footsie, shift towards Chris G, and then potentially go for some of those grabs.
Yeah, and you don't really see Chris G doing anything
Right.
special right now. He's just trying to play that range game, make sure he doesn't get grabbed at all. And right here, this is where it could be it. Oh, he drops it.
I'm gonna say it right now. Chris G is actually playing like an FGC god, and there's no one that can prove me wrong right now. Quite literally millimeters away from death. Only a little bit of shield left. This is pretty much over. No more shield. Anti-air. The clean sweep, the ace is 1 fighter away. Do you just forfeit right now and just get this over with?
Nah, I think you put your trust in Billy. Billy can do it. If anybody can do it, Billy can.
All right, we got Tier 1 against Tier 1. We got Billy the GOAT versus Chris G. Let's see what happens. Mobster Matt made the prediction that Chris G was going to ace the whole team. Let's see if it happens, man.
I definitely think Chris G's showing out more. I was expecting Mordecai to be able to get a grab off, maybe his level 3 Rage Art or his level 3 Critical Art. He didn't, so it's going to come down to Billy. Billy's one of the better Street Fighter players in the league.
Okay, you had mentioned that.
So it's going to be tight.
Okay. Let's see what happens. One of the things I really like that I'm seeing right now is Chris G actually has a smile on his face. I think he's definitely jumped into a positive state of mind. As their team has sort of started catching up in the win column, this is going to put this at a 10. I don't want to make any early predictions, but I think Chris G is just playing at a whole nother level. I think this is going to be 10-8 after this. That leaves him 2 games behind moving in later to the night.
Yeah, and then going into NHL, one of the sports games that the Shogun should take. So
oh my gosh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? If you guys are watching at home, do not blink, because before you know it, we may have a tie game as we close in with 47 minutes left in the night. It's getting hype, baby. Chris G continuing to throw out that zoning tool. Billy's got to be careful if he decides to jump in that anti-air, but Chris G just coming in with the optimal combo game.
Yep, and then backing up and playing that range game as he should.
Yep.
But Billy, he can't get in as soon as he uses his drive to get in.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
wow.
He gets that range also.
Oh, my gosh. Basically, the shift forward to grab, just sort of a mix-up, if you will. Just trying to play as unpredictable as possible. Oh, God, this is disgusting.
Is he?
Oh, my gosh.
Not a good score.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your husband. Chris G's out here putting in work. I love it.
And that's game.
Oh my goodness.
Chris G sweeps probably the best Street Fighter
Wow.
team in the league with ease.
That was
just
wild.
by playing basically his simple combo, not doing anything crazy, playing the range and anti-airing when need be. So he made it look really easy, like anybody could go out and do it.
Yeah, that was wild. That was wild. I loved what I see. I mean, listen, he played that at a whole nother level, the likes of which I haven't seen probably throughout the last 2 weeks that I've been in the UEL. That was just a whole nother echelon of fighting game talent. That was exceptional, and I really wanted to see that from him tonight. I was super excited to see him compete for the first time.
Yeah, Chris G going first. If you would have known that Chris G was going like Kuma, I was hoping maybe someone would pop out, somebody that has like one of those anti-projectiles. I didn't see Billy get close enough to be able to use his armor move through the projectile at all. So he was trying to get in by jumping in, but it was almost like as soon as he jumped in and used his drive to where he kind of turns green and starts.
Yeah,
moving forward,
absolutely.
Chris G would just jump right over him and go to the other side and keep doing the same thing over
Yeah,
and over.
he had a really, really this incredible understanding of the mechanics of the game, and you noticed it right off the rip when he was utilizing the zoning tool. I'm going to be honest, I thought it was going to be overly passive, sort of like I had mentioned the die by the blade, earlier on in the night. He was playing that way too patiently and ended up sort of basically causing a draw that took him out of that game. Had he been able to remain in there, they may have been able to win that. But no, I like the fact that he just stuck to his know-how, if you will, and ended up being incredible.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think maybe these two teams actually might have played earlier in the season.
Mhm.
I'm not sure because I know one of the Chris G's other great fighters is going to be Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
And I know earlier this season, probably a month ago, he actually ended up losing it because his controller was disconnected.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
So I don't know if it was versus team or not.
Mhm.
It may have been because the bots are another one of those great Dragon Ball
Right.
teams all around.
Solid.
So that's
Okay.
that's probably the other fighter that's left on the wheel that I'd like to see
It is,
still
yeah.
roll.
Mhm.
But so NHL Shogun's must win.
Yeah, this is like a must. I mean, it's not a must win, but I mean, you're talking about 40 minutes left in tonight. I do sort of think that this is a must win. Now, one of the things we didn't mention, Shoguns have set up right now. One of the things we didn't mention is at the halftime, guys, it doesn't matter how many timeouts the teams actually have. Once halftime occurs, both teams have 2 remaining timeouts. Shoguns are left with 1. Bots already have 2. So if this starts to become a little bit more closely contested, if you will, you might see a couple of timeouts rolling out as we get further on in the night to just strategize. There may be some games that come up that maybe one of the teams isn't necessarily comfortable with. Like we talked about, bots sort of struggling a little bit with the sports games. That's when you're going to see some of those timeouts come out. Maybe just deciding how to play, what to play, who to play, things of that sort. Regardless, we still, it's interesting. Both teams still have, 5 and 4 forfeits. There hasn't been a lot of forfeiting tonight.
Yeah, the Shoguns, I think at this point you can't afford to forfeit at this point in the game.
Right.
This wheel is going to mean a lot right here.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge, no
that
way
is
it's
a
Lumina
tough
Rush.
rule. Well, actually, the Shoguns, I know they're not. They're pretty comp in Lumina Rush, but the bots have probably 2 of the best
I think
Lumina Rush players in the league.
I was going to say, I actually think the bots are going to excel in that game. We'll talk about Lumina Rush after this because it's a little bit of like a platform speedrunning game, if you will. But I'm super excited to see that. It's one of my favorite games because it sort of exemplifies the diversity of content that we have within the Ultimate In-Gamers League.
Yeah, I think that game may be one of the games that you have to forfeit if you end up winning this.
Right.
But this is one of the sports games that the bots I know are pretty decent in.
Mhm.
They actually kind of
Here we
upset
go.
some teams this season and last season. They've been practicing
Ooh.
a lot, so
Yeah, let's see what happens, man.
this is going to be a very tight game.
Yeah, I agree. So we got Shoguns in the white jerseys and the bots obviously in the blue jerseys. Now, one of the things you're going to see that is probably going to be one of the most prevalent sort of aspects of who is going to start scoring goals on who is the stamina from the goalies. If all the players sort of collapse around the goalie and you get a lot of shots on top of a goalie, it basically drains their stamina, which makes it a little bit more difficult to block shots. You'll start to notice the goalie have a harder time sort of recovering from, goals that are getting blocked. Maybe he dives to the left. He can't quite get back to his feet in time or get back to his skates in time. some of those things, as the periods roll on, you're going to notice those goalie being a detriment to the team.
Yeah, so playing NHL in the league is very one-sided. So going up on the ice, it's such an advantage in this game.
Yeah.
In the league especially. So we
Oh, wow.
We only play this to
Mhm.
2 periods or
Oh.
golden goal basically after 2 periods.
Yeah.
So right now this is like bots need to score right here at least one time going up the ice. So right now like the Shoguns, they're playing it great, being able to play like more of a defensive game. They're actually going to clear shots on the goal. But right now, if I'm the Shoguns, look, don't even worry about scoring unless you get something open.
Yeah.
But we need to play defensive and wait for our turn to go up the ice after this period because it's such an advantage.
Yeah. Well, I think both teams have had a lot of shots on the goal. I think positioning-wise, I'm surprised with how well both of them are actually playing. What you'll notice too often, one-on-one right here on the goal, goes for a spin shot, but doesn't quite get it.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we don't see Dictator Chicken in for the NHL, actually, now that I think about it.
Really?
On the Reapers, he was a very solid
slap
NHL
shot.
player for us, being able to go on and just play his role.
Okay.
But, maybe the bots knew Lumina Rush was rolling up.
Right.
He had to be available for it, so it definitely worked out. But
Yeah, I like that. Able to block that shot. Looks like Shogun might be okay. Never mind. I thought they were going to actually play that. To be honest with you, nonetheless.
yeah,
Here we
I
go.
like playing that mind game as the goalie, where I can pass out or just keep it and kind of get a reset off. But I like waiting until the last second to where the team actually thinks that we're gonna.
Oh,
good shot though. Good goal. The other team may think that I'm actually just gonna hold it and they'll kind of like just chill out for a second. I'll pass it up and I'll get something wide open. So it's actually pretty cool to see some of the teams do that.
Yeah. No, understand. You know, one thing I've definitely noticed within the league, with regards to NHL, there's not a lot of hip checks or just straight up shoulder checks that are going on.
Yeah.
What I'm noticing is a lot of poke checks. A lot of just trying to steal the puck right quick and then maintain your speed and momentum in order to advance the puck down the ice to get that one-on-one with a goalie. So I'm not seeing necessarily as many big hits as maybe me and some of the viewers would like to see, but nonetheless, tons of steals that are sort of going on. You know, obviously when there's not shots on the goal like that.
Yeah, sometimes some people in the league don't know that, like, if you actually hit check the opposing team, but they don't have the puck in control, like if you just hit one of the players just going on the ice without the puck, you can actually cause a penalty shot, and that's like where I feel is the easiest because it's just a one-on-one with you in the goal, just like beefy, kind of just have to guess.
Right.
So it's very like hard to play safe with that.
Right.
And also sometimes it'll be difficult to. We have a good shot here. Oh my God! I thought he passed it right into it. But it's sometimes kind of tricky to do it. So I think poke check is easier because you won't get like a penalty for poke checking another player and make him fall down in the threes game mode.
Yeah.
So I think it's just more safer. Nobody's trying to play a more riskier game.
Okay.
Everyone tries to play this very defensive in the league. So.
Right. Understand. Well, you know, a player that stood out earlier to us within these sports games was just barely missed the shot on the goal. All right, we're starting to see the stamina of both sides getting down about a quarter. Nothing too much to worry about. But what I was going to say was actually Mr. B has stood out as a really solid sports player throughout the day. And what I'm sort of noticing throughout this game is he's playing a little selfishly. I'm not seeing a lot of assisted shots on the goal. What I'm noticing very often is these players are just getting down the ice and they're not going for too many passes. They're just trying to get their own shots. Now, here he is right here. This is Mr. B. Let's see if he goes for an assist. Let's see if he goes for a pass. He's just playing for himself. There we go. I like seeing that. Like to see them spread out a little bit more, maybe even. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Spread out. Try to get somebody center ice. Go for that assist. Oh, so close.
I don't see Mr. B playing to his strong suit based on who he's playing as, because in NHL, that's like this is the biggest game that like.
Oh, no way. A slap shot straight into the left side of the goal, but he did it from the right. That was disgusting, sort of across his body, if you will.
Choke.
Yeah.
But so in this game, you actually have to know like if you're a lefty or a righty shooter.
Ah, okay.
And you see Victor Hedman right now that Mr.
I thought that was in.
That was crazy.
They're yelling on the floor right now because they all thought that was in.
I thought that was in.
Yeah.
That was crazy. But you have to know if you're a lefty or righty because it actually makes such a difference depending on how you shoot the puck.
Okay.
With the character. But good pass.
Oh,
It
that was such
little
a solid
too late.
pass. Great effort by them. Is he going to pass it up or
Have a
potentially go
2v1.
for the one-on-one? But he can't.
Bad
The
shot.
goalie got it. Interesting.
So now, this still is not a money puck. So if the Shoguns score right here, they'll be able to tie it up. But if the bots score, as long as there's a little bit more time left, they can still tie it up with that two money puck that's right after this one. So.
And he's talking about, of course, the pucks that are beneath the scoreboard, guys. There's three different types of pucks. There's the regular that's in play right now. The next puck that's going to be on that board. Oh my goodness gracious. The next puck that's up there is called a money puck. That means if you score when that puck is active, you don't just gain 1 point, you actually gain an additional second point. Now, there's also an ice puck that takes a point away from your opponent. So look for that to maybe get played on later on in the night. But the second money puck is going to be absolutely paramount for Shogun as soon as that activates.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Shoguns, they're taking good shots.
Oh my gosh! There is no way that just
That
happened.
looked like it might have been Kazi. But I think it was Mr. B, but Kazi got hyped for his team no matter what. That's crazy.
Wow.
So it's going to come down to whoever scores this next puck, I think.
Yeah. Yep. It is tied up 1-1. There's a money puck in play. 20 seconds left in the period. Let's see what happens. Goes for a pass. Oh,
What a
solid
defensive play.
block. Who was that? That was Kazi, bro.
Oh, was Kazi?
That was Kazi. That was a really solid block out of him. Wow, we're seeing some high-level NHL play.
8 seconds left.
8
Can we get a
seconds.
shot? We have to get a shot.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Maybe
to
go
OT.
for it. Oh.
Golden goal. Whoever scores next is going to take this. In the show.
Oh, my
The
gosh.
time limit that NHL has ran down.
Right.
It's a must win.
Yep. Now, that was pretty clutch. That was pretty clutch for Kazi to get that goal to tie this up because Shogun absolutely need this. We only have 30 minutes left in tonight's match. If they're able to get this, they are 1 game behind bots for potentially the biggest upset of the season. Shogun coming down the ice, pushing into bots. Goalie sort of whiffs it. Let's see if they can. I think he's just going to stay on it. And he does.
Pass that out right through him. Everybody was right on the goalie. Sometimes that puck will slide right through their legs. And
Yeah, that's
be able to
true.
get
That's
something
very
out there.
true. Wow, slap shot onto the goal from mid-ice. That was interesting. Going to play it out to the left side. Potentially having, no, he doesn't quite get there in time. Are they going to clear this out? He's right on the goal. Oh, there is no way he pulled that off. Are you kidding me? Bots steal the game from Shogun. What I just felt in the arena is a deflation of their energy. Right as that goal scored, there was just an exhale from everybody in the arena right there. That is pretty crucial.
Yeah, that's
that is
super
pretty crucial.
unfortunate from the show. I could tell by how he came off, because he was kind of like backed up to the goalie. I could tell how he kind of came off. It was going to be a good shot for the bots, but
yeah,
and it worked out. And Lumina Rush, they're going to send in Ceviche. I know Chris G plays this. He's up there in the leaderboards. I've seen Kina up there as well.
Yeah.
Don't know who their third might be. Maybe
Mhm.
Ash, maybe Kazi. But this is a game. I mean, the Shoguns have to.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. I mean, listen, being down by 3 isn't that bad. Because, I mean, all right, say you're being optimistic. You still have a timeout left. If you're being optimistic, most of these games aren't running 10 minutes. So if you win the next 3 games, you can tie this thing up. We go to overtime, right? Yeah, and you have a timeout. So there's no reason to panic, but they absolutely need Lumina Rush. But I am worried about what you mentioned on the bots. I think the bots are pretty experienced when it comes to Lumina Rush. I see them excelling in some of those, I guess, sort of off, not necessarily. I would
Like
say
the
some
weird games.
The weird games. That's a really simple way to put it. I agree. Sort of the weird games. I mean, you're talking about nobody in this arena necessarily wants to play StarCraft 2, right? Billy just so happens to be a god at StarCraft 2. So
like an
anytime that
ex-pro.
game comes up, the other teams are just forfeiting, bro. So it's yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting.
That's like you're like, oh, I'm playing Billy today.
Nah.
Pray to God, StarCraft. It's not roll.
How many forfeits we got left?
Yeah, win that.
Yeah, pretty much. Lumina Rush is a really, really unique game. Super creative developer that we really like here. That is obviously one of our, I would say simplistic titles, but there's a lot of like little mechanics within the game that make traversing it somewhat difficult. Now, if you're familiar with platformers in general, think about Mario, for instance, right? Super Mario Brothers. Think about that, but you're also trying to get through a Mario course as fast as possible. You've got double jumps, you've got slingshots and teleports and things of that sort. Both of these teams are going to be trying to traverse throughout these levels as quickly as possible. And there's also a time penalty if one of the players on their team doesn't actually finish the course. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you don't finish the course, like your time instantly gets put to 2 minutes, which it's very hard to come back from that.
Yeah.
Like basically you need to have an even amount of like people DNFing or everybody just has to DNF or everybody has to finish every race, because if you have somebody that doesn't finish one race, it's almost like Forza where like I know you're a little bit new to casting, but for Forza, if one team has everybody finish and one team has one person that doesn't finish, there's no way that other team's going to win. It's impossible.
No, I agree. That one of the things that is, I guess, sort of makes that a possibility for either team as Lumina Rush continues is after each and every stage, the stages gradually become more and more difficult. So at the start of this, you may be thinking to yourself, oh, that seems relatively simple. Well, wait till we get to stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4, where the actual map itself, the labyrinth of this platformer, becomes a little bit more intricate. You've got slingshot maneuvers and teleports, things of that sort. There's certain walls and pathways that you have to double jump off of. And if you have the wrong trajectory or angle going into that jump, you're going to die, right? You have an allocated amount of time, but when that time runs out, or at least when it's getting close to running out, there's going to be a level of pressure that's setting in on the shoulders of these players because they know if they don't finish the stage, like Hollywood just said, it's completely detrimental to your team and you're probably going to lose. So there's a level of pressure and stress that is sort of evoked from this game the further on it goes.
Yeah, and I think the bots, they're going to have first map choice out of all the maps in the game.
Okay.
And I think the bots are going to come straight out and pick one of the harder maps that they've been practicing.
I didn't even think about that.
With Ceviche and Dictator Chicken both being in, you kind of want to choose the hardest maps right off rip because they'll be able to finish it. Sometimes the later maps, they can be 35, 40-second maps. Just being even quick. Yeah, so even being quick. So if you mess up one time, you might not be able to finish the race at all.
Dang.
So as long as Dictator Chicken and Ceviche can finish, it'll beat height for the Shogun unless they've been practicing all those later maps, because there's updates coming out frequently, like you said, with that developer that we're in very close contact with. Updates are dropping almost weekly now with more maps or creator maps.
Yeah, honestly, and if you guys haven't checked out this game, please do so. Download it on your SurfThing computers at home. Another sponsor here at UEL. This is one of our sponsor games. We love this developer. Like he said, we work really close with them, and it's just a really unique game. Anybody that's used to platformers, there's a competitive aspect to this game that I don't think you get from a lot of other indie games or platformers, especially with this team mode that they recently have added. I really, really like it. So give it a download at home. It's called Lumina Rush. We're going to be diving into it here in a second. I think you'll see what we're talking about. Really unique experience within this library.
Yeah, I think I think the other game like this, some other people in the league were actually asking for, I think it's called like Speedrunner or Stick Runner or something like that.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly what it is. It's actually pretty popular. I don't know it. I don't play games kind of like this. But it's very interesting. It's almost exactly like that, but actually more mechanics like you were saying. But while we were talking about Lumina Rush, Shogun surprisingly take their last time out. And I hate that because NHL was going for 10 to 12 minutes and the Shoguns weren't in, I guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe they didn't change their name properly on the PC.
Right.
But that is probably the worst beat that the Shoguns could have had coming out of NHL.
Right.
Because that's a coaching. Whoever or the people that weren't playing, like Chris G and Kenna, you have to have that setup because we need that last time out.
Right.
Unless they wanted to, which is that's bad coaching if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But you have to save that timeout for the end. If you do win these next two games,
oh my God, can you imagine?
You have to time out like at the end to make sure you get that last game.
Right. Well, you definitely have, just having been a player and that you are a player within the UEL, you have a very solid understanding of how these setups are occurring. I think there's a lot of times where just to be safe, you want to have that extra setup. And you need to be on the ball. You need to be on your game with regards to setting up these games, because once you run out of timeouts, if you mess up a setup, you're forced to forfeit the game, correct?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so here we are. We're rolling into. Oh no way! We're getting Tekken. Okay, I know he said that the bots are relatively talented within Tekken 8, but the fact that it is one of our last fighters that could play towards Shogun, at least it gives them an opportunity to sort of showcase their talents.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's going to be a tight one. I don't know if that's one of the games that the Shoguns want, but I'm sure the bots are jumping up and down for that. But right here, we see Chris G's the only one that's finished the map already.
Oh, wow.
So maybe this is, I know Chris G, he's up on the leaderboards right now, but Mordecai's been messing with the settings for the past 20 seconds, so he's already behind.
Right, and what you guys are seeing on your screen, and like I said, there's different mechanics within this game that are super unique. When I said teleporters, there's firewalls and things of that sort. This is a platformer through and through. So you're going to notice little speed gates, if you will, that are shooting your character, I should say, at a specific speed in order to get up a level or help you traverse the map. There's little slingshot mechanics that you have to release. You have to release from that actual slingshot at a specific trajectory in order to get a wall bounce of sorts off. And there is a double jump mechanic that is within the game as well. Utilizing all of those different things in order to get to the finish line is going to be the make or break, and it's going to make the difference between who's finishing and who's not.
Yeah, even when I practice this game, this is a game that I think every player has touched in the league already by now. That's like one thing that I still can't 100% get down. I mean, my worst part is if you put me on one of those the maps with the guns.
Yeah.
Hey, I might be last.
I like that.
The swing, actually some of my favorite maps in the game involve the swing, so I can get it down sometimes. And if I can get it down, I'll have one of the fastest times on the leaderboards. But sometimes it may take me 6 times in the league to get it down, or I'll hit one of the reds or something like that. So it's very 50-50 for me, but if you get that down, like you'll be one of the better players in the league.
And I would say some of the benefits of being a really solid player within the FGC or just fighting games in general, guys, a lot of, I would guess, the proficiency or ability to sort of break through a ceiling of skill within fighting games comes down to muscle memory, where you're actually inputting a sequence of button inputs on your controller without actually actively having to think about it. And what that does is it allows you to start reading your opponent while you're inputting that input into your controller. While you're doing that, you're just doing that out of muscle memory, and you're able to see the moves coming from your opponent, allowing you to react to them. Now, why am I mentioning that? Muscle memory is very, very important with regard to speed running and with regards to platformers. Now, I know a little bit about speed running. Myself, I actually formerly held a world record on Halo 4 speedruns, for those of you that are unfamiliar with me. And in order to do so, I had to, for months, run the exact same level over and over again as Shutdown, which is a campaign mission on Halo 4. I had to run that mission over and over again for months before I finally broke the world record for it. Now, platformers are a little bit easier just because there's less variables. There's less RNG, right? Random numbers generator, basically. So there's less RNG involved. You have one character. You have specific materials and builds throughout a level. How do you get your character to traverse that in an effective amount of time? What these players need to do in their off time while they're practicing is just run the same mission over and over again, even if it's for 30 minutes, even if it's for an hour, as many of these stages as they can to just create and generate that muscle memory so that when this game is chosen, they feel a level of confidence going into it and they just click right into activate, right into that go mode.
Yeah, it actually, now that you mentioned it, it actually like controller difficulties. Okay, so we have controller difficulties out there. We're gonna get that up as soon as we're done. But that actually like shows the trajectory of all racers. So F1, you're doing the same thing. Instead of moving your character, you're moving your car the correct speed and the correct direction as you need around every single turn to get one of those top scores. Same with Crash Team Racing that I've done.
Oh yeah, perfect example actually. Yeah,
so it's like you have to get one of the beat the death times or things like that. It's actually very interesting that you brought that up. I hadn't thought about it.
Yeah, almost like understanding the physics of the game.
Yeah.
Right, understanding the physics of the game can make a big difference with regards to whether or not you're truly mastering some of these levels.
So it looks like Chris G and Dictator Chicken are the only ones that have finished yet.
Wow,
Mordecai,
okay.
not as proficient.
Wow.
Oh, and he
Okay,
actually
Mordecai
wasted time
feeling
there.
good. Feeling good. All
Kazi
right.
and Kenna still yet to finish with about. what is that?
There we go. Kenna
15
finally
seconds
finished.
left. We need Kazi to finish here so we do not get a DNF. There, Mordecai with a better time. Bots having the 3 top times so far, and Kazi.
Kazi's still
with the no
struggling.
finish.
No,
Yeah, we
this
have
is
2 seconds left.
Come on, let's see if he can do it, guys.
Doesn't get a finish.
Oh, Kazi doesn't get a
that is
finish.
not
So is
what
that a
you wanna see.
2-minute penalty?
2 minutes.
All right, that's a
So,
2-minute penalty.
You need the bots to get at least 1 DNF to keep it tight.
You were top 3,
Right.
so.
It's gonna be very, very close to see.
Yeah.
I want to see what map the Shoguns are gonna
Okay.
let you choose. Now, with Kazi not being as great, I'd say in the map that we just seen at least, I would kind of let him choose what map he's comfortable with at least, so we can start getting these finishes and maybe Mordecai will get one of those do not
Yeah.
finishes.
No, I like that. I like that. And as I had mentioned earlier, these levels are getting more difficult as they go on, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there is the opportunity that sometimes some of these levels, the mechanics and the physics of which might just click. And when that happens, you could have one of your opponents not necessarily finish in order to even out that 2-minute time penalty.
Yeah, this map actually 1-2. It seems it's very simple to be able to finish, but
Right.
there's actually so many small things like in every map probably
Right.
that you can do. This is just one of my favorite maps.
Right.
Because every time I play it, I find something where I can make my time quicker.
Right.
And it's such a simple map to where I know I can get everything else done. I just have to execute that last thing.
Yeah.
So
Oh, wow.
I actually very enjoy this map a lot.
Wow.
Mordecai actually in that last place right now. So
Mhm.
Kazi in the 4th spot, but everybody's gonna finish here, which still is gonna be in the bot's favor because everybody finishes. So
Yeah.
We need the Shoguns to get one of those maps that
Mhm.
are very later on. To
Right,
where
right.
Mordecai may not know it because I think Ceviche and Big Peter Chicken, they're gonna be fine.
Okay, yeah, I totally understand that. You know what's interesting, just watching this on the screen right now, is two completely different ways
I
of sort
didn't
of
notice this,
thinking, right? So Kina right now on the right side of your screen is playing in sort of like that full map view, whereas Mordecai on the left is playing in a lot more like closer perspective. It does not surprise me though that Kina is playing like this because I think there's a level of, I would say, like precision and sort of observation, patience, and just calm collective gameplay that we've seen out of him, particularly on shooters. So the fact that he's sort of able to take in all of this information in a full stage view like that actually doesn't surprise me. It's kind of one of those things, you know how they talk about certain people have like a left, think with their left side of their brain as opposed to their right side of their brain. And maybe a little bit of that going on where Shogun just thinks a little bit differently than your standard player. And this game's no different. The way he's playing this is a little odd, but nonetheless, it's effective.
Yeah, this may be a map. So I know this is Big Peter Chicken probably choosing this map. He shows it 3 times already this season. Ever since the map came out, he's been choosing it every time he goes in for it.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, so we need this. I wonder if Mordecai is able to, if he's been practicing this map at all.
Right.
And if not, can he finish and let the Shoguns all
wow.
finish to make it a tighter map?
Wow, he definitely has a level of knowledge within Lumina Rush that I am sort of surprised with. You noticed off of the first sort of slingshot wheel, he got onto the wheel to change his trajectory. Right here, watch. Oh, never mind. Okay, so that was a little bit more simple than maybe I thought, but he's sort of getting on these wheels to change his trajectory and then sort of thinking about exactly the angle that he wants to release from them. He's playing relatively patient, learning as he goes. It just barely hits that firewall, but he did reach a checkpoint. Oh. The good thing, though, is he's at a checkpoint. Right, but on the
last one, and he's
he
gonna be able
gets
to
it. Now,
finish.
on the right side of your screen, you got Kina over there, who's sort of struggling a little bit. Nonetheless, he could potentially get to the second checkpoint. Oh. Surely he needs to understand that sort of the angle at which he needs to release from that first wheel. If he needs to, he could sort of jump. Oh, he doesn't finish. That's going to be
Nobody
difficult.
finished.
Nobody finished.
So that's.
I swear to God, I was not trying to go
I'm
fast.
pretty sure that might be game.
Yeah, that might be game because there was all three players, I believe, on Shogun didn't actually finish right there.
Yeah, and after that, it's going to be 12-8. Might need the match as well. But we're going to see a great game of Tekken out of the way after this next map.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
they're choosing 310, so this is, I think it's a pretty simple map. It may look very difficult from Kina's point of view. Oh, this is not what I thought this was.
No.
I lied.
No. Is there teleports within this one? Yeah.
So the pink that you're gonna see, we're gonna see teleports. So you have to get the teleports. As long as you don't touch another part of the map, outside of the teleports, then you'll keep that teleport option available to you.
Okay.
So yeah, if you were to.
Oh wow.
Okay, so this is the map I believe. You have to collect those blue orbs each time, and then shoot yourself back, and it'll unlock walls. So there's actually another wall that Mordecai didn't get to on the right that'll open up the wall that you ran into.
Right, but he's learning as he goes. He's definitely learning as he goes, and I think not just when you're playing this game today, but as you continue to play this game throughout the season, each and every one of these stages you're going to have to remember. It's going to be difficult to do within these 33 game lineup, but what I will say, this game is a very quick download. It's super simplistic, so even if you're just jumping on this for 15 or 20 minutes a day as you're practicing to be the ultimate in-gamer, it's very, very doable. And as you just saw right there, Mordecai was able to figure out that game, or figure out that stage in a relatively quick fashion, so major props to him.
Yep, and it looked like Ceviche and Dictator Chicken. I actually think Dictator Chicken was playing with the developer this past week as well.
Wow, really?
So there's also another pretty famous speedrunner that plays a lot of speedrunner games like Lumina Rush.
Right.
They're actually in very close contact. They actually got into a lobby in Discord
that's great.
over the week, and they actually got to play with the developer and show him some of the tech that
I
they
love
found out
that.
within the game that the
I love
developer didn't even know was in the game.
Yeah, and we try to do our best here at the UEL to sort of formulate that relationship between us as a sort of tournament organization and the developer themselves, because ultimately we love these games, we love playing them, we love broadcasting them. And listen, if we're able to sort of showcase how unique some of these titles are, I mean, what better way to do it than in the Ultimate In-Gamers League, where we're showing the diversity of this game compared to that game and another, and the similarities between the two. We just talked about fighting games and muscle memory, and then we're on a platformer that we're sort of speed running, integrating that muscle memory that we utilize in some of our fighting games. It's beautiful, man, and we love doing it.
Yeah, and Tekken next.
Yeah.
I like to see if Chris G's been playing a little more.
Yeah, you know, I think he's such a perfectionist. You can tell. You can tell he's sort of tough on himself if he doesn't play a fighting game to his full potential. You know, sort of wears his emotions on his sleeves a little bit, which can be a good thing, but it can also be a really bad thing. What I want to see him do is sort of use that to sort of challenge himself, if you will, to start to excel in Tekken, because at the end of the day, it's just a really, really fun game. It has some super unique mechanics within it, especially with regards to, like, I don't know the technical term for it, but sort of the wall bouncing that occurs in order to maintain sort of your pressure or juggles on top of or you're right next to a wall. You don't really get that necessarily in other games, and Tekken's unique for that.
Yeah, it's super fun. There's so many different characters that, like, some characters are way easier than others, like the Mishimas, which is Kazuya. They added Reina. They just recently added Heihachi and a few other Mishimas.
Oh, wow. We actually just heard a forfeit on the floor coming out of the Shogun. So bots just took that. They're going to go up 13-8. That makes us a lot more difficult to Shogun to potentially catch up tonight, because there is only 20 minutes of gameplay. Now, let's just picture a situation here. There's no way we're... Crash Team Racing, here we go. He had just talked about this, you know, the physics within the game. If you're not familiar with Crash Team Racing, this is kind of a, how would you describe
it's
this?
Almost like Mario Kart.
It is yeah, it's very similar to Mario Kart, almost like a arcade racer. Well, definitely it's an arcade racer, but more of a like a
kart racer.
Yeah, it's like arcade kart racer sort of thing. But what sets this game apart as opposed to Mario Kart and some of those other arcade racers is the drifting in this game is a little bit more extreme. I know that there's a lot of drifting within Mario Kart, clearly, but the drifting within Crash Team Racing is a little bit more, I guess, prevalent, I would say.
Yeah, to me, actually, last week when I was at Atlanta DreamHack, they had different stations set up for Mario or for Mario Kart, and I was absolutely terrible at it. So I'm so used to Crash Team Racing. I am terrible at Mario Kart.
So Crash Team Racing a faster pace, you would say?
Nah, I would just say the drifting, to me at least, just seems more simple to understand, because in Mario Kart, I feel like you're kind of just like drifting, and then when you let go of it to get the boost after, you kind of just like go wherever. I don't
I understand what you mean.
CTR for drifting, it's kind of like you're not getting that super speed boost. You're kind of just like keeping your boost instead.
Right.
So it's very very different.
No.
But I like CTRs.
Yeah, no, I completely get it. Well, that being said, we're going to take a short break, but in the meantime, enjoy and take a look at the PCs that we're using all over the arena floor. This is SurfThing, sponsor here at UEL.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits. And there Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you said.
Got to love SurfThing's PCs. They're all over the place. Not only we plan on them, we have our stream techs and everything using them as well. Big shout out to them. We absolutely love them. So, getting back into the action right now, Week 8, Bots up 13-8. Shogun, we're potentially going to be sort of closing the distance. I'm super, super proud of the way that they've performed. They may be 0-4, but a lot of their showings have been relatively close. Tonight, listen, there's a 5-game difference between these two, but given the amount of games that are actually still on the wheel, because we've had games take a lot longer than we thought that they would, so there is quite a few games still on that 33-game wheel. Had they had some better selections, they would probably be in a better position right now to sort of finish things out. 17 minutes left in-game timer. I don't know if they have the time on their hands to make a comeback here.
Definitely not. I think the forfeit coming from the Shogun shows that they're kind of done with the game. They just want to get a game that they want to play, and I think maybe the finals might be.
Oh, the finals is definitely going to be a game that they want to play,
But
I'm
CTR,
assuming.
Hot Air Skyway getting chosen. I think that might have been from the bot side. So Dictator Chicken from the Reapers. Last season, me and Kat were showing him the past few seasons good maps to and how to play the game, and he's gotten to be one of the better CTR players in the league.
Okay.
So him picking this map, I don't think we've seen get chosen this season at all.
Okay.
Or probably in the past multiple seasons. I haven't seen the map get played for a while.
Right. That's interesting. Well, in the top half of your screen, guys, you're going to have Chicken, Dictator Chicken, and La Bamba. So that's going to be on the top half. And on the bottom half, you're going to have Chris G and Mr. B that are going to be competing. So just pay attention to that as we start to traverse these tracks, if you will. But again, like we had mentioned earlier, just be sure to take a look at how the drifting mechanic works. They're already drifting right off the rip. That's what I'm talking about. The only thing I would probably compare to this is probably Kart Racer, which is a game that's prevalent in, I want to say it's either North or South Korea, but definitely overseas. This game, though, they instantly start drifting off the rip, which is nuts. Utilizing the map knowledge to cut corners, taking shortcuts and what have you. Is there any other mechanics that you know about this game that may be making a difference as we watch this game play throughout?
Yeah, I mean, the direction. Oh, and Dictator Chicken tries to take a shortcut but falls through the map. But the direction you start your drift, because you can't change the direction you're drifting mid drift. So Dictator Chicken knowing when the turns are coming up, which way he needs to start drifting. Also, right here, you may be able to see a U-turn come out.
Ooh, wow.
So there's U-turns in this game and air braking. So kind of being able to turn easier in the air.
Yeah.
So I've seen Dictator Chicken use that a little bit here. Was unfortunate enough to miss the shortcut on the U-turn back there, but it looks like he's about to get hit by a blue shell coming out his way.
Yeah, that's true, and I don't know who this is right behind him in second place. Obviously, either Chris G or Mr. B, who's in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, but obviously that player's in second place. They're only on lap 2, so there is enough time to sort of catch up here. It would be interesting. Oh, but then he falls off the stage. Oh, now he's in the third. That's going to be a struggle because the bots are technically in first and second right now, so this is not looking good for the Shogun.
Yep, and also, if you look at Dictator Chicken's boost right now, you see it looking a little bit more white or blue, as people call it. So that's actually called the blue flame.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to make you the fastest in the game. You can't be any quicker than the blue flame.
Right.
So the longer you keep that, the bigger of a gap you'll keep between you and the other players.
Interesting.
So he's keeping that a lot longer, or keeping his other flames a lot longer than the other team, which will make him be in first place, obviously. You don't see a lot more drifting coming out from any three of the other players.
Yeah.
So he's kind of just going to take this home to the bank.
Yeah, and I actually like how I saw Chicken actually go for that U-turn mechanic that you had mentioned. I love the fact that he's still sort of taking the risk because he wants to practice. I think they feel like they've sort of got this in the bag, but nonetheless, he's practicing for that next opponent that they're going to, potentially be competing against next week. And yeah, I just really like the fact that he's taking advantage of the fact that they're on the court right now. This is the best practice that you can get, and he's doing it.
Yeah, I actually don't think like that shortcut. I've never actually hit the wall. I've never really seen anybody take it and hit the wall like he has. So it's actually, that's gonna be tough. That TNT. And he's gonna blow up.
Yeah, he's so far ahead though. I think he's fine.
Yeah, he's all good.
Yeah, he is eons. He is eons ahead right now.
As you see in the middle of the screen, it actually shows how far everybody is on their lap. So he actually almost lapped everybody else.
Yep.
And it's
very
only
impressive.
one race, I forgot. So.
Right, and they only need one player to cross the finish line, as you saw right there. I believe that was Dictator Chicken that finished, kind of clutching that because I'm not gonna lie, La Bamba wasn't doing nearly as good. He was sort of in the back of the pack, so Dictator Chicken making all of the difference right there.
Yeah, it's basically whoever gets first place in the race. So having map choice, or at least knowing every single map, is such a huge advantage in the game.
That's a really, really good point, having map choice. Now, you guys saw the rock, paper, scissors at the start of today. That basically dictates who gets the initial setup. And then after each game, the setup swaps back and forth between the teams. And if you have setup, you get to choose sort of advantageous things. Like if we were playing Dead by Daylight, you get to choose whether or not you play the killer or the survivor. After that, the opposing team then gets to choose the map. So if there's a specific map that is something you know very well, Hollywood here knew about that U-turn shortcut on that specific stage. If there's something that you know that you think your opponent might not know, that might make all the difference in whether or not you get that dub and get to move on.
Yeah, that's one thing with some of the rule changes every season. We try to make all the games a little bit different every season. So
yeah,
it's just different. So we're not all playing just the same thing for multiple seasons.
Right.
So we usually have it as a cup race where it actually be 4 races, and there'd be points from first to fourth place being 9, 6, 3 and 1.
Interesting.
So usually then you would want to have a diverse like map pool that you can play in, or own like an actual full cup of races. But now with it only being one race, now you can just go and master the easiest race, and as long as you have map setup or map choice,
you
can choose it almost every time, and you can compete with some of the best as long as you have one map.
Yeah.
I can beat you in 35 other maps in the game, but you have that one map down to a T that as long as you hit me with a green potion or a blue shell possibly, now you can win.
Yeah,
so
that's
it
very
makes it
true.
a little easier for newer people coming into the league.
Yeah, you know what's so interesting, and this is my first season, and maybe even some of you guys that are watching at home are relatively new to the UEL. If you're curious with regards to like some of the other games that we've had in the past, and he had just mentioned the variety of content that we have here on display during these broadcasts. I've even heard shooters like Gears of War and stuff like that. I mean, talk about it, bro. There are so many games that we sort of go through, and if there's a specific one that you guys at home want to see us play, drop comments over on Twitch. Tell us, tell us certain things, whether you're on our Discord or you're just commenting, hanging out with us during these broadcasts. We want to hear from you, as well as, all of the plays or all the players here within the league. I'm really, really excited, not just for the rest of the season, but to see some of the other titles we jump into next season, the season after that, and as everything continues to grow.
Yep. So one thing I know our commissioner does in UEL during the off season, while he's trying to just make the final decisions for what games will be on the wheel next season, he actually takes everybody's like suggestions. So he'll give everybody like a week within the Discord. So it actually makes a big deal if you do join our Discord, because now you can give us options of what we should play and what the commissioner should put on the wheel. He takes all the suggestions, and whatever he thinks will fit best, he'll put it on there, or
that's awesome.
What seems interesting. I know ever since I've joined the league, maybe some people don't know the game, I've always wanted Gang Beast on the wheel. I think it'd be fire as a fighter. I know
not gonna lie, that'd be good.
That'd
That'd be fine. Party Animals is another good one too, man. That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, we've had, I don't know what other shooters we've had on the wheel. I know we've had Gears.
I'm honestly,
Call
for
of
next
Duty.
season, I'm hoping for X Defiant. I love X Defiant out of Ubisoft. Yeah, it's a free to play. Everybody can download it. It's an arena shooter that's sort of competing against COD at the moment, but it has great movement. great mechanics, arguably the best multiplayer stage design in gaming right now, and I'm not capping when I say that. The level design in X-Defiant is exceptional. Also, the weapon selection is superb. I mean, it's quite literally every one of the best guns throughout multiplayer history that they intentionally are putting in it. But nonetheless, one of another like great shooter that I'm really happy that we have within our library of content here is getting ready to come up next, which is the finals. Now, this is a super, super fast-paced game, in particular because a lot of our players are not just playing on our SurfThing's computers. Shout out to them, by the way, for being so supportive of the UEL. But they're also playing on mouse and keyboard, right? Some of our players are also playing on controller, which gives them a slight advantage, I would say, probably within the close quarters combat. The finals, regarding the difference between mouse and keyboard and controller, the finals aim assist, which is sort of that argument that people have if you're M&K, point and click versus controller having aim assist. Some people like it, some people don't. The finals aim assist is actually a little bit different because the aim assist strength is actually almost none versus the aim assist follow. Now, what that means is within the finals, if you're playing on controller, your reticle isn't necessarily getting pulled onto the character as you're aiming towards them, but once your reticle is on the character, it's actively following them and pulling with them as they shift left and right. So that's what makes the finals feel different on controller. So we do have some players that play that, but for the most part, a lot of them are playing on mouse and keyboard. Utilizing that mobility within the finals is fascinating to watch because you've got grapple hooks, you've got jump pads, you've got all sorts of things to manage your positioning around the objective, and I have so much fun watching it.
Yeah, look, no matter what game comes out that's mouse and keyboard, I'll always be controller gang. I don't care what it is.
I like that.
I don't care what.
Yeah.
If everybody's like, yo, we have to play mouse and keyboard. The only game I play mouse and keyboard is the game I have to play mouse and keyboard, and it's Valorant. And I hate the game. I mean, I don't hate Valorant. It's just different because I can't use my controller, and that game is like just insane. If you were playing controller versus mouse and keyboard player, it's impossible.
Yeah. Well, not to mention, there's a lot of old heads like myself that grew up playing Halo and what have you, man. So just being a Halo fanatic the way that I am, I mean, I just find myself being super, super comfortable on controller. And you know what I will say is the finals actually plays into that a little bit. There's advantageous positions, abilities, things of that sort that are very, very comfortable on controller. I will say, though, with the target acquisition being a priority within this game because of the mobility, characters jumping up and down on top of the objective, I would say that point and click, just because of target acquisition, has a little bit of an advantage within the finals. Just my personal opinion, but nonetheless, I think you can definitely handle yourself with a controller regardless of who you are.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think every shooter is almost like a mouse and keyboard. Like if you can play mouse and keyboard on a shooter, and you're about to learn another shooter on the wheel, look, learn it on mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do not push yourself to play it on controller because I always feel, I would say I'm one of the better shooters in the league. I grew up playing Call of Duty my whole life, and I
talk about it.
A little bit more professional. Like just more MLG and game battles kind of stuff.
Yep.
So I'm always going to be a controller player my whole life.
Yeah.
And nothing will ever change. But you tell me that controller aim assist is better than using my arm on a mouse and
Nah, people. I agree. I completely agree with you. It's a funny conversation to have. I think
nobody can ever.
I think people are just trolling when they try to argue against that. I completely agree with you. Nonetheless, we have a lot of people playing both inputs here within the UEL, and we're going to see how that sort of develops throughout this game. Here we go. Get ready to jump into the finals. I'm trying to take a look at the team compositions. I'm not seeing any heavies.
Yeah, I didn't see any heavies at least. I think.
Wow, that is interesting. And you can see the composition of these teams. You're looking at Shogun right now. This is going to be Chris G. He's in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And you can see his team composition in the bottom left-hand corner. It looks like he has... Okay, so they're playing 3 mediums and 2 lights. The 2 light players are playing with teleport. The 3 medium players are playing with that auto turret that they're going to place pretty much around this platform and or potentially on it as they get on here.
Yeah, I'm a fragger in every shooter, so I'm gonna always be running that light. But as a light player, I don't like seeing the dashing. I like the grapple hook a lot more. I think it's just more simple and like.
It's simple and you can get vertical advantage.
Yeah,
really
I
easily.
can get further in one dash and then maybe
Right.
mess up or something like
Mhm.
that. But and being on a controller, it's very hard. Like if I dash past somebody to turn around,
Right.
Other than mouse and keyboard, you can kind of just swing your whole wrist around and do a 180. So
Yeah.
I definitely think at least on controller, I would run the grapple. But if you're on mouse and keyboard, the dash may be a little
Yeah.
bit more easier and simpler for you. Mr. B, I heard popping off out there. Got a double kill, so.
You know it. You know it. Here he is. We got Mr. B in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Let's see what he does. Getting ready to spawn back in. Oh, potentially getting revived. Oh, we're jumping over onto Mordecai now, grabbing that vertical advantage with a jump pad, closing in on the objective. Now, if you're not used to this particular game type, that platform that you saw them capturing, the progress of that is going to be at the top of your screen. The more that they stand on top of that platform, the more points they're getting towards their team, but it's going to continue to move. It is a mobile objective. It's going to crash through these buildings. It's going to destroy these buildings, and they have to maintain a presence on top of it in order to capture it. But their teammates don't necessarily have to stay on top of it. I want to see the teammates spread out here, get vertical advantage, communicate with their team, and start getting some staggering picks on their opponents.
Yep, and right now with the Shoguns having the objective in the platform, this is almost like if you guys play Overwatch and you play that push objective with the robot. It's almost the same thing, but you're on a big platform instead of pushing a robot. But this is where I think the Shoguns would want to have it heavy, where they can kind of have that Reinhardt shield or the dome shield as well.
Right.
To be able to protect them from all these lights or mediums shooting them from the ceiling.
Right.
From all the rooftops. It's a lot difficult to hold the platforms without the heavies.
Oh my goodness gracious.
And La Bamba, I know he's been on a tear lately. And Ash,
Oh
even
my
somebody going
gosh.
up on the that's crazy. But
Yeah.
La Bamba, he probably has 8 kills by now, I think.
Yeah, I will say this though.
Trees left and right.
I will say this, Mr. B had really, really solid positioning prior to actually getting eliminated there. I like the way he got under and ducked underneath the platform, sort of staggering himself on top of it off and on in order to maintain, you know, that capture. La Bamba with a little bit of a laser beam in center field, almost taking out this opponent, but he's one-shot himself and he gets eliminated. Dropped. Eliminated by Kina.
Or Kina, yeah, my bad. But yeah, so far, Shoguns, they've got it out of that big castle building in the middle of the map.
Right.
So they're starting to push towards through these other buildings, but at the same time, you have the turrets that'll be able to kind of protect you to force them off the rooftops a little bit. So they'll start to kind of aimbot onto the roofs versus the other players. But,
Yeah.
it's going to be really tough. I'm surprised they
Now-
actually still have it with no heavies.
I'm not necessarily against all three of them being on the objective. I mean, I sort of get why they're doing it, but they also need to be able to get a side. Okay, this is what I like to see. So Mr. B had a sideline on his opponents, and now he's sort of spread out away from the objective because he wants. There we go. Now he's starting to get his beam down. You can't let them just collapse on top of the objective, throw in any type of AoE effect like a grenade or some sort, missing some of his shots. He has to reload. He's playing the backside. I want to see him flake into the side window, elects to get back on top of the objective and use it as cover, but now he's dropping back down. Don't necessarily know what his game plan is. Very sporadic in terms of his movement, landing some of his shots, but he gets dropped by Mordecai on the flank.
Yeah, it's difficult to see like mediums kind of shift around off the power power shift, I guess you call it, or the platform.
Or just the platform, yeah.
But when I play this game, you will never see me on the platform.
No, never.
I'm telling Garto,
100%.
hey, Garto, go heavy,
Right.
Put the shields up. I'm gonna slay out on the rooftops.
I'm Ceviche on the rooftops. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I'm never. You will not catch me just sitting here pushing. This
Absolutely not, dog.
But I mean, that like they have 4 people on the platform. They have their healing beams and stuff from Ceviche. They're actually starting to push up.
Yeah.
To try and make it equal and put it back into that castle to make it a 50-50. But I actually haven't seen anybody rock the carbine.
Right.
In the league at least.
Mordecai utilizing some of that point and click I think we just talked about a second ago. There's no way. Oh my god. He didn't necessarily get the kill, but a solid assist because the damage output of that weapon is very strong. Drops.
Yeah, this gun might be it. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm not kidding. What is this, Call of Duty 2?
Yeah, I need to know how fast I can shoot this gun.
Yeah, almost. I want to say. I have to imagine this has one of the highest TTKs in the game. That's an acronym for time to kill. For those of you who don't know, but nonetheless, solid damage output. We noticed a little bit of this from a teammate on the Blaze team, on your team. Lockdown was utilizing the sniper rifle during yesterday's game. He wasn't getting kills, but he was getting a lot of damage, which made it easier for you guys to pick up those kills and landed a ton of assists.
Yeah, he definitely helped out. Being able to at least just get them one
Wow.
shot, and it would actually kind of force them off those rooftops to make Garto, as our only heavy, be able to feel a little bit more safe on the platform. So now we can kind of go out and slay with them.
Right.
Which I feel is kind of maybe what Mordecai's trying to do, just do as much damage in a little amount of time to where he can kind of protect as many people from the rooftops. While their team is on the platform.
Right. Now, you see a lot of them playing a lot of mediums, and instead of all of them just sort of collapsing on top of the actual platform, I want to see a lot of the medium players just put their turrets onto the platform and then get off of it. Start getting some of those side angles so you can't necessarily get flanked from your 6 o'clock so very often. You want to sort of play the edges of the objective. So, oh my gosh, Kenna right now popping off, getting hyped in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. This is the level of precision we talk about.
This is what I need to see. I think he has 13 kills.
Man, he's popping off right now. Every single shooter that we have played tonight, Kina is demolishing it. Yeah, he gets the revive, but it acts as almost a free kill for Kina. Woo! And a 2v1, he's a dog.
He's at 14 health, gets an assist, so his teammates are
There's
there to help
no
him out.
way.
Ash is there to help.
There's no way he gets out of this. Oh my.
I guess so. I don't know what the bots are doing there.
He's just playing well.
And he's playing on that controller game.
It was really good. I like it. Wow, great mobility coming out of Kina right now. Not just outputting damage, but also staying mobile on the rooftop, peppering shots against his opponent right across the way.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of why the Shoguns are able to just kind of sit on that platform with Kina being able to slay out all on the rooftops and just get those awkward picks where the bots aren't expecting him to be at. So, but with 2 people right there, it's tough for him to get that free.
Maybe playing similar to you, Mr. Hollywood, in the way that he's sort of playing those rooftops, helping out his
exactly
teammates.
Like me. Hey, I'm not on that platform.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. And Kina is pretty much dogging everybody away from the platform. Yeah.
Okay, Ash. I know Ash and Kina, they're kind of like that duo.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're kind of like the duo for the Shoguns. I think they're actually roommates as well. They both played competitive or collegiate Halo and Call of Duty, I believe.
Okay.
So this is almost like Call of Duty. I'd say like this and X-Defiant coming out around the same time.
They did.
Good duo.
Yep.
And then kind of making that battle for Call of Duty. This is more of that movement game. X-Defiant being more similar to Call of Duty, I'd say. This is a little more
absolutely,
different,
absolutely.
But this game, I think,
X-Defiant less sandbox. This is a little bit more sandboxy, as opposed to being a true arena shooter with regards to its structure and how sort of balanced the level design is. Nonetheless, super, super fun game. And Ash Whoopin right here has picked up a couple of kills utilizing this SMG, moving in top of the objective, picking up a bit of an assist, getting a lot of damage output though, and staying alive. How is he alive right now?
That dash basically.
Oh my gosh.
And it looked like one of the bots were actually chasing him down, but
right.
Didn't get to him yet. I don't know these abilities he's using as a light. I know I've kind of found my loadout.
Ooh!
So I actually enjoy running the vanishing bomb.
Oh my god!
And the stim grenade, but he's lighting it up.
Ash Whoopin, opening up a can right now.
Yeah,
I really like it. I like it. Throwing grenades on the point.
Platform to get Billy off, but it looks like with 30 seconds left, they're gonna take this match.
Right. Just look at the mobility. You're talking about it, man. You're talking about it. Oh my gosh, target acquisition on a whole nother level right now from. Yeah. He's keeping his target on point, man.
Yeah, and you can actually tell from the skin that he has. He actually plays the game a lot, but got a 2v1 situation.
Wow.
Here with 6 seconds left.
Environmental awareness too, knowing that the window is there to jump out.
That window super quick. But Kina, 17 kills.
Oh my God, Kina!
Kina went crazy.
Kina with 17 kills. Unreal. Okay, here we go. Jumping right back into it. We're sticking with Ash whooping right now. Just lobbing some AoE grenades onto point. Jumps off of the jump pad. Gets a little bit of damage. Gets him about a quarter health. He's still peppering them from a distance. Staying mobile. Staying hard to hit. Throwing another grenade onto point, but that shield is going to block a lot of that incoming damage.
Everybody on point with turrets.
This is insanity. How is he doing this? This might be my favorite play of today.
Oh, he doesn't.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna start calling him Peter Parker. That was insane.
He just kept jumping up there. They
Yep.
couldn't shoot him.
Spider-Man.
First, she running out here. Hey, I got you.
Yep.
Hey, this is who I need on my team. Not literally, but I need somebody out here.
What do we?
Look, I'm down.
Yep.
I need you to come revive me. He's running out here with this defibrillator. That's what I need.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Solid team player, man.
Yeah,
solid
when
team player.
When me and 300 played this game together, he's always the heavy on platform yelling at me. 'Cause I'm not helping him out.
I like that. I like that. Okay, gaining some intel. They can see how many are on platform. Let's see if they can sort of play on top of that. I don't know why he elected to take out his auto turret right there. Could have potentially have just gone to get some shots off. Nonetheless, the Bomba gets killed. Kina playing on point. Let's
He had 20
go.
kills. I think he had 20.
Kina might have had 20 kills. Probably the difference maker throughout that entire game. Solid showing by Shogun right there. They are forced to be reckoned with within shooters. And I got to say, I think Kina might be the most precise one on their team.
Yeah, I mean, Ash and Kina, I've seen them going for Halo throughout the season. In the finals, they actually had a great showing between the two. And I mean, at that point, hey, y'all just run 3 heavies on the point. We'll protect you guys down there.
Man.
That's what I would do.
He was playing like a dog. Nonetheless, that is going to do it for tonight's game. Yeah, that is the last game. So the final score is going to be 14-9. Bots are going to take it. Shogun's going to go down 0-5. The bots are going to go up 6-1. Wow.
I was not expecting the bots with their team. I know last season they actually had a few players that they're not in the league. At least for now, they had Scants, Silver actually on the Cyclones. They were all on the bots last season, so wasn't expecting them to do as well this season. But they've been picking up and playing their and doing their part. I think their only losses to the Reapers or the X Gods. So
yeah,
or no, it was actually to the Ravens, and Billy actually wasn't here, so Billy's still undefeated this season. But
yeah.
It's interesting to see the Shoguns. They've kept it close with every team so far this season that they played versus. So, wonder who they play next.
Yeah, I don't know, but I will say this, that although the bots did play exceptionally well, clearly they won tonight. I mean, I want to give a lot of props to Billy for his leadership. I felt like they stayed calm and collective during a lot of high-pressure moments. This is going to be the matchup of the Tier 1s. This is going to be Billy and Chris G. Billy goes 10-4, making up 10 of the 14 wins for the bots.
10-5 after the finals.
10-5 after the finals. There we go. And then we got Chris G. That is 7-9, making up, I want to say 7 out of the 9 wins for him. Both of them, getting a lot of wins, for their team. But Billy obviously on a whole nother level. And here's the 2-tier players between Dictator Chicken and Kina. It's
Chicken might have my favorite emote so far this season.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
I think his has made me laugh the most.
Yeah, Dictator Chicken obviously needs to work on his sports category a little bit, so maybe he can get some practice in his off time or off the broadcast. But Kina definitely should be pretty confident in the way that he plays shooters with a teammate like Chris G, potentially being able to lock down fighting games. Maybe Kina can lock down the shooting category. And then the rest, man, from Kazi to Mr. B to Ash Whoopin', if all of them can sort of complement the rest of the team, they might become a force to reckon with, because that is yet another loss that they got that was very, very close and might have potentially swung the other way had they gotten a couple of lucky picks on the wheel, if you will.
Yep. I need to see the Shoguns after today. Outside of Chris G, I need to see the rest of the team kind of pick up the fighters. I seen Kina do a decent job in Skullgirls, but outside of that, I didn't really see anything that wowed me. But I need to see a little bit more backup for Chris G in that.
Right.
And then I need to see them have a little bit more help on, as I said earlier, the weird games with Luminal Rush. We've seen a lot of people DNF on that side.
Yeah.
Final Stand, they ended up losing by quite a bit.
Yeah.
StarCraft. It's going to be tough to win StarCraft versus Billy, but
No doubt, no doubt. Well, don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have a couple of interviews coming up here. And in the meantime, though, take a look from one of our sponsors, and I'll see you in a bit.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And welcome back, everybody. We're going to have an interview here with two of the Shogun players. We got Ashwhoopin and obviously our man Kazi sitting on the left side of your screen. Now, the first question I want to ask you guys, I know that you just went down 0-5, but a lot of your games throughout this season have been relatively close. And one of the things we picked up on was Chris G seems to be pulling his weight with regards to the fighting games. And Kina today, in my opinion, really started to shine and be, I guess, sort of a spotlight of the team with regards to shooters. I was saying that the rest of you guys have the capability of really complementing them, but also shining in your own genres. Is there a way that you feel, and I want to hear from both of you with regards to this, is there a way that you feel you can complement the genres at which your team is really starting to shine? Because I think shooters and fighting games are pretty solid for you guys.
So, really, yes, you are right. GGO and Krishy, they both specialize really well in their categories.
Right.
One thing that we've been doing is really just playing more together instead of playing a lot of things.
I like that.
Solo.
Okay.
GGO and I, we actually live together. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So we've been training a lot together.
Okay.
And I try my best to help compensate for whatever he's lacking.
Right.
But one of the things that I've been trying to do is I've been trying to pick up racers.
Oh, I like that.
I really enjoy Need for Speed. Always grew up playing Need for Speed, and Forza's still kind of new to me.
Right. No, that's a great answer. I like that. And Kazi, how do you feel? Is there a specific genre that you feel like you can start to excel in order to complement the chemistry of your team, given the fact that you do have someone pulling a lot of weight in fighting games, and it seems like Kina is pulling a lot of weight with regards to the shooters?
Yeah. So I have been playing sports games for the past 3 weeks, and I've never touched a sports game in my life.
Kudos to you, man.
Also, strategy games. Sadly, we rolled Ragnarok, which
Right.
is a strategy game that is a coin flip half the time. And
Right.
then the other one was Checkmate, which is basically a fighting game in
Right.
the strategy game category.
Okay.
So I would also say as a team overall, we're working on developing all of that.
Right.
I think the one thing that the 0-5 shows is our games are close, but we're going up against people who have been in the league for years with a team
Right.
that, I mean, we're all just getting into it, right? We're
Right.
figuring stuff out. So, yeah, on the box score, it doesn't look so good. But, I mean, as a team,
Okay.
we put 9 games up on the box.
Nah, no doubt, no doubt. Well, that kind of leads into my next question that I have for you guys is, it's really easy to sort of, I guess, struggle to keep a winner's mentality with a record like 0-5, because I know a lot of your games have been relatively close. I just want to ask you about like where the mental is right now on your team and how to necessarily like, I guess, keep your motivation, stay positive, and sort of move forward.
We act like idiots, and we bring a lot of energy into the room. And we literally just scream because I've noticed a lot ever since. Because this is my second season being here. Last season, I was also I was a commentator before I was a player.
Well, you have my favorite tag, by the way. Ashwhoopin is a hilarious tag, so I just wanted to give you props for that.
Thank you. Shout out my dad. My dad came up with it. His is actually whooping Ash, so it's like
I
a little
love
duo
it.
thing.
I love that. I love that.
Scream and yell and say dumb things.
Okay.
Yeah, we noticed that our team really, really feeds off of energy.
Yes.
So what we try to do, and I think we ended up doing it a lot when we ended up being in like the I think it's called. It used to be the Gauntlet or whatever it
It's
is.
the
Like,
Gauntlet stuff.
is it still the Gauntlet?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mhm.
We just I kind of started it just screaming. We like to scream either Shoguns,
Right.
or just random stuff. Kind of glad chat
Good.
sometimes can't hear us.
Sometimes they can. It gets pretty
Sometimes-
loud here in the arena.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Well, kudos to you for that. Now, the last question I have for you is I complimented Billy throughout this evening for sort of not just being a veteran, but also sort of being a leader within his team. We mentioned that just because you're a tier 1 or a tier 2 player doesn't necessarily mean that you're the leader of the team. Sometimes the leader comes from a player that's within the middle of the pack that just is able to maintain composition or just maintain a healthy mental within the team. Is there somebody within Shogun that you guys see as becoming a prevalent leader to help sort of, carry you guys forward?
I mean, I think we all kind of share that role. Chris G is still kind of new to this, so he kind of sits back and he does really well at listening to us and taking the advice that we give him.
Nice.
But Kazi does really well, trying to take point on a lot of things. Until mental kind of throws out, and then that's when I come in.
Right.
And I help try to solidify everybody's mental and try and build everybody up. And Mr. B has been doing really good at that as well.
Yeah,
Good.
I would also say that in our individual categories to some degree, so B with sports games, Ash and GGO with fighters, and
Okay.
strategy to a degree.
Shooters.
Shooters, yeah.
Yeah.
Why did I say fighters? Chris and fighters, we all kind of take lead in our individual things.
Nice.
Mostly because we're still trying to mesh as a group, but it helps take the mental load off of the rest of us.
Nice.
Especially in games like this where we're trying to come back. Like, we're putting up points where we can, but it's
Good.
the bots.
Yeah, maintaining that mental fortitude is going to be essential. So, hey, man, I know it's a loss for tonight, but you shouldn't have your chins down. Keep your heads up. I thought it was a really great showing, and thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us tonight. Good luck in your next game, fellas.
Thank you for having us.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits. Oh, and there Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you.
And we are back with two of the bots players from today's game. How are you guys doing? We're here with Ceviche and Billy.
Yep.
All right, and first off, we can talk about the win. We can talk about all the great things that you guys did today. But the worst thing that I noticed since I was here today was the Street Fighter. I know we versed Chris G today, but I have to bring that up off rip. I want to know what you guys think you could have done a little bit better in on Street Fighter, or is he just that good? Was there mistakes? What could you guys have done possibly a little better in Street Fighter today versus Chris G?
I don't think that anybody really practiced it this week for the most part because we're like, he's just going to win. So, and we were just kind of playing because we were up. So it was just kind of, I don't know. I think we assume, I think like when you're playing the Shoguns, like there's definitely certain games, especially now, because of them running 5, like there's games that it's just reality. If it was closer, we probably would have forfeited. But we felt like overall in the game that we were just ahead, so we were just kind of playing the time.
Okay.
And it was fine.
Yeah, when I was commentating today, I was expecting you guys to actually put up a great fight in that game because you guys are actually known as probably the best Street Fighter team overall. You guys have a lot of Masters and Diamond players on your team, so I was expecting to be a little bit closer. But now on the bright side of things in fighting games today, we had Ceviche actually versus Chris G and Skullgirls and came out with a great dub for you guys on that. want to talk about what you did were you practicing versus the matchup? Do you know who he played, or did you just go out and play your game and you actually came out on top?
So I went out and I played my game for the most part. I think that he's like really good in any game, like fighting game that he applies himself towards, and like any game in general. I think he definitely shows up in those games. But I just would think that he probably hasn't had as much practice with Skullgirls as his other games, like because it's obvious to tell when someone's been touching a game and working with it and like comfortable in it. And I don't really think he was quite there with that game. I think it was probably one of his colder games.
Okay. Okay, so was there any certain game that you guys were wanting to play today versus Chris G? Were you looking forward to Dragon Ball, or was that going to be another Street Fighter incident where you guys were more planning on touching other things to prepare to take today's game, or are you trying to get one of those closer matchups in Dragon Ball, as we know that he's pretty profound in? Were you guys practicing for that, or was that going to be another game where you guys were going to kind of just throw away and try and win the rest of the game? I don't know what your strategy was in for all of
Yeah, DBZ was, if we had our ideal lineup, then we were definitely expecting to win that.
Guy was itching for DBZ for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the chat today actually really hyped for that matchup as
Yeah,
well.
we wanted to play that for sure. And,
Okay.
and that's what we wanted to play. Like, I went in for MK just to kind of see how it felt, and I thought that it was a pretty good match, so I felt pretty good about playing him in Mortal Kombat. I didn't get the win, but it was still decently close.
All right, well, and to all the fans out there, do you guys have anything to say, or your family, for watching today and how you guys performed?
3-man go dummy.
3-man go dummy as usual. Well, that's going to be it for the bots. We're going to bring it back to the casters to end out today, and we'll see you back after this advertisement.
Let's go, bots!
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so yeah, I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so yeah, I think it depends on what kind of.
And that's going to do it today. This is going to be a 14-9 victory for the bots in this Week 8 matchup. We saw a lot of good from both teams. At some point, I actually thought that Shogun might be able to tie things up, potentially take things to overtime. They just didn't get the games that they necessarily wanted on the wheel. Regardless, I think everybody from both teams should feel really good about how they sort of showed up today. Everyone sort of had their moment, if you will. And so that's a positive to take away. Nonetheless, we appreciate you guys hanging out. We appreciate all of our sponsors like SurfThing and so many more. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Tomorrow is actually going to be Reapers versus the X-Gods at 2 p.m. Eastern, so show up for that. We'll see you guys then. Thank you for hanging out. This is the Ultimate In-Gamers League, where gamers go pro.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that two from the bandits. Oh, and there. Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.